if I'm going to
And
visit
now
a
we're
friend's
live on my
house,
channel as well.
he tells me to take off my shoes and wear a tie. I'm gonna take off my shoes and wear a tie. Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's fair. Also, now that we're streaming to Mr. Buevant's channel, we have a 50% increased chance of Stormfront sightings.
And we're not
Hello,
talking
all.
about the weather.
Yeah.
Where was that square on the board? Makes fun of Mr. Buevant for being a pseudo-Nazi. Come on, man. Jeez, lady, you missed the street.
I heard you making fun of his misogyny and making fun of his inability to speak English.
That is true. I do that. That's
So you got
true.
the trifecta.
Do you want to see this, Max? Do you want to see this awesome, fucking, somewhat insulting thing she made that I actually kind of love?
Wait a moment. I'm actually all tabbed out for a moment.
Okay.
You what?
I don't know how you can alt tab out of a tab, but okay.
All right, get your bingo cards ready. I'm brushing my beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. Max Liao is from an era of the military where internet browsers didn't have tabs.
I think everybody in this stream remembers internet browsers without tabs.
I mean, that's fair.
I remember when we didn't.
Not to be contrarian.
Yes.
And I probably had an internet browser without tabs at some point, but I don't recall it.
Okay. So this is what she made. This is the Bears Stream Bingo. So we have random cat attack. We have changes Bastard Swords dice system. Talk superheroes, no one asked. I'm not going to tell bouncer stories. Tells bouncer stories. Eyebrow malfunctions, which is apparently my wild eyebrows. Mr. Max is a misogynist. Hates on minis. Translates for Mr. Max. That's just Quebecois. Imitates Mr. Max. I don't do that ever. Brushes his beard. Free space. Back in radio school. Visibly bored. Intense hand motion while waiting. Taught over 3,000 students. Uses the dad voice. Connell midget joke. I'm not going to talk Bastard Sword. Talks about Bastard Sword. 20 years in film. Talks Star Trek. Nobody asked. Stop playing D&D. Tells viewers not to subscribe. I think she's kind of got it. I think she has a better understanding.
Yeah, I think that's spot on.
I do. Yeah. But here's the thing I know in my heart. She couldn't have done that if she didn't care. So I feel the love.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be taken, I think. Like,
Take what you can get.
Right? So,
take what you can get. Yeah, it was love. Whatever. Fuck you. Yeah, all right, nerd.
any attention is better than no attention.
The first step in solving a problem is admitting it, yada, yada.
Yeah, clearly you failed at that, but that's all right.
Well, I admit to a whole bunch of problems. I just don't care to fix them.
Yeah, exactly. You only take the first step.
Admit your problem, not others' problem.
No, that's just not. I don't have any problems. I'm perfectly happy with who I am.
Justin said earlier that he
good
had
for
played
you, I guess.
Spellfire. Justin, was it any good? I never played Spellfire. I hear some people say it was really good.
As well.
Did you?
It was all right.
It was all right? Yeah,
it was all right.
I've legit heard people say it was better than Magic, and I'm like, well, that may be, but Magic won.
Yeah, I think it was much more not as deep in the mechanic. So people, if you want just like a simpler game, like it's fast and stuff like that, and still fun, that would hit the spot. But it was not like the same kind of depth that Magic had with the deck building and stuff like that for 13-year-old. But all those games always like pay to win in a sense, right? Just like
yeah, absolutely.
I guess they now have like a format that try to alleviate that a bit, but it is what it is, and that's what I don't like.
So I forgot to ask, what'd you get for Christmas, Mr. Buevai?
I didn't get nothing. Who's gonna make me a gift?
He got baby Jesus.
Well, if someone's time traveling, they can get you that autographed copy of Mein Kampf you've always been wanting.
That's pricey nowadays.
No, that's why you got to have time travel.
He knows. Can't you get it in PDF?
It's really cool. There was a fantastic SNL gag years ago where they were talking about this bootleg copy of Mein Kampf that they could tell wasn't real, because if you look at the real, you see how Hitler dotted his eyes, and they zoom in and the dot on the eye is a little circle with the mustache. It was like, okay, that's fucking fun. That's really good. What'd you get for Christmas, Max Liao?
I got a steak dinner.
Oh, that's nice.
That's not bad. What kind of steak?
I don't know. Steak.
Is it sirloin? Is it?
I don't know. I'd have to ask my wife.
Hamburger
Okay.
steak.
Oh, so you haven't had it yet. You're getting it later.
No, I ate it. It was in front
And
of
you
me.
don't know what kind of
I'm
steak.
not a steak connoisseur. I just like it. I know
It's
if
like,
I go to
I love
restaurants, I
meat.
get a porterhouse, but
I don't know what to say to that. I honestly
it's made
have
out
no
of
words.
cow. It's good.
Until you have the liver, that is.
Oh Jesus!
How do you like your steak?
Medium rare.
Medium rare? All right, it's acceptable. But it's
Yeah, I like mine medium. I'm just a medium kind of
really?
person. Yeah, I don't mind
Hmm.
medium.
The thing is,
I
they've turned medium rare into medium in the States.
Have
Yeah,
they?
Yeah.
that's
That's fair then.
Yeah, and it depends a lot on the cut, right? You get like some really good marbling in a ribeye, and you can't eat that rare because the fat doesn't melt down. You need to go at least medium rare.
Yeah, but it's not.
Do they even allow rare anymore? Most restaurants I've gone to don't even allow rare. The medium rare is like...
It's because they're stupid and they don't understand how things work. It's because of E. coli, right? And E. coli only lives on the surface of beef, which is why you have to cook a hamburger all the way through because that gets folded in the grinding process. But if you've got a steak, it can only live on the outside of the steak. So when you cook it, it immediately kills the E. coli right away. So you can have rare. But people don't understand shit, and then therefore they make stupid rules.
But it's even like with the getting attacked.
Or they got.
Oh God! Oh
or
no! Xenomorph
they-
returns. Throws that Chris.
Or they served someone some bad food, and then the person that got sick doesn't know if it was from the steak or from like the vegetables or whatever, or from the potatoes. And we're just like, I'm gonna sue you for giving me food poisoning. And then the restaurant is just like, you know what? We're just not gonna do rare anymore.
Well, it's a thing. It's not just one steakhouse. It's a thing. Like everywhere I go, it's like, what's the rawest I can get? Because my real dad used to want raw. Like he'd say, cut the cow and just bring it to me. I like mine at least warm and pink.
Yeah, I've got a buddy of mine. We went out one time, and he's like, "Okay, this is what I want you to tell the chef. Put it on the grill, 15 seconds. Flip it over, 15 seconds. Then bring it to me."
Yeah, it's called blue rare.
Yeah.
That's
For me, I just like when the center is like body temperature warm, and then I'm good.
Body. That's not
Dude,
creepy at all.
He just goes up to him, just chews off a haunch.
Well, you know, if you take your steak outside a long time before and you like let it thaw, you can like eat it like more rare because of that, right? Because or if you sit on it for a while, you know, just like.
Anyone else got the feeling he's got a pit somewhere in his property and it puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose?
No.
That's why he had to move.
Yeah, exactly. Too many random places to bury the corpses, right?
The Mounties were getting too close.
You overestimate the skill of the RCMP, sir.
Well, you know, they have to practice all this horseback riding, so less time for police work.
less time to hunt down the serial killer of the backwoods.
I always figured they were more like the Swiss Guard, where they're just kind of there to put on a show.
No, they're real police.
They're still real police. They're still real police.
Mounties are.
You're getting arrested by someone in a Halloween costume. Like
they don't wear that uniform except on parade formation, sweetie. They dress like cops all the rest of the time of the year.
Like even Americans know that the Mounties have some some sick marksmen in them.
And they always get their man.
I've got friends who are Mounties. A, they don't always get their man, and B, some of them are chuckleheads. But what are you going to do? You know,
well,
it's
that's
like
true with every org. Yeah, every organization has its chuckleheads, though.
It's too weird.
Anybody else got something cool for Christmas, Baron?
I got nothing.
Did you already do the round?
I was up late last night, actually redoing some because I did a bunch of like logos for friends of mine about a year and a half ago. So I stayed up and was redoing them for, kind of the new year, kind of like how I've redone mine and everything else, kind of reimagined it and whatnot, and was working on that for them and whatnot. So yeah.
You're not married, are you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you are married, are you?
You get children as well. You're married with children too, no?
Yeah. My son's 23.
Yeah. Soon to
He's
be a
married.
grandfather.
Oh God, no. Well, if he is, he's adopting. Because I don't
Right,
think
yeah.
his husband is going to be able
Oh.
to provide that for me.
Oh, I see, I
But
see, I
that's
see.
okay.
They are talking adopting.
Oh Lord, here we go.
There you go.
I don't know if you heard my wife or not.
We
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
So Crafty, I'll tell you a funny story. My buddy Gertch is an RCMP officer in Vancouver, and one of his first places they had him was in the Richmond branch, and Richmond is a suburb of Vancouver that is 100% Chinese. And he told me two funny stories. He goes, nothing was more annoying than getting this call on the radio. Suspect is a male Asian between the ages of 30 and 50, between 5'2" and 5'5", dark hair. He's like, so I should just arrest everybody I see at this point in time? But I'm like, yeah, that's fair. He said, or he'd pull over a car and some Asian girl would be driving and she'd hand you a driver's license. It's like, is this her? Is this her mother? Is this her aunt? I don't know who this person is. And it's like, yeah, they got it rough out there, man. Trust me. And I feel it. But yeah, no, the RCMP are just cops. They're just cops at the end of the day. And yeah, they are Trudeau's lackeys, but they're whatever the prime minister is. They're the lackeys of Ottawa. That's what they are. Sad to say. 6 markmen always get their man. Yeah, you're just going to softball those in there. What? Shadow, stop. Stop, Shadow, stop. Oh, Grandma, everyone chatting. Chat is happening over on the mainstream. Oh, thank you, Malachi, but that's okay. They can chat there too. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, so there we go. So it's Christmas. We're all fucking tired. I can feel it in everyone. Everyone is tired. I can see it in your faces.
My sugar rush is ending.
Yes. Go get more sugar and try not to be so mean to me today. You know, bears have feelings too. Just saying. Max, what'd you do this morning?
Me or
Yeah.
Yao?
Fuck, just one of you talk. Come on.
I had to call my mom this morning because I couldn't get her last night. Like she was like, I fucking called like at 9. She was already in bed. So like, hey, it's
God,
Christmas. Fuck's sake, right? And then after that, I went to walk my dog around the beach again. It's a pretty nice walk, so I like going there. I met the neighbor. That's why I was late. I met the neighbor, and then we chat for a while. She was walking her dog as well.
Quel âge? How old?
I don't know. She's not young. She got like two daughter as well. So you know,
oh, and that'd stop you because
because I'm a narcissist.
Yeah.
He doesn't want a used woman.
Bullshit.
Hey, it's a jump start on those 11 you wanted.
Well, actually, yeah, her daughter are a bit too young even for me. So there's that. Yeah.
Oh, that went creepy. All right.
And then you asked him to start talking, and you're
No, I own that. That's on me. That is on me. And
that's what I did. You know, it's like it's very warm today. It's like 5 degrees. Like
yeah,
it's
here too.
Insanely warm from.
I was surprised because it's going to hit 50 here in Missouri today, and I was like, wow, on Christmas, holy cow.
Yeah, dude. I went
it's 55 here
with my buddies, and I wore a hoodie. You know, I mean, no coat, a hoodie, and I was fine.
In America temperature, it's 68 here.
Well, in America temperature, it's 41.
Are you in Florida? Isn't that cheating?
No,
Alabama. He's in
Alabama.
Alabama, yeah. Still, isn't that cheating?
He's in Tickland.
Not after living the formative years of my life in Minnesota. No, this is a vacation.
Yeah,
fair. That's fair.
Well, it's a vacation from the summer as well. Because now, it's nice in the winter.
Yeah, but he's got so he traded like what mosquitoes, black flies, and dragonflies for fucking tick infestations. It's not really a fair trade, right? Like at the end of the day,
ticks. You probably have ticks in Minnesota as well, no?
Alabama is famous for its ticks.
Oh yeah.
There's Minnesota ticks and then there's Alabama ticks.
Yeah. I used to watch this one YouTuber was this guy and he had bought a piece of land in Alabama and his channel was all about how he was building his homestead for him and his wife. And then just one video was him cursing out Alabama ticks for an hour. He's just like, these fucking things are everywhere. It's like,
yep. And it's not like some places where you'll have like a tick that's like the size of your pinky nail. Like Alabama has ticks like the size of your thumb. It's like, it's nuts.
Ooh.
Great, I'm never going outside again. Good job.
That's it. I live indoors from now on.
Because I mean, I like dragonflies. I like damselflies. At the Minnesota State bird, the mosquito, I don't really like that so much, but it only lasts 3 months out of the year, unlike Florida. So, I can deal with most of that stuff.
Dude, the ones in Florida are so fucking big too.
It's the same in Minnesota. It's just like I said, they last all year in Florida. They don't last all year in Minnesota.
Listen, we have the same kind here that you have in Minnesota. They're good size. They bite you. You go, fuck, you feel it. I got bit by a fucking mosquito in Florida, and I was like, ow, what the fuck was that? And then I saw it. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, are they on roids down here? What the fuck? They're South American mosquitoes, I found out. They migrated up from South America, basically, these fucking things.
I missed those when I was in Florida, thank God.
Yeah.
It's probably like the killer bees.
Well,
I haven't met one of them yet.
They're a little hard. They're a little hard to spot when they're like, ping pong sized.
Hey, Mar Hockman, just so you know, TN Tory bought 10 memberships on my channel today, and you got one of them, sir. So if you ever come back over to my side, you're a member for a month for free. So enjoy that. Grandma, I'm not sure if Grandma's making a comment or a joke, but yes. Yes.
And dinosaur mosquitoes are huge. Okay.
Yeah, do they have Lone Star ticks in Alabama? I think they do.
No.
No?
I haven't dealt with ticks here. The only thing I've dealt with here I saw a beetle when I wish I would have taken a picture of this damn thing. I've never seen anything like it my entire life. The beetle was about a third to half the size of my cell phone. And it was over on its back and it was kicking. Its legs were like as big as my pinky. I said, I'm out.
Yeah, I remember that one, Bruce. That's a fucking terrifying one when they talk about the Montauk thing and how so basically what happens, you guys know Plum Island, Montauk, New York, that whole thing that went on where Lyme disease comes from.
Oh, yeah.
They found out later the American military thought it would be a really good idea to see if they could weaponize ticks.
Yeah.
And one of the species they chose to weaponize was the Lone Star tick, the only aggressive tick in the world that actually hunts its prey as opposed to waiting for it to wander by. And then they released them into the wild, and they've been tracking them, and they're like spreading and spreading and spreading and spreading. And they're now almost into Canada. That's how far they've spread now, these fucking things. Yeah, I love that shit, right?
And those are the ones that make you allergic to meat.
Yeah, they may, and that's the thing. The Lone Star tick, if it doesn't automatically, but you get a chance of becoming allergic to beef.
Same with Lyme disease, right? You don't automatically get it, but there's a chance that and they have to be on you for I've been bitten by ticks a few times, right? Just like where you used to live.
You need to roll a 5 or higher to resist.
On a D4.
Sorry, that's what I want. June bugs. Who here knows what a June bug is?
Well, I do.
Oh yeah.
God's literally dumbest creature ever.
Yeah, but they're sticky. That's the worst fucking part. They're sticky. So when they hit you, you're like, fuck it, fuck. You're like fighting to get it off your shirt, your skin, your face. It's like, God damn it.
Yeah, if you wear something light, they stain you.
Yeah, like back when I was still smoking regular cigarettes, I literally watched the same June bug like ram his head against the side of my house, like just for like an hour straight. It was just like, seriously, like the dumbest creatures I have ever seen.
So I have a question for you, Curtis. If that was your entertainment, how the fuck are you not a meth head? Because that's the kind of when that's your level of entertainment, crystal meth becomes an option in your town, is what I'm saying. The kids are like, well, fuck it. It's either watch the June bugs or smoke meth. Let's go.
No, I think it's just because I'm easily amused. I think that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you watch us.
No-see-me's should be dealt with in Florida. What are no-see-me's? I don't know what that is.
I don't know either.
I like how we mentioned this, and the chat has come alive with discussion about insects and Nazi fucking experiments, and this is fucking amazing.
Well,
I've taken the temperature of our chat, and I know where it lives now.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying to fucking deal with all those fucking bugs. It's like the outdoor, like people that live in the city, like they see a picture of the outdoors and say like, oh, it seems so nice.
So
I wish I could be there and stuff like that.
Oh, it's so nice.
Yeah, but when you see the picture, you don't get the fucking bug. You don't get all the fucking shit that you have to deal with, right? Just like you live in a cabin there in the wood, like, oh, it looks nice in picture. When you do it for real, there's always like nature's always trying to eat your house, right? It's always trying to it's a constant struggle. People have a romanticized view of nature.
Yeah, no, that's true, and that is absolutely true. Because it's the same thing for me. Whenever I see these videos, like these movies where the kids are in the woods, or they're at camp, whatever the fuck, and they're not all, I'm like, that ain't real. That's not real at all. Because I remember going fishing with my dad and being like, why is this fun? Because you spend like you either got so much goddamn deep woods off on you.
I was gonna say you didn't bathe in DEET.
Yeah, well, that's what you've either got so much DEET on you can taste it, or you're just like fuck nonstop. Like I don't get that.
Yeah, it makes you fucking insane. Like at some point you fucking learn to ignore it. But like fishing is something I never got, to be honest. Like I don't see like, oh, it's fun. Like fishing and even hunting, a lot of hunting, right? You're just like you like I'm just supposed to like stand there and wait in this hidden spot, right? For hours until I can see a deer and then shoot it, right? And during this time I'm not allowed to talk because he would scare the deer away. Like fuck, man, it's just like I'm gonna fucking bored out of my mind. Can I go fucking track something, try to run and catch the? I don't know, man. Just like this type of hunting, I can fucking get. Same thing with fishing. I'm just there on the boat and we don't talk. You're gonna scare the fish. Fuck! I can, just like I'm just gonna fucking buy a fish.
You understand like why modern man fishes and hunts, right? Or at least our father's generation did, and their father's generation did. You know why, right?
To get some quiet.
It wasn't for meat and fish. It was to get away from their wives.
Yeah.
So that's why it's no talking zones. It's like just shut up, just sit here and enjoy the world without having words.
Yeah. Well, like I like it. Like I'd much rather I go on a hike than what I mean. Just like.
Also, a great way to get a lot of meat for the winter.
Yeah, again, when you have a grocery store, you don't worry about that so much.
That's
is what
fair.
I'm saying. And I grew up in the
you get
country.
different meat, though.
That's fair.
You get different.
No,
meat.
it's great to have some deer every year. I mean, deer is a delicious thing, but I don't need your fucking fish.
It's
Trout's nice and all, but
Mr. Max likes to go after bigger game, so he just goes for hand-to-hand combat with a moose.
Yeah, he goes for bigger game, like a single mother.
Yeah, man is the most dangerous game of all.
That was gay.
Someone had to say it.
It's a fucking first blood thing, no?
What dice system does the game of men use, Mr. Max? What's the resolution mechanic?
It's probably D1000.
D9 millimeter.
I don't think Bear knows there's actually the game called Men out there.
No, not being gay. I must have missed that one. I'm sorry.
Oh,
No.
yeah.
Yeah, it's 2D12. It's a D12 system.
Yeah, don't read it. I know some people think it's funny. I got about, I don't know, maybe halfway through it and I couldn't deal with it anymore.
I think it's an entertaining read. It's like you have to not take it too seriously, but it's like
but the jokes get old pretty quickly.
Yeah, but there's always
and then it gets into it dives into Epstein realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that sucked all the air out.
Clearly. Well, fuck, I might as well kill the rest of it and start talking about Star Trek, right?
Go for it.
You did talk about Star Trek already.
You shut your whore mouth and go back to Whore Island where you belong.
Damn.
Jake.
Sure.
Yeah, I've never read Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I've also never had the desire to read Thirsty Sword Lesbians. And also when I heard the name, I went, well, that sounds stupid. Have any of you read and or played Thirsty Sword Lesbians?
No, I know that
this is the panel to ask.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was like a roundabout way of advertising for like specifically lesbians to get together with lesbians. So that's why I didn't touch it, because it was like, clearly this is a game meant as like a sort of honey trap for a very specific type of person.
Well, it is honey trap, but he was written by like a trans woman, right? So it's like, anyway. But
I don't delve that far into other people's sexuality.
No, anyway.
But what is
not to,
like,
not
what
to
is
go
the
all
game?
turfy here, but
Have you read it?
No. Victor Gorchev made a character for it on his channel. He had a series like Victor makes a character, and he didn't made it. So if you're like, somewhat curious, you can go look at that.
So is it a serious game, or is it meant to be a comedy sort of spoof?
I think it's serious.
It's an agenda-driven game.
Yeah, it's an agenda-driven game.
Well, then there'll be zero humor in it. Okay, fair enough.
No, it's
Justin.
it's
the only people
full...
on here today are people who have channels and are creators. This is a creator stream, sir. I'm sorry. I apologize if I've had to tell other people they can't be on today because they don't have channels. We've been planning this for over a week. This is what we're doing today. I'm so sorry. So okay, so it's not the new version of Macho Women with Guns, is what you're telling me.
Oh no, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you?
I mean,
sick?
Macho Women with Guns actually sounds like
yeah.
it could be fun.
Justin's in the house.
You mean the game, or you mean in real life?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
It looks like Brian got Star Trek for Christmas. Don't know what he got at that Star Trek, but he got.
Oh, you
Star
want to see what he
Trek
got for Christmas? He showed us on my Discord. Hang on, I'll show you what Brian got for Christmas. Since Brian can't seem to be arsed to join us, let's go ahead and show everybody what Brian's family got him for Christmas.
Why you see that? Why I don't see like Brian's coming?
There you go. Look what he got. He got a nice Star Trek shirt with a bunch of ships on it.
Nice.
That's very cool. Very nice. You got the D, you got the Reliant, you got the Stargazer, the Enterprise. That'd be the Grissom, Voyager, and probably the Defiant hiding down here. And he got Lower Decks by, what is this, a comic? What is this? I don't know what this is. But it's got her on it, so it must burn. I agree with your cat.
Sorry.
Someone's going to go.
Yeah, it's my cat. My cat is very vocal. He talks a lot. This Pinto. How do you feel about those Star Trek ship design, like the Federation one with the two like? Oh, fuck, I forgot the name.
Nacelles?
What?
Two nacelles?
No, like the saucer there in the front.
Oh, there's two saucers?
No, there's one saucer, but no, I'm thinking general, like the Enterprise. You know, they all have like the same kind of, again. He was showing this shirt there, and they even like the different version of like those Federation ship. They often have like a similar design, right? With the saucer and then like the engine, I guess. The
warp nacelles.
Yeah. Oh, nacelle. Is that they call nacelle? Oh. That's a weird use of the word nacelle.
I personally, I like the movie version designs the best, but that's me.
But as if we just like talk like general sci-fi, how do you feel about like this ship design? Do you think it's a good one? I've never been a big fan, to be honest. I always thought it kind of looked goofy.
Space, dude, who cares?
I know, but it's like you're talking about nerd shit, you know, like your favorite, like fucking, like you look at the Battlestar Galactica ship, you know, they have like their own style, and you look at the Yamato, they have like their own style.
Thank you, Michael Chad. Appreciate that very much, sir.
I feel the same way, Max.
I mean,
after watching the series, I've really warmed up to it personally.
Mm-hmm.
So Omanal, Sula, Lacutius, Loki Tech, Chen Sun Chu, Andrew Dustman, Johnny Blades, Brent Nortman, Big Bad RPG, and Jack Klompus all got memberships off of Chad's gift. Thank you, sir. It's very appreciated.
Nice.
I only recognize a couple of those names. I got a lot of lurkers, man. Fun stuff. Oh, thank you, Baron G Rock, for sharing that as well. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
I actually have the stream open, another window on mute.
Oh, okay.
Max, listen, I'm not going to talk about Star Trek. I'm just not, because at the end of the day, it's going to just be that trope that I'm going to avoid for the rest of the day, because I'm not here to make. I'm not your dancing bear.
But I just wanted to say,
but hang on. There are some sci-fi designs I really like. Like I like the original Battlestar Galactica from the 70s. I love the design of that ship. I love the design of the Vipers. If you pick one sci-fi starfighter, the Viper will always be my favorite. It's beautiful. Second is the Starfighter from Buck Rogers. I love that one too, from that period. Beyond that, dude, there is very few sci-fi that design ships that actually look like they belong in space. Expanse.
Which one did you say before, Buck Rogers?
The Viper, the Colonial Viper.
Oh, see, I'm the opposite. I love the Cylon ship. The old
the Raider's beautiful.
The original Raider from '78.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Yeah.
But I love the Viper. I mean, when I was a kid, man, the Viper was it. You know, fuck X-Wings. But I was more of a Battlestar Galactica fan than I ever was a Star Wars fan.
Yeah. So what about like the general like ship design for Star Wars? I think it's a lot of them like are kind of cool, you know.
I personally like the ship from the last Starfighter. really
the
like that.
Gunstar's pretty. Look, man, all ships look stupid. What do you want me to say? You know what I mean? They all look stupid because they're designed to go in space, but they make them look like jet fighters, right? As opposed to just bricks with guns on them, which is what they should
Yeah.
look like.
Yeah,
you
they
know?
did it right, and nobody likes that design.
We did it right.
Sorry, who did it right?
The board cube.
Oh,
Yeah. The Borg cube is a perfect example of what it should look like. Bear says I have to simulstream, Max. Really? That's the title of your simulstream? You fucking deuce.
but I don't know, like it doesn't bother me like when especially like when if they do like the small ship and stuff like that, and they say like they expected that they can go with atmosphere somewhat to some extent, like then it makes sense that they look like fucking jet fighter. But for the bigger ship that say always gonna stay in space, I say like yeah, make them like look like fucking boat or some shit. That's what I like, like big naval ship, right?
What?
Well, that's why I
So
don't like Forever Yamato, right? Because the whole idea of like a battleship converted into a
Yeah.
spaceship. Well, that's dumb. But that's me. I'm just like,
but
it's
I
a
agree that
personal
it's not it wouldn't be the most efficient design. Like nerds say the Borg would just get it right, just make a fucking big cube because it
And
doesn't matter, right?
I also give credit to the Star Destroyer if you consider it as a design to put as many weapons facing the same direction as possible. Having
Yeah.
a triangle makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's the other thing I love is all the weapons go that way. So what happens if I'm behind them? Well, fuck, they didn't think of that clearly. It's like that's
Turn
so
around.
weird.
Well, but I guess the Star Destroyer, you have like a bunch of them, like a line, so you just like go ahead and as a
Just
line.
make sure
so
one's pointed backward,
pushing.
flying in reverse the entire time.
Just one guy doing this the whole fucking time. Fuck.
Yeah. No, but it's like
Beep,
it's like Roman legend with shit, right?
It's actually what the TIE fighters are for.
Yeah.
Okay, there is nothing stupider, forgive me, in sci-fi logically than fighters. Like they are such a dumb idea. You know what I mean? Given the vast distances of space, like little one-man snub fighters are just like really, you're just obsessed with World War II at this point,
Why shoot a missile when you can just put a little gun on the tip of the missile and shoot him with that instead?
Exactly.
I don't know how to answer that question.
That's the Japanese in World War II.
Wow.
But I think no, if you want to do like because obviously when you do like sci-fi stuff, like you have to now the rule of cool, right? You don't want to do like something that makes sense for space
Crafty.
because so you're gonna go with something dumb anyway because like it's more fun, right? That's the whole point, right? If you just like make thing for space, you're like big ship that are just like a long ass fucking particle beam that would shoot like some other ship that is like hundreds of kilometers away that you never see or thousands of kilometers away, right? But
if
that's
your
fucking
ship
boring.
does not have a rocket with a long trail of fire coming out of it, going light speed, it is not good sci-fi.
Yeah, it's boring.
So you're saying you like 50 sci-fi best?
Sure. I'm making a game on that, so I have to say yes.
Yeah,
you have to say yes. Oh.
I do. I love the quirkiness of pulp sci-fi. I do.
But
I'll agree, Malachi.
You want your sci-fi to have like a reason to have melee combat for some reason, right? And of course, it make no sense. You're fucking like, but it's more fun if you can include that. You want to do something different, right? Just like, and the same thing with the fighter. And there's some way you can kind of somewhat justify it. And if you have like enough buy-in, you can just say, "Oh yeah, fair enough," But, yeah.
Well, let's be honest. Mecha in sci-fi, right?
Yeah, it's dumb.
They make no fucking sense.
Don't take my giant stompy robots from me.
No, I love giant stompy robots. I love giant stompy robots, but they're absolutely absurd.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? And I kind of get a kick out of people who take them super seriously. It's like, so my buddy, we were playing BattleTech, and they had the ground forces with the flame units and stuff like that. And my buddy was all about that shit. So all he would do is just swarm the legs of the other guys with the flamers and drive up their heat as high as he could while the tanks would just sit there taking pot shots at them. And it's like, yeah, he could take him, like the guy could stomp on like entire units with his foot. But by the end of the fight, we were having ammo explosions from heat overload. You know, it's like, that's fucking genius. You know, like because that's what people would do. They'd be like, what, you brought 40-foot tall giant robots? All right, how can we fuck with those? And the entire War Department would be finding out, how do we fuck with those? First thing we do, we're going to flood the entire battlefield with water to turn it into mud. See how that works out for them, you know? And then when they're stuck in the mud, we're going to throw napalm on them and, you know, whatever. So I just think they're silly, but I love them. That's the weird part.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
they are cool, but when they shoot their gun, they should fall on their ass.
Big time.
Not for shooting lasers.
Well, how about the rifleman? What size bullet is the rifleman firing?
Autocannon 5 and it's autocannon 5. I don't care. I don't care what the diameter is. Autocannon 5.
Launch lasers and AC5.
Yeah. AC5 is not even the biggest.
No, it's not even close.
No,
it's the second smallest.
Right? Yeah. 20 is still the biggest, right? AC20.
Yeah.
Did they ever do the
Mac? And strictly, you do have a Gauss rifle 40.
Okay, if it's not 3025, it's not BattleTech.
Yeah. Oh,
and did you ask if they did the Mac 3? Yes.
Yeah,
they did. They have nobody plays with them, but they do have the oversized mechs that go above 100 tons. And I think they tried it as the Behemoth, if I remember correctly. I'd have to look at the books behind me, but then they did it again with these jumbo mechs or whatever the nonsense was called, where you could go above 100 tons.
Do you guys ever notice that on his channel, Mr. Liao is much friendlier than he is on my channel? What the fuck's this?
Oh, the super heavy mechs, yeah.
He's so pleasant and smiley on his channel. He tries to be so engaging. Here he's like, fuck that. Fuck him.
No, he came here to make you look silly and to hijack your stream.
Oh. But he can't do that because that's what apparently I do on his stream.
Yeah, I'm a useful idiot. I'm a tool and a useful idiot.
No. Here I'm your tool and you're useful idiot, sir.
Well, I got a use for a tool.
Well, I've got a tool you can use.
All right. It sounds like we have. What?
Shall we present Mr. Max as the tool you can use?
I would like to get back into BattleTech. I really would. And I'd like to play it sometime and stuff like that. But the problem is it's like Warhammer to me now. It's just overwhelming. You know, trying to get into it now is over fucking whelming. And like the encyclopedic knowledge people have about the noble houses and the timelines and the this and the that, just it intimidates me at this point in time. Intimidates the shit out of me, you know?
So there are two ways that we played. We played what we called canon games, which essentially was, hey, pick mechs from your house, yada yada. I mean, a lot of the older books are really good about that. The newer ones are more homogenized. Or we just picked 4 mechs that we like. We didn't use battle value. We always thought it was stupid. We were just like, let's take 2 heavies and 2 lights. All right, and let's just put them on the map board and go.
Yeah.
And just
play your and an awesome are perfectly matched.
Oh, what an awesome?
Archer.
A charger?
Oh, charger. Sorry. What's a charger?
A charger and an awesome.
What's a charger?
They're 80 tons. Fair match.
That's why you use battle value, because a charger does not equal an awesome.
It depends on a lot of aspects. It depends on terrain. Now the charger, the original charger. No, that was a joke.
It has a 6-shooter for a small laser. The original art, they gave it a revolver small laser.
And it only has 5 shots.
Yeah. But yeah, there's definitely ways to heavily curate your experience, Bear.
Yeah, but
I played the BattleTech MMO that everybody hates because it was free one weekend. So I went and I played it to see what it was like. I'll tell you this: the one thing I loved was the laser effect. When the laser effect would hit and you'd get that glowing line down the armor on the enemy mech and shit, I was like, God damn, that looks way cooler than I ever thought that would look in my head when I would play BattleTech. So I kind of liked it for that.
It's a good giant stompy robot game. It's just a horrible BattleTech game.
Why is that? Please explain.
It doesn't handle heat right. It doesn't have. It doesn't slow you down when you're in water. It has pinpoint accuracy, which is my number one complaint. The mechs are about 3 times bigger than what they're supposed to be.
The pinpoint accuracy is why they had to fudge the numbers for weapon damage and armor rating, because otherwise everyone would die immediately.
So here's what they
That's
did.
actually what happened in beta, because people just died immediately in the beta.
Well, yeah, it's why they doubled the armor and yeah. Well, so when they first advertised the game, they went after the grognards that were like, "Look, we're going to make BattleTech." I used to have it copied. I snipped it and had it as a graphic for about 2 years, and because what they did is they gotta go back. Sorry. So they got the grognards, and once they got the grognards and weren't making any more money, they decided to flip over and went after the action gamers. Well, the action gamers only wanted pinpoint accuracy. I would have been okay with conical fire. I mean, conical fire at least has some randomness in there. Unless you're up in somebody's face, that's fine. I could hit your leg, I could hit your head, I could hit your center torso, whatever. But the action gamers like, nope, if this isn't an action game, we're not playing it. Well, they realized they're going to make a lot more money off the action gamers than the grognards. So they actually, after about 2 years, removed that from the FAQ, saying that they were going to emulate BattleTech. There were a bunch of people. I was going to. I didn't because I had enough friends that were still going to play it. But there were a bunch of people who asked for and got their money back from PIG before PIG relinquished everything and just let it to PGI. But
in the board game, in the tabletop game of BattleTech, are the LRM useless? Or are they good?
they're not as useful as in that game.
It really depends.
Yeah, they have a specific use case, and they contribute, but they are not the hailstorm of fury and death that they were in MWO.
Right.
Okay.
The way, so
unless they're clan, because they weigh half as much and you get twice as many missiles, and they're just bonkers.
Well, the other thing is back in the 3025 days when we played, you wanted mix. People would be like, I want my mech to focus. That's just going to be perfect at this. Well, you never wanted that kind of mech because you first of all didn't know your terrain. But secondly, you use the LRMs to hit them at long range while you're closing. You use your large lasers and your autocannon 10s and your more medium range PPCs while you're even getting closer. And then you finished off with the most effective weapon in the game, which is the medium laser. I mean, that was how it was supposed to be. That's why you had combined armed. Yes, if you do the math on it, the medium laser is the most
efficient by a long shot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why there's mechs that have like 18 of them.
Yeah, I hate those.
Is 3025 pre-clan?
Yes.
I'm in. Let's go. Can I use the visual looks of some of the later mech designs that they did a really good job on, other than those scratchy, shitty ones they did?
They redid all the old mechs too.
Oh, did they? Okay, cool. Because I hated that scratchy shit.
This is the best freaking book. I'm not this one. Sorry, this is sorry. That's the worst book.
That's
I was going to say that's the shit that made me hate the game.
This is the best book. These mechs are gods, and there's no complaining about that. Oh, is that Rifleman?
Yeah, that's a beautiful Rifleman. Show me some of the others though, because I want to see if they have the shitty scratchy mechs in there.
What
So
scratchy
not
mechs you talking
unseen mechs.
So not unseen
Show him
mechs.
the cicada.
I don't have a problem with the cicada either. I mean, I don't use it as a mech, but
I like the
cicada. That's assassin cicada. So speed lines, buddy.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Now the ones that people usually complain about are the Ost mechs. Those are the ones that everybody hates.
Yeah,
By the way,
Those are
everybody
pretty
hates on
terrible.
this one too, but this is one of my favorite all-time mechs. The Whitworth there, 40-tonner.
Pretty fucking ugly.
It fights well.
Yeah, but it's
And
ugly as fuck.
A mech of mechs, you don't need any other.
What's that?
Which one is that?
Vindicator.
That's ugly.
How heavy is it?
What's that?
How heavy is it?
45 tons.
Heavy. 45?
45. Yeah.
That was the backbone.
It
for,
slots between
Liao.
a panther and an enforcer.
Well, it's the
fucking
backbone mech of
Karita Davian
the,
mechs.
well,
Isn't-
I thought the Vindicator was a Liao mech.
It is.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's why I like it.
Yeah.
And-
Doesn't the Panther suck?
That
No,
depends. It
it does
depends. It really depends.
It's annoying. It's fast enough. It stays back, and it's got a thin pre-PC on it. It does what it's
And
supposed to do.
In my campaign, I had to go into a battle with 24 of them. Like Jesus Christ.
But you say it's fast enough, but it's not like super fast. No, it's like
No,
It's
it's
one of
very
those
slow.
It's one of the slowest light mechs in the game.
And I present to you the redesigned Vindicator, which I think looks vastly superior to that piece of shit you just showed us.
Oh yeah, I like it.
That's looking way better already, right? That's a better looking mech. I like this design. That area you're showing might have great builds, but the fucking art was garbage, you know, and it really turned me off at the time.
Well, see, I don't play a game based on art. Otherwise, I never would have played Earth Dawn.
We don't drink when it's on your channel.
I don't have alcohol.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Beauvais?
I say, like, the drinking game when it's yours done doesn't count when it's not like a...
Drinking is a bad thing. You shouldn't do it. Merry Christmas.
I don't have alcohol. Probably a good thing.
We still need to buy you a new bottle of that, don't we?
They're not cheap, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking drink yet because I haven't eaten anything yet.
But I don't disagree, Bear, that the new art is generally better. I only get when people are, but the one comment you said there is like, well, I won't play the game, or I didn't play the game because the art turned me off. I'd say bye. That's
where did you hear me say I won't play the game?
No, you said you said it turned you off.
It turned me off because I was really into the designs, and then we got the new designs, and I'm like, what is this shit?
I don't like a lot of the new designs. That the one for the Vindicator is good, but I don't like a lot of the new ones because they really made them curvier. Like if I pull out some of my other books, like the Huron's got this fucking feather background, whatever the nonsense. Like, no, I absolutely, one of the things I liked about BattleTech, why I picked this over Robotech once I started playing. See, that's a shit mech too. I think, what is that? I don't even know if that's a Husser or some nonsense.
Sorry, yeah.
But is because they were boxier, and Veritex and the ninja robots of Robotech really annoyed me. But I love the fact that these things were stomping tanks, and I just went back and read a bunch of the old novels, like the Grey Death Legion series, Decision at Thunder Rift, whatnot.
I'd like to play BattleTech. I really would, and I'd like to play it with people who know it. That would be really fun. And
right now, the best way is Megamech. Megamech is the best way to play BattleTech.
What's Megamech?
Mega MEK. Just if you type it in there, you'll find it. I haven't played it.
Oh, that's that weird game or whatever. Yeah, people tried to tell me that as well.
No, it's just a JavaScript version of the rules of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Or Java, not JavaScript, sorry.
Yeah, I don't want
what
to play
about
on a
this?
computer.
Yeah.
I want to play at a table or on just a battle map. You know what I mean? I want
That's
to play the game with dice and shit.
So we'll
the reason why I like
simulator,
the reason why I like Megamech is because you can play limited intelligence. I think they call it double blind rules now, which really adds a tactical element that I like.
This could potentially result in a Max Liao inversion white spot, but we'll see.
No,
which robots are better, BattleTech or Riffs? No, but he's a big fan of Palladium.
Mm-hmm.
No, but everything has its place.
I'm fucking with you, but which are better?
They're all good. I mean, like everything has its place.
Aren't the Riffs ones much bigger than the BattleTech ones, like in size? Or am I wrong on that?
Let's see here.
Oh fuck! Look what showed up.
You're welcome. Good morning and Merry Christmas.
How's England?
It's like 60 degrees out.
It's overseas. That's how England is.
Yes, it's overseas, exactly.
At least this one is smaller. So the average battle mech is supposed to be around 10 meters. As the game has moved on in years, they've expanded that more and more. But this one's only like 17 feet. What's this one? Trying to find the information.
Actually, Max, I'm not sure that they have changed. Max, I'm not sure that they have changed the size of the mechs.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have. They've made like ones like the Locust now only stand about 5-ish meters. Like they still stick with the 10-meter average, but now there's a lot more variation in there. Like
the Atlas itself has changed from 12 to 14 to 17 meters. Now I don't know what it is today, but it went from 12 to 14 to 17 meters across the books.
Yeah.
Oh, I had not heard that, so I stand corrected.
But you still play the game in the rules as if it's 10 meters because it just makes that a lot easier. These seem to be the same size or smaller, by the way, just from what I'm paging through here. So.
And that's why I play True Scale for BattleTech. Well, at least if I have a table big enough for True Scale.
Yeah, if I was playing on a sand table or using a tape measure, absolutely.
What's true scale?
True scale is when, okay, the actual size of the miniature is how tall it is. So smaller mechs are actually smaller, bigger mechs are actually bigger. And you can make terrain that varies in height, as opposed to Battletech, where it's a level 1 building is exactly 5 meters. It doesn't matter what type of building it is. A level 1 building is always, without fail, 5 meters
Did they change that? It used to be 6.
No, it's all like, well, they say level 1 is half the size of a mech, so it's like 5 or 6 meters, somewhere in there. But without fail, on a hex grid, a level 1 building is always the exact same height as another level 1 building. As opposed to if you're doing true scale and making your own terrain, then you can make the buildings have a lot more variation between them.
Are there any STLs of the Rift mechs?
The Rift mechs. There are a few. I don't think they're STLs.
It'd be STLs, 3D models, right?
Yeah, I don't think there are any STLs. They have a few miniatures on the site, but no STLs that I'm aware of.
It would be kind of fun to be able to, like, build some custom mechs and then use the Rift mechs as the stand-in models for them. That'd be kind of cool.
These things are all over the place in size. I've just gone through a bunch of them. I've seen something that was 60 feet down Bruce, to like 9 feet.
The pictures. Thank you. It's pissing me off because I don't have pizza. So thank you. I want pizza. I don't know. But also, I want to play Rifts. And notice I'm saying play, not run.
Ooh. I'm trying to come up with a one-shot. Give me some time. I'm bad at this.
Okay, but you don't. Okay, Brian, I love you. You know that. You're like
liar.
A brother. You're like a
This is the breakup message.
Okay. I just think we should see other nerds. What I'm saying is I don't want you to feel like you're the only person that could ever run a game I can play in, right? I mean, I know tons of people who run games. I'm saying someone else step up and run a one shot for fun. It'd be cool. I think it'd be really fun if we could get more of these of our creator community playing games together as one shots every now and then and just having a good time. I think it could be really fun.
I don't disagree.
Thanks for running this, Max. I'm getting volunteered to run stuff. It's not going to happen. Well, I mean, I could do a Mega Mech thing, but I wouldn't do anything. I don't play online. I don't enjoy it at all. Like if I have to, let me phrase it. If I have to play, I'll play. I'm certainly not running something online. It is just so anathema to my style of running a game that it's not going to happen.
It kind of intimidate me. Like I'm supposed to do it sometime soon. Like because I know like a Baron Jirok are doing like one shot with his like crew with the table breaker, right? And now we're starting doing it with my crew of with Crispy and Rick and Big Bad, right? We have like different circle, and I'm supposed to run one sometime soon. I'm not gonna lie, it intimidates me because I don't like the technology. Like sometimes like it's hard, you just miss something that somebody said because like two people talking at the same time, stuff like that. I find it very, very difficult. And also because now I would have to run in English, which playing in English is one thing, running in English is another.
No, you just put one leg in front of the other. We run the same way in English.
I'll run this Battletech.
Thank you very much, Curtis. That's really kind of you.
Hello, Phil.
Wow,
I don't see the comment from my channel there on the live.
Now I got to figure out how to get it to my bank account. I've never done this. I've never gotten any money on Ko-fi before. Curtis just bought me a pizza, so thank you, Curtis. You're the nicest ever.
I just figured it would probably be better than going through YouTube again.
Well, yeah, because YouTube I won't get it for a month.
Yeah.
But now I got to figure out how to take the money out. Do I have to wait?
Like you can definitely curate your experience to just 3025. In fact, I know some people that like do an alternate timeline where it starts at 3025 and the clans just never show up. Just never.
Well, so here's the thing for me, okay? So, back when I first played Battletech in high school, right? So late 80s, 86, 87, whatever it was. We read the material and it said clearly A Star League mech, a single Star League mech should be able to mop the floor with the modern mechs because there's systems we don't understand that don't work anymore. The mechs aren't as good. We've lost all this technology. So I'm like, okay, cool. Then they bring in the clans who have improved Star League tech, and they're not mopping the entire battlefield with one guy. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. What happened to the Star League mechs were like these golden era, insane, powerful mechs, and now we get the improvement and they're slightly better than what's on the field now. I thought that was a really weird choice, and I didn't understand it. Now, I'm not knee-deep in the lore, so I'm going to trust you guys who know way more about the lore to set me straight on this one and give me the deal.
Well, first of all,
Oh,
the
let
clan
me-
mechs are more powerful. But Weissman himself said that the clans were not implemented properly. He had a vision for them, and that vision did not manifest in the rules and how it's played out.
What are the
And
clans?
it's also worth remembering, by the time of the invasion, they have recovered some Star League tech, right? 30-20 sides,
little bit,
and
yeah.
what's the next one? 30-37, where they're starting to get some pulse lasers, ER, double heat sinks, and then the clans throw in as an improvement on that. Whereas you take a 30-20 size snake versus a high-end clan mech, you're lucky to get a shot off.
Okay, Monsieur Boivin. Alexander Kerensky was like the original leader of the Star League Defense Forces. Rather than risk it, that his advanced technology be used during the succession wars, he took all of his men and all of his mechs and he went, or peace out, we're leaving. And he just went into deep space. And it's just, no one's heard from them ever since then. And he's been gone for like
300
almost 300 years. Yeah,
Yeah.
almost 300 years. And so when it came back, they came back as the clans, because it turns out creating your own society from literally just military vets that just got done with a 20-year campaign to liberate the Star League from a usurper, you only end up with very certain kinds of societies after that.
Yeah, it was Kerensky's kid. Was it Nicholas? I think his name one. He was the one that actually started that whole process. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like it's like a bunch of warlord, and then they're coming back, or
It's essentially clan. That's why they call them the clans. They're separated into 20 different clans, and each one is essentially like a hybrid of Mongolian clan and like Japanese feudal state, and it's kind of a hybrid of like a very caste system, but ultra martial focused society. Like
But they're
everything
more-
is about might makes right.
they're more powerful because like this Alexander guy left with all his technology that was more advanced that the other people didn't have access to.
So
And then
he
200
left with
years later, it didn't catch
85% of the military. So you have 85% of the
Oh.
trainers, the supply lines, the mechs, the tanks, everything. He
The
took 85% of that. Yeah, and pieced out, like you said. The other 15% have been seeing about 50. Now, so look, here's the problem with BattleTech that I have to always argue with people. It doesn't make sense in this regard. Technology increases when we have world wars, and BattleTech technology decreases. That's just you have to accept it. That's just what happens.
Also in BattleTech, people go to war at seemingly the drop of a hat, as opposed to our world where like war is a bit more of a precarious
because it was a dance. The Aries conventions turned it into a dance. Like, oh, this is more codified, like jousting. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll send the warriors out there to go joust for a planet. Let's let that happen. Like. It's got a bunch of nonsensical stuff in there, but that's also what makes it fun. It's one of the reasons why I like the older version also compared to the new one where they've homogenized everything. I've seen the 3145 map, and the only good part about that is that House Liao has a nice penis jabbed into Federated Suns. I think that's hilarious. But other than that, like it's all homogenized now, that nothing looks the same. I mean, whoa, look at this. For 700 years, everything's about the same, but now we're going to change it overnight. I mean, it was a caricature. You had Space Bushido for one, you had Space Western Europe for another, you had Space Sino-Soviet for another, you had Space Balkans for the other one, and the last one was Space Germany, Poland. I mean, like.
See, I was okay with the new stuff, Max, when they specifically said you can't get tech level 1 stuff anymore. No one fucking makes it, because it would be like here in 2023 asking someone, "Hey, I need you company to make me 100 Shermans," and it's like, and the company's like, that hasn't been built in 50 years.
Yeah, but they don't know how to fix the factory. No, you're talking after the Forced Succession War, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. The Force Succession will change the entire game.
Yeah, I meant in 3125, 3125, 3150, which is where the timeline's at now.
Yeah.
They were like, you can't find tech level 1 stuff anymore. It's just not made anymore. And so that made sense to me. And then when the clan the clan invasion Kickstarter, which revamped all the art, awesome. But they also said, okay, you can now tech level 1 stuff is now being produced in 3151. And it's like, what's the market for that?
Yeah, why? That's weird.
Again, that would be like
that's like Dark Age when you were chopping each other up with agromechs and so forth.
Yeah,
everything went bad.
So it's all kind of falling apart because they were like, well, we have to be able to keep the contents of the a game of Armored Combat.
See, if they would have done that with the clan stuff, I don't think it would have been so bad if they wouldn't have just dumped everything from 2750 and 3050 into and then updated it to the clan stuff like within a year. Might not have been so bad. There's some aspects of the new technology that I like. I like Artemis 4 systems. I like the ER lasers because the heat that they give. Yeah, if you want an ER laser, have at it. You can have it. But was it XL engines, Gauss rifles, double heat sinks? Those things got to go.
I'm okay with the Gauss rifle, but it needed to be heavier. It needed to be heavier.
Broken.
It definitely needed to be heavier. I like.
But I gotta drop off. But Merry Christmas, y'all. Keep it going. I'll see y'all around.
Nerd. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I'm going to drop out too. So
see now,
we'll catch y'all later.
Star Trek talk makes certain people go away. Now BattleTech talk is making other people go away.
I have nothing to add, so I'm just taking up space. So I mean,
yeah,
really,
well, it's not good lineup to get in here, brother.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll make it make people's OCD go crazy again and make it uneven.
Okay. What you wish. Fair enough.
So have you tried the Steam game BattleTech that has been out for a couple of years?
Yes, it's not BattleTech. It's Giant Stompy Robots.
It's close enough, Max.
No, it is not.
It's a computer game.
It doesn't even it doesn't replicate the game at all. There's no chance that when you're shooting at like 300 meters away that you have an 85% chance of LRMs hitting. That's lame.
Yeah.
And it's Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I'm waiting that when I punch something, somebody's head is going to pop up. It's ridiculous.
I can agree with both Max and Brian. It's about the happiest medium between BattleTech and actual BattleTech that we're ever going to have.
Weissman lied to me in an elevator about that game.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Weissman lying about you in an elevator? Don't
lie
say
to me, not about him, but yeah. He told me. I basically, my friend Garthon and I at Gen Con were talking to him about, hey, we heard the game's gonna be made. That's great. We're looking for something that's more than Megamech, something that's actually sanctioned by the creators of the game, et cetera, et cetera. And he's like, dude, you're gonna love the game. If you love BattleTech, this is the game for you. And we both were like, so it's gonna actually follow BattleTech rules? He's like, it's BattleTech, man, I'm telling you. And then it was Rock'em Sock'em Robots, and I played it it's on my Steam somewhere.
That's the thing about Weissman is that if he doesn't say yes to any question, then it's no.
Yeah.
Like
I didn't know about him. Like I didn't realize about him, but I've seen a lot, and I'm not going to go jump on a bandwagon here saying I hate him or anything like that. But there are a lot of people out there who think that he's a POS.
But what about in the tabletop game? Is punching not a big part of it?
Not to that, dude. Punching does 5 points for 1 point for every 5 tons of your mech. In this game, it does 1 point for like every half a ton of your mech.
That's kick. Yeah. Punch is 1 for every
10. You're right. Yeah. It's 10. You're right.
Yeah, because I remember I played a bit of this video game, right? And punching seemed to be quite OP. So it's all like always try to get close to punch somebody. But I didn't play that much because there was too much talking. This fucking bitch
Yeah, the BattleTech computer game is very talky heavy, and it's like we probably could have trimmed down the story a little bit.
Yeah, shut the fuck up! I'm trying to play a game.
I like
that's a problem in modern game design. What? Sorry, go ahead, Brad.
I've enjoyed the story. I haven't finished it yet, but I've enjoyed it because to me it also was a decent throwback to the original Mech Warrior. Like it felt like the story in the original Mech Warrior game.
It very much feels like a hybrid between sci-fi, cyberpunk, and like a space western. Like it finds that nice medium between the three of them.
It's a
Kind of,
good,
but
stompy robot game. I say the same thing about BattleTech, the HPG, whatever the hell they're called, Hairbrain Schemes BattleTech game that I do about the PGI game. It's a good giant stompy robot game. It's a fun giant stompy robot game. It's not BattleTech.
So, Merry Christmas. That
Yeah,
was
Merry
my gift to you all. I let you talk about fucking BattleTech unfettered for a half an hour.
That's a half
it
hour.
has not been a half
That's the
an hour.
fastest
That was-
half hour of my life.
No, I'll believe it. I'll believe we were talking about it for half an hour. I'll believe it.
I haven't even been in the stream for half an hour.
Shut up, Brian. No one
Wow.
likes someone who takes a gift and complains about it when they get the gift.
Hey, stop acting like my daughter-in-law.
Don't let me come down there and explain to her what Jesus wants. That offer's still on the table. I won't go into details, but someone in his family is being selfish at Christmas time. And I said, do you need me to come down there and have a conversation with her? Which will just be like, and I don't know what her name is, so I'm going to call her Susan. And I'm going to be like, hey, Susan, how you doing? I'm fine. Susan, I hear you have a problem with this situation. You think you're making Jesus happy, Susan? You think Jesus wants to do this?
I think she'll be more intimidated by the fact that it's this 6'6" dude.
6'3".
It's, oh,
6'3". I'm not 6'6". I wish I was 6'6".
The 6'3" dude is just like, hey, you think Jesus likes what you're doing? I think she would find your height more intimidating than.
Well, that's the point, Curtis.
Oh,
Kind of
I'm
lean
sorry.
over.
I
and...
missed the joke again. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Hey, Grandma, I've been watching you stroke out about football in the chat for the past hour, so I don't know what the hell's going on in your world, lady. Silver and black, we got the ball. I'm like, she's sports balling over there quite happily. And then you were off about cooking. Are you on pain meds today for your ankle?
Hey,
or have you just
she's a
been drinking?
Gators fan?
A Gators? Oh,
Raiders
Oakland.
fan.
Sorry, Oakland?
Oakland
Raiders?
yeah.
Are they back in Oakland or are they the LA Raiders still?
No, they're the Las Vegas Raiders now.
Yeah, oh, they are the Las Vegas.
Because if you're going to put a corrupt team somewhere, put them in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
The funny part is they're playing the Chiefs, and these two teams hate each other. They've hated each other.
The Chiefs are losing though, which is
Oh, no. I gave you BattleTech. We're not doing sports ball.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, so about BattleTech.
Now, is there another topic you guys would like to discuss ad nauseum that I usually ban on this channel? Like, is there something else? Shadowrun? You guys want to talk Shadowrun for half an hour?
Yeah, we can talk Shadowrun.
I'm
Is this
not
first or
thinking
second
Shadowrun
edition?
6th edition. Everybody's
How about this?
favorite.
How about this? You guys explain Shadowrun to Mr. Boivin.
No, I know about it, but I don't care for it.
Shut up.
Yeah.
You already
It's-
got your gift, Mr. Boivin. My friendship.
It's sci-fi D&D set in the United States. What else do you need to know?
Sci-fi.
God, sounds like Gen Con gone awry.
Oh, vodka is our pain med. There you go.
Oh my
Sorry,
God, are we
I'm
still
not-
sports balling? Fuck, talk about mechs again. Let's do. Is there anything that can beat an Atlas? Is the Atlas still the baddest boy on the field?
It depends.
30-25 era.
From 30-25.
I would take a grasshopper over an Atlas, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, most of my knowledge, like I said, like most of my knowledge comes from the video games, right? And
Do you count the Zeus as 30-25?
Yeah, it's a 30-25 mech.
I'd probably take a Zeus over an Atlas.
Why?
Zeus
Why
has an
would you
armor.
totally
Zeus has an
take one
armor
over
problem, but it's a
Atlas?
good mech.
Yeah.
So
Why,
to
Brian?
flip it back around,
It's got better speed, so it can play keep away with the Atlas.
Does it look like a skull?
No, it doesn't look like a
Then
skull.
it is an inferior. It is
Okay.
inferior to the Atlas because the Atlas looks like death.
I mean, that's why that's why they built it the way they did.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, you're going to say something.
I was gonna say to flip it back around to the which is better, Rifts or BattleTech. I think Rifts is going to give you a better variety of big stompy robots, especially when you talk about sizes, because like Max said, you can go from 9 foot to 60 foot. It's definitely much more in the Gonzo range.
In Rifts, you saying?
Yeah, but also like the one constraint you have with BattleTech is the rules.
Yeah.
Because it is that board game first. There's only so many slots to put weapons, or only so much armor that you can put onto it, and so it really does restrict the kind of designs you end up with. So like at this point, they keep making more designs, but at the end of the day, they're not necessarily different than anything that has come before. It may be a different style as far as how it looks, but rules wise, it isn't any different. Whereas in Rifts, it's just like, we're gonna put this on and add a few more
Hang on a
legs
second.
and
I got
three more guns.
I gotta tell Justin to get his head out of his ass for a second. Nerds Nerd was simul streaming to her channel. Nerds Nerd has made videos. Nerds Nerd has made miniatures for all of us. Nerds Nerd is a creator. That is why she was part of the chat. This is a creator's chat, Justin. You want to be part? Get a channel, and you can be part. Or if Hungar comes back, he can bring you on. That's it. I'm not being a dick. I'm not being an asshole. We've been planning this for a while, and the rules are the rules. And I'm sorry you don't like the rules, but it's the way they rolled out, sir. Stop being a baby. Be a man. Okay, sorry, Brian. Continue.
Yeah, no, essentially that was the point. Is Rifts is much more role playing, kind of do something you want and make it work, as opposed to no, here's the constraints that you have to build every single big zombie robot in.
Well, also you just piggyback on that, the rules for BattleTech, because it's that board game aspect of it. I know like Omenel, he doesn't like the BattleTech stuff because it doesn't make sense in some regard. Where Rifts, you got missiles that fly at whatever speeds, and you got lasers that go 2 kilometers. It's more of a role-playing experience. You don't put it on a tabletop necessarily. Where in BattleTech, like, why does my missile only go, was it 270 meters? That doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah.
No, why does my laser go a whole 90 meters? Not even a football field. It goes 90 meters. What's going on? Things like that. But that's because it has the board game constraint where it's much more of a role play feel. I'm playing a robot pilot in Rifts in RPG is Dumb's game, and I enjoy it. Even though he gave me I have the closed air version because it's modified, but he gave me an open air robot, so it doesn't have a lot of strength to it.
You also have to consider that BattleTech was written with the understanding of how war worked from the Vietnam era. Because
also Middle Ages. It was supposed to be, both Bills and Weissman were like, we wanted a game that was reminiscent of just grand melees, just in mech form.
So they had that context. They had their understanding of warfare from like the Vietnam War and World War II. And that's why all the mechs feel like really weird as far as a realism perspective goes for BattleTech, because it's like it's operating from the framework of World War II and Vietnam, not like what they obviously should have done, which was Desert Storm warfare. Then they would have had it.
BattleTech came out before Desert Storm, so
Desert Storm wasn't for another 5-6 years. So
yeah.
90 meters is max damage Rifts, but becomes less after that. It might be. I don't know enough about Rifts damage when it comes to that. I haven't seen damage reduction in Rifts, but BattleTech, it's, for example, the small laser can literally only go 3 hexes, which is 90 meters.
So Cody, you're a BattleTech guy too, eh?
Oh yeah, I love BattleTech. I've been playing BattleTech since I got into gaming. Like that was one of the first games I got into. Yeah.
I wish I would have kept. I didn't know what it was back then and didn't care. I wish I would have kept my battle droids.
Oh yeah, that would have been nice to have now, right?
Yeah, right.
No, I love BattleTech. I only really like classic BattleTech though, like the 3025 to 3039 kind of era.
Ooh, that still pushes it a little far.
Yeah, I'll push into 3039, but that's about as far as I'll go. I will play. The clan stuff or whatever, if other people want to play that stuff, but that's, if I'm going to like organize a BattleTech game, it's probably going to be 3025. That's what I much prefer.
Have you run into the situation that I've run into when trying to do the BattleTech role-playing game? And to be fair, I've only played 1st and 2nd edition. I read through the 3rd one with the life path, and I don't know anything about the current edition because I just don't care anymore. That every time that we try to run it, it either turned into everybody just made mech pilots with a couple extra skills, or you may as well play Traveler.
Mm-hmm. So the BattleTech role-playing game, Mech Warrior, you mean?
Yeah.
Or I don't know if it's called Mech Warrior anymore. I think it's called something.
The first 3 editions were.
Yeah. I only played Mech Warrior briefly back in the day, and basically what it devolved into is we kind of just threw out Mech Warrior and just went back to just playing straight BattleTech.
Well, it's cool. 1st edition BattleTech really did encompass that. It's like, oh, you want a character sheet for a character? Hold on, let's add like 5 skills, and there you go. But you're still piloting your mech over there.
but I have ran a lot of games where it's, we ran BattleTech like a role-playing game, where they're going through scenarios and making choices, and they're running a mercenary company or whatever. And, usually I'll referee, be the GM, and running a BattleTech game like that is a whole lot of fun.
Use the Mercenaries Handbook from first edition, because I think the second edition's got some good updates, but I really think that the first edition jury rig rules were the best ones in BattleTech, because it really gave that feel of like, do you want to modify your mech? Oh yeah, of course, because small lasers suck and I want to do this. Okay, let's see what happens when we jury rig this new item in there.
Yeah. I've never, I don't think I've ever looked at the first edition mercenary book.
We use the biggest thing we use that for. Let's say you and I are going to play a BattleTech game. All right, you want your favorite mech, which is whatever it happens to be. Well, it says on here you can have it if you roll a 10 or higher. Roll those 2d6. And we'd have a draft list of mechs that we want. I always started with the grasshopper, and then after that we'll figure out. And the grasshopper was an 11 or higher. Good luck getting that.
Oh yeah. But running BattleTech that way is a whole lot of fun, where you have those kind of role-playing elements, and it's something I've noticed a lot of the modern BattleTech players don't seem to grasp, because that was like a core foundation of BattleTech in the early days, and then they've kind of started to phase that out a little bit more.
It goes. I think that started with the beginning of it, because at the beginning of BattleTech, you weren't supposed to have your own designs. They've had the design rules in there. Again, Bills and Weissman both said that the design rules were created so that you can make your homebrew campaigns. It wasn't for every schmuck to make his mech better than the TROs. Anybody can make a mech better than the TROs. Those things are garbage. But that's also what makes them so fun. But guess where the money came in? The money was in build a mech, pimp your mech out, and that's what everybody wanted to do. And they're businessmen. They're going to go for the money.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, I totally understand it. I totally get it. But I was just saying kind of the, because back in the day they would have like whole books, and it was just like basically like a role-playing kind of campaign. You're supposed to have a referee, and they were supposed to set up the scenarios and have special events and all this stuff. And I have a few of those on the bookshelf as well. But nowadays, exactly. Yeah.
Those are the ones.
Fantastic. But they've kind of phased that out, it seems, and they've gone to more just like a straight up war game, which I understand, because that's way more digestible and marketable, right?
Well, they have those rules in the campaign book.
They do.
Dedicated to campaign play,
Yeah, but it just doesn't seem like most of the current the modern BattleTech crowd plays that way, right? They want to play more straight up like what you would play in traditional miniature games, where it's like, okay, I'm going to bring my battle value, you're going to bring your battle value, and we're just going to play this straight up fight or whatever, which I don't find as interesting as having like a really cool scenario set up, or having a referee setting things up for you and stuff. I think that BattleTech really, really shines when you do that kind of thing more.
DM James says it a lot, where it's like, when people play clans could be interesting if people actually did the batch stall and actually followed the rules of you cannot gang up on people and no physical attacks and, things like that. But I've never been in a game where somebody's played that way.
Yeah, it's always just been playing it as if you were Inner Sphere pilots, but you're all better trained and better equipped, and it's like, that's boring.
And one of the things a lot of people don't understand, and battle value aside, is it's supposed to be a star versus a company.
Yeah.
They try to do like Lance for 5 versus 5 or whatever. It's like, well, that means the clan mechs are all medium and you're all assaults or whatever. No, it's supposed to be a star. Five clan mechs versus 12 Inner Sphere mechs of mixed design, not just 12 assault mechs. And you're supposed to fight like that. We did that a couple of times, and I thought that the battles like that were fun, because those clan mechs will take out a few Inner Sphere mechs.
Oh, they will for sure. Yeah, no doubt. Well, the other thing, everybody thinks the clans are really imbalanced, and they are if you're just playing, straight tonnage to tonnage. With battle value, though, they're not, though. Like you were saying, you actually have to, if you're playing clan in that situation, you really have to know what you're doing. Because when you're outnumbered 2-1 most of the times, or 1.5 is usually what it averages out to. It can be pretty rough for the clan player if they don't know what they're doing. I've seen a lot of people say, oh, I want to play clan, because they think it's going to be, they look at the stats of the mechs and stuff, and they're like, oh, these are amazing. And they try it, and they don't understand the strategy of playing clan. They try to play them like Inner Sphere, and they get their ass kicked, because
So you're telling me I can have a dicey with 2 Ultra Autocannon 20s? Well, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Well, and
Good luck getting there.
well, and I think one of the problems with BattleTech and looping it back around to the MechWarrior role playing, like everybody wants to play a MechWarrior, but then you have the problem of, well, how do we do an espionage game in our 30-foot mechs? And then all of the stuff that we do, oh well, we have to get out of the mechs. Well, I don't want to get out of the mech. I'm a mech warrior, and it breaks down as far as the role.
Either their skills really suck in the mech or they really suck outside the mech. That is how we always ran across it. And then you'd have like 3 players who are really into the I want to do the role playing side of it. I don't even care about the mech. I'll be the Aztec. I'll be the Infor. I'll be the diplomat. I'll be whatever. And then 3 people are like, I want to be in my mech and fight everything. So I have Edge and Hotshot Pilot and whatever else. So I'm level 1. Well, they didn't do levels, but I'm level 1 and I'm already a veteran pilot. What else can you do? Nothing.
That's kind of the failing with 2nd edition MechWarrior, is the fact that they tried to like accommodate every single feasible style of role playing, and it's like, but a lot of these are they're almost like mutually exclusive. Like you can't have an aerospace pilot and a mech pilot and a tank crew and someone plays infantry and someone be an espionage guy.
Now we did the tank crew thing a few times, and that worked out for us because we just made everybody part of that tank crew.
See, honestly, that works, but you can't have one of each spheres of role playing in the same campaign, because it's like, how do I write scenarios for this? Like,
and also, can you, when you play the MechWarrior role playing game, right? Does it always evolve like into like a back to war game every time you have a combat, or can you just like theater the mind it? Or
in my experience, it constantly devolves back into playing just the BattleTech tabletop. It always devolves into that. So.
This is where I would say that for the question that came earlier, I'd say that Rifts is better if you're looking for a role play experience. BattleTech is better if you're looking for a tabletop experience or a war game experience.
So it's almost like the MechWarrior role playing game is like almost if you want to add more to your BattleTech game, right?
Yes.
Like something,
Now, to be fair, I don't know the current edition. I don't know it at all. I can only speak to the first 2 as played and the 3rd edition I've read. So maybe they fixed that to some degree. I don't see how. Again, I would say play Traveler if you want to play in a MechWarrior style universe, but actually have role playing. Play MechWarrior if you want, or just play BattleTech if you want to be in giant stompy robots all the time.
Because
I would agree.
Because like in a time of war, again, they tried to split up the spheres of role playing onto the same table, and it suffers the same problem that 2nd edition MechWarrior had. And then they did MechWarrior Destiny, which basically just doubles down on the 1st edition of MechWarrior. Which
really,
is
like, the 1st edition?
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're all MechWarriors. You cannot be anything other than a MechWarrior. The end. Like,
but here, have 5 extra skills to make it look like you do something else. Yeah,
exactly.
Hi, Bear.
I'm just listening, taking it all
I
in.
don't know. I would. Sorry.
We did a failed experiment with MechWarrior back in high school because I had read the whole clan invasion saga. So I was like, okay, this would be a cool campaign to run. And so I combined it with MechWarrior, whatever it was, 2nd or 3rd edition. I can't remember now, but and we had like probably at least 10 people playing. And 2 referees. I was one of them, and we had another guy, and everybody made multiple characters because we were playing all these scenarios all across the inner sphere. So you made some characters for the Draconis Combine.
So you were basically running a Stackpole novel.
Yes, that's exactly what we did. So I took the Stackpole novels and took all the stuff that happened in those and tried to make a campaign out of it. And it was fun. It was just very unwieldy because it was I was biting off way more than I could chew, right? At the time. But looking back on it, I'm like, I think I could improve in that. And that might be like a fun thing to do. But I'd probably just throw out like the MechWarrior stuff and just focus on the actual war game and have some like role-playing side stuff going on, where it's just like actual like role-playing interactions or whatever, but not actually, I don't think you really need like a full-blown role-playing game to do that for BattleTech.
Yeah, I would tend to agree from what I hear you say.
That was my
The two seem not
experience.
to mix too well.
Every successful BattleTech campaign that tried to do role playing didn't even use the Mech Warrior rules. It was just, okay, we have the forces that we have that are part of our mercenary company, so we're just going to focus on the war game and add role playing scenarios in it.
Yeah,
That's kind of the best campaign that I was in was one when I was in the Air Force, and that's what the guy did with us. Is we just did missions, is basically what it was, and then we got our booty from it. We had to fix our mechs. We had to pay for that. We used the Mercenaries Handbook essentially, and he combined first and second edition for that, and that was fun. It was more accounting and tabletop than anything else, but he understood the limitations of trying to do his role playing. Now, we role played our characters in things like negotiations or whatever, but ultimately we were taking on the scenario. We are going to go fight some bad guys. We were going to go take over a building. We were going to go, whatever, and just left it at that because the guy really understood the limitations of the game itself.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's really where BattleTech shines. Is it's a war game, right? And yeah, you could. I think it would be cool, like you were saying, to add in some role playing stuff for negotiations, or if you're actually playing, like an intersphere pilot, maybe you're, have to do some politicking, whatever. And you can have, it's kind of fun to do that kind of stuff in between games. I mean, you do that. We do that a lot in just regular like wargaming. In any kind of like, even in like historical games when we play campaigns, we're sending like letters back and forth to each other. And doing all this kind of stuff in between the games, and you could do the same in BattleTech, and it'd be a whole lot of fun, to add that extra layer to it.
We did many years ago. When I was stationed, Kirtland and then Korea. We did a play-by-mail campaign, and I was unfortunately House Steiner at the time, but I learned everything I needed to about House Steiner, that's for sure. And I was sending him stacks of information because I had 108 regiments that I had to move around and do things with and so forth. But it was a play-by-mail game. And before I went to Korea, some of these guys may have heard the story, but before I went to Korea, we had this negotiation at an IHOP outside of Albuquerque. And the waitress got to a point where she refused to serve us anymore. Because we were talking, imagine having the Ares conventions, like the six of us were sitting down there and we were having the Ares conventions, effectively like, okay, we're not going to nuke people. What about chemical weapons? What's going to happen with here? Well, she thought we were talking real stuff. Now, this is 94, so this is like before 9/11, but still, this lady's like, where's our waitress? We don't have anything going on. Come to find out the manager's like, yeah, she's not going to serve you anymore because you guys are talking about all this weird weapons and grades of tanks and so on and so forth. We're like, no, it's just a game. It's just a game. It's a game. She still is like, nope, I don't want anything to do with it.
That's funny. That's funny. We got in trouble one time at a hotel. We were doing a LARP, and we wandered outside the boundaries of the LARP. And some people outside, like, because we were we were like doing the same thing. We were doing these negotiations, but we're outside. The reason we're outside, we're smoking, right? We're all smokers, so we're out there smoking cigarettes. But at the same time, like, I had to negotiate with this dude, so we're out there like negotiating this stuff, and we're in character, so we're like getting hostile, in character, and it's like getting intense, and then there's like crowds, more people joining in. And then, like, it looked like a fight was developing. And I guess some passerbyers, like, called a cop, and this cop comes by and gets out of the car, and he was just like, what's going on here? Like, it's, I got a call or whatever. And like, and it was pretty easy to explain. We're like, hey, he knew there was like a convention going on or whatever, because we were at a convention. We're like, dude, we're just role playing. Like, we didn't mean to cause a disturbance or whatever. He was like, it's cool, whatever. He's like, just keep it inside, guys. He's like, don't do this out here. He's like, I don't want to get called back out here. All right, y'all have a good night or whatever. But yeah, so
don't prove to everyone you're a nerd.
yeah. Keep that nerd shit inside.
Jinx.
What would you like to talk about, Bear?
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm good.
Any gift you make to yourself in the coming days, a year, weeks, or?
I bought a new TV finally.
Oh, yeah? What do you buy?
Yeah. I got an open box deal on a Samsung 50-inch 4K from Best Buy. It's coming tomorrow.
Oh, that's nice.
The day after. Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice. Yeah.
And I got a Star Trek mug that I bought myself that's coming whenever.
Yeah. sometimes it's important to make gifts to yourself. What about you, Leon?
No.
Got something yourself?
Hmm?
Do you buy something for yourself?
I buy stuff for myself all the time. Got a Palladium Christmas package coming in tomorrow. Got some more of my new designed Legion of Mist stuff with our new branding on it. I gotta warn people, the hat sucks. Like I got a shirt which was great. I got a mug which is being washed right now, but that's great. I even got a tote bag, because I'll walk around with the Legion of Myth, the new GI Joe version of the Legion of Myth brand. The hat, it looks like somebody took a sticker and just there you go, have a hat. And that really bothers me because I've ordered 3 hats from before and they weren't like that. This one though looks bad. So I have it over there. Yeah, I might have it to show folks. Yeah, so I don't know if you can see it, but it just looks like a sticker slapped on there.
It's hard to tell on the camera like that.
What's that?
It's hard to tell on the camera.
You can't see the white border around the.
No.
Really?
It actually looks okay. I'm assuming you're saying it's just like an iron-on or something.
Not even that. I mean, it probably is an iron-on, but it looks like it was slapped. See, I have no white in this logo at all. So if anything, it should be messed up black. But somehow, I guess whatever sheet that they use to print it out is probably white, and then this just goes on it. And I can see the border around the entire thing, and it looks like I could just peel it off if I wanted to. But everything else was good. The tote bag was good. The shirts were great, and the mug was awesome. But that hat
is an embroidered hat an option?
No, not from Redbubble.
Oh.
That's the back. There you go for people who cared about the back.
If embroidered was an option, that might get around it.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, even if obviously it would cost more. I'd go with that, but
it also costs double probably.
Yeah, they're really expensive. I was looking into them for the Zenith logo at one point, and it was like no.
Oh, and yours is only 2 color too. It's just that beige and black, right? Oh, is it 3 color? Okay,
it's gold, black, and white.
Gold, black, and white. All right.
But it was like going to cost like $60 a hat or something. I was like, fuck that. Unless I bought 500, and then the price came down to $40 a hat. It was like.
Like a basement for like a closet full of hats.
What did Bear get me for my birthday? Another hat. What did Bear get me for Christmas? Another hat.
Well, I know you go through them so much.
More copies of his 2 fucking comics. Jesus Christ.
What about you, Curtis? You get yourself something?
Buy myself a gift. I already did. It was the Astartes battle group for Horus Heresy for Warhammer 40k. In fact, the miniatures are up there. They're painted. It's just I need to take some time to actually texture the bases, and then I got to put the transfers on, and then I seal them. But I got to wait till it's warm enough to actually put the sealant on them, and not get distracted by video games again. So,
yeah. Like that's something about like a miniature. Like I'm not a big fan of like people like say, oh, you need to make your base and stuff like that. Oh, sorry, Bear, we talk about miniature.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Talk.
But I much rather have my base plain. Like I don't like the basing.
You can just get clear acrylic
bases. Yeah, clear base I like. Yeah. But if they're not clear, like I'm just fucking paint them black and stuff like that because like I find like. Unless you make like a model for display, but when it's a game piece, right? Then the fucking basing just gets distracting in my I don't know. I rather like see like the clear the base like being plain.
I prefer clear bases because then the miniature is actually standing on the terrain that's on the table, as opposed to like we're on a desert terrain. Why are all my models with grass on their bases? It's like we're on a desert. But
and then the grass travel with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely understand that. It's just for Horus Heresy specifically. It's more of like it's Horus Heresy is kind of treated like a historical war game, but it's specifically for a fictional setting. So it's kind of like that weird middle ground, at least for Warhammer 40k. But and for those specifically, I'm like I will actually go to the effort to actually texture and paint the bases because that's what's expected of me for this specific game. If I was just doing regular 40k, no, clear acrylic bases for everyone.
What about you, Brian? You got something yourself? You got yourself something?
I've been buying myself a lot of crap lately, so
It's Christmas every day.
Yeah, it's Christmas every day, so nothing specific recently. But I did I did splurge and get the Robotech Sentinels RPG books that in the
Cyclone Riders, man.
holy crap, 35 years since I first found the Robotech role-playing game. I've never owned those books. I have like everything else. I never got the Sentinels books. So
Did you get yourself like a Christmas package from Palladium as well?
I've gotten one of those. I actually have gotten two. And
just two.
It just last year I went a little nuts. But I will admit the package I got after I did the interview with Kevin and Sean seemed to be a little heavier than normal.
Didn't open it yet?
Did yours arrive yet, Max Leal?
It's supposed to arrive tomorrow.
Lucky. Mine's somewhere between America and Canada.
Oh, really?
U.S. has handed off to the international delivery, and Canada says waiting for item. So it's like, I don't know where the hell it is now.
So it's in Unterland.
Yes, exactly. It's in Gunderland.
What about you, Cody?
I don't have to buy myself anything. My friends are fucking ridiculous, man. So I did bring this out to show off because I'm still
why not?
Yeah, I'm still overwhelmed by this. This is ridiculous. I wouldn't do this for anybody.
Oh wow!
But
Holy
my friend
crap.
Chase bought me a stack of vintage X-Men comics.
Wow.
And we're not talking just shit comics here either. These are all, there's some pricey books in here. And I got the Christmas issue out on top just because,
Well, just remember, if you win something in any of my contests, I'll have your address. I'm just just telling you that.
But, yeah, well, he also got me some JSA comics because I collect those as well. So, but yeah, just unbelievable, man. I'm just overwhelmed by the generosity of all these awesome comics, and it's just a stack. So I'm one step further on my way to my complete Chris Claremont run.
Very nice.
But yeah, and I also got another Christmas package, which was ridiculous, which I'm going to be showing off on the channel. I'm not going to show off now. One of the viewers on my channel, and he's in the chat. He knows who he is.
Can you tease it without spoiling it?
Well, part of it is comics, but there was some other role-playing items in there too, and some miniatures, some trading cards. It was a lot of cool stuff. So I figured it might be worth showing off on a video because it was so cool and generous. I feel like it's worthy showing off.
Cool.
That's
Very
nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool, man. Yeah, my envy. I love those Justice Society comics.
Oh my god, yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome.
And it's Roy Thomas and Conway, I think, did those, right?
Yeah, I don't really know actually. Who did do those? Don't know. I just know I like them. I've got about most of the run of these now.
Well, it was
that-
All-Star Comics and then it was Adventure Comics, right?
Right. Yeah. But it's a pretty short run that they did in the 70s.
Yeah, I have them all digitally. I don't have them physically. Mr. Banks, did you get yourself anything since you're talking about buying gifts?
Got myself a new TV as well, but mostly because after I moved, the TV I had was like ridiculous for the living room I had now. Sometimes I like to
12-inch black and white.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to watch stream on it, like when I'm up in the living room, and I couldn't read the chat. Right, it was too far away, so I had to buy something go a little bigger. But so I went for 18-inch now.
18.
The 18-inch.
Still black and white though.
Oh, color is degenerate. So
Its color is degenerate.
That's funny.
But I'm also waiting for. I'm gonna do some shopping like past midnight for the Boxing Day. I got my eyes on some item. I'm hoping there's gonna be like some deal. There's something I want, right? Just like I want a new turntable. Mine got a bit damaged in the move, and so I'll see what's some deal. Yeah.
How was it damaged?
Oh, the like I lost a piece of the weight. You know, like
Oh, okay.
the counterbalance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can like jerry rig something, but it's also pretty old, so yeah. It's gonna. Yeah.
Well, you might get a replacement weight. Is it a screw on or does it have a set screw?
It's a set screw.
Yeah,
but I guess the screw probably like got lost at some point because otherwise you wouldn't have moved. But
yeah,
yeah. Well, I don't know. Like maybe like there's also like there are new run of table run now that are out. Just like I could use a new.
Oh
one
yeah,
as well.
No, there's lots of great.
Yeah, because like mine, like the button were missing as well. So I can still like pinch it and turn it. It's one I had like for a long time, right? So like moved it a lot. So every time there's a little something that come up, just like the plastic start to crack, shit like that. So then it breaks and so so it wouldn't be like too much of a luxury if I can like, and you can get like a decent one for $200, but I'm hoping to get a deal. We'll see. I don't know if they're gonna get it on deal. If not, I'll get it anyway.
I would look at a really good turntable for a reasonable price is U-Turn.
Oh, really?
Yeah, check them out. You can kind of custom get whatever you want. But even like the basic one it's just a really good standard turntable. It's nothing fancy about it, but it is great. It's got everything you would want in a turntable. Yeah. And you can get it starts off around 200, 250. And
there's not that much I want. I just want like it to read the record and be preamp. That's
right.
It's not like I'm doing like DJing stuff and stuff like that. I just want like I'm gonna put a disc on and I'm gonna fucking let it play and then like flip it over when it's the A side is done, right?
Yeah. I would not recommend just going to the store and getting a turntable though, because most of those are junk.
Yeah. Well, they make a lot of junk too, like the one with like Bluetooth speaker and shit like that. Like I don't want that, like the briefcase like that. I want a little more, something a little nicer than that. But
check out the U-Turns; they're really good. And the Audio Technica is another good one.
That's exactly the one I was checking at. I was looking at the Audio Technica.
It's a pretty good turntable.
Yeah, that's the one I had my eyes on.
Yeah. It's pretty decent, but the preamp in the U-Turns is better.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, something to consider.
Yeah.
So Cody inspired me to want to ask something. With all of his comics. So we always hear about like the Marvel phase rip, but I was at the used bookstore the other day and I saw a few modules for the old DC role-playing game. What are people's thoughts on that? Because I know of it, but that's about it.
I'm very nostalgic for it. I had it back in the day, but I don't remember anything about it. Like I mean, we played it back then, but I don't remember anything about it. I have no idea. I'm sure somebody else knows more about it than I do. I'm sure Bear probably knows quite a bit about it.
It's a 2D10 system. It uses an exponential, the Mayfair exponential game system, or MEGS. Everything is double what the previous was before. So if you have a 7, it's twice what 6 was. If you have an 8, it's twice what 7 was, et cetera, et cetera. And it's all aspects of the game. And it's a very complex little game. And it has a lot of tables. And it's fun. People love it, but it wasn't for me in the end.
Yeah, I don't remember anything about it. They also did like a separate Batman game too, right? That was the same people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to have that too. Yeah.
I have a couple of versions of it on my shelf. I ran it on my channel about a year or so ago. Didn't catch fire for me.
Yeah. I don't hear a lot about it, so that might be, that might speak right there. Everybody remembers the TSR Marvel game, but I don't hear anybody talking about the old.
Oh, there's a huge community. There's a very large community.
Oh, is there?
Yeah,
I just don't hear anybody talking
insanely active. They had they used to have a web page. I think it might still be where they stat up everything and everyone. It's interesting. It is, but it's not for me. It's just not for me. I don't care for it. It's very theater of the mind. First of all, you cannot map with it because movements make no sense because it's
Right.
exponential. Hello, Yield Geek. How you doing? You want to join us, or you just stopping in to say hi because it's pumpkin hour in the UK? Brian, you know anything about that? Sorry, guys. I'm really tired. It's
That's
just
all
I don't know. It just hit me like a hammer about 30, 40 minutes ago. Like I'm just like, oh, like I'm exhausted. That's why I let you guys just talk fucking BattleTech because I'm like, gonna go talk, but do something right after
Take a
talk.
nap.
I should take a nap. I should let you guys talk BattleTech and take a nap. The problem is that I have dreams about Vindicators and Warhammers and all that other shit.
Yeah.
Those sound like happy dreams.
If you say so. Hungar was with us earlier. He's still in the ICU. They had to do an extra surgery on him, and that's the last I know.
Oh,
No, John, you have to come and bring some other topics. We're kind of like running dry.
Oh, please, for the love of Jesus, bring some other topics. They just talked about fucking BattleTech for an hour. It hurt. I even tried.
we
to,
switched over to Mech Warrior.
I got some fucking what's the word? I got speaking Stockholm syndrome because I was like, yeah, I'll play BattleTech. Let's play BattleTech. Sounds great. Let's do that. So
Yeah, is it gone now?
it's gone. Yeah, I don't want to play it anymore. Fuck you. Your game sounds stupid. I don't like it. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It hit me like a hammer. Like I just hit a wall all of a sudden where I'm just like, I don't have any energy for this anymore.
Oh,
You've been streaming a lot the last couple days.
Dude, if I don't stream, I'm going to kill myself.
Oh, really?
Okay, let's keep streaming.
Yeah.
I'm not really going to kill myself, but you know what I mean? Like this is a very depressing time for me right now, which is why I went off on Justin too. Cause it's like, I've made myself clear. I don't know why I have to keep fucking repeating myself. You know what I mean? It's driving me nuts. It's like, this is for us who produce on channels today. This is for us who have channels today. This is our thing. And I'm sorry, some people in the chat are like, why can't I be there? Because it's not at today. This is our day as YouTube creators to go, hey, look at us all hanging out together, and having some fun. That's all I'm saying. So, and I got angry because I'm tired, and I got angry because I'm very depressed at this time of year. And I don't go to bars because I will fucking fight if I go to a bar at this time of year. I will literally find some reason to throw hands with someone. I avoid crowds at this time of year because I will find a reason to throw hands because that works it out. Like it's one thing I learned when I was younger. If I'm feeling bad, a nice old fist fight takes that feeling right out of me, and I feel a lot better after all of a sudden. It's I don't know if it's my Viking ancestry or I'm just a psychotic human being. I don't know.
It's a lot of fun. That's why.
It's like an adrenaline boost.
I don't have adrenaline. That's the problem. I have the thing where I get all the clarity, but none of the endorphins. It's got a name like norpopyrene or something like that. So I don't produce adrenaline. So when you're on a roller coaster, you're going, this is scary. Wee! I'm on a roller coaster going, this is scary. Fuck. So it's not the same. Hello, John.
Oh, crap.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, cheers. So you were talking fighting, were you? Ah.
Yeah.
Now you're in.
Talking about mental
Now he's like, let's fighting. Let's go fighting. Not right, 12 days, right the elbows and fall lovely.
No, I'm in fighting mood. I've just been wrestling with my PC, trying to put a 4 gig graphics card in.
It's not that kind of fighting I'm talking about, you fucking weirdo.
It didn't work properly, and now I've found a bit that appears to have fallen off something in there. And I'm a bit
one
worried.
bit. So one bit fell out of your.
Yeah.
For the want of a screw, huh?
No, it's more than a screw. It's a thing. It's a computer thing that appears to have broken off. And I'm worried everything's going to go psh, bang now. So I don't know.
But is it working now? Do you have like a new graphic card up and running?
No. What it is, I bought this very cheap gaming PC. It was a Recon PC because I needed something better than the old Office PC I got for my streaming and things like that. And it came with a 650 watt power supply and a very basic gaming, an old 2 gigabyte gaming graphics card, but it was enough to. It was better. It's 16 gig of RAM, so a better motherboard and so on. But unfortunately, my my friend gave me a 4 gig graphics card that has 2 power inputs on it, a double power input, and my 1650 watt power supply only has a single output. So I was splitting the output into the graphics card that was causing it to crash.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I've just tried to put a 750 watt power supply in there, and the CPU power thing doesn't fit on my motherboard, so I've had to swap it all back.
Oh, that's annoying.
So,
it's all like
and
fucking
that's
puzzle.
after fighting with all of that, I've got this thing that's fallen out of my computer that's now sat on my desk. I don't know what it is, so it could all go horribly wrong.
At some point, like I was trying to salvage like a piece from an old computer, right, motherboard and RAM and stuff like that. That was still decent, but like I had better now, and I wanted to fit it in an old case, but then the case wasn't compatible because it was the case was too old. And trying to fit it in and modify the case, at some point I just fucking like basically destroyed the motherboard. So trying to be cheap and use an old case, fucking like I wasted all this.
This is me trying to be cheap as well, trying to do it, trying to do it all on the cheap rather than spend £600 or £700 on a proper machine that will last me a while. I'm trying to do it with a second-hand part there and a reconditioned part here, and
So that's what I've been starting to do. I bought a case finally for whatever I decided to throw in there next. But I don't know. This computer's probably going to make it 10 years. That's scary. I've never had a computer more than 3, and this one's about to make 10.
Yeah, I don't know. My computer is like a ship of Theseus computer, right? You swap one piece and then another, just like at some point, like.
A Trigger's broom, if you've ever seen Only Fools and Horses. It's a comedy show here where one of the characters gets an award for how well he's looked after his council equipment because he's a street sweeper. Having used the same broom for however many years, it's only had 15 new heads and 7 new handles.
I got it.
That was the joke. That was the joke.
Okay. I believe you.
It worked in the contents of the show.
Fair enough. I said I believe you. I don't know why you feel you need to defend yourself further.
No.
British committee, you wouldn't get it. But Brian would.
The British don't get it.
Yeah, Brian's been here, hasn't he? Yeah.
Hey, Brian, can you explain that to us?
It's not my fault.
Well, so what you have to first understand about this joke, folks. Kidding.
Actually, I need coffee. Don't burn down the house while I'm getting coffee, please.
No promises.
Thanks, Cody, by the way.
Let me rephrase that. Curtis and Brian are in charge while I'm gone.
Okay.
Oh. We don't know your address, so we can't send you firebombs.
By the way, thanks, Cody. I ended up buying Might and Magic 4 and 5.
Oh, way to go! That sounds like a good purchase. I need to continue.
That's why I bought them, because you didn't continue it. It was like, I need more of this.
Yeah, I need to get back to that. I just haven't found the time to do it. Unfortunately, my wife uses my computer more than I do. So it's hard to basically I only have the computer in the evenings, like later in the evenings. So it's hard to cram everything I want to do in that period of time.
Yeah. Might and Magic, I think I have some here. But I only play like the heroes.
Heroes of Might and Magic.
Yeah. I didn't play like the Might and Magic per se. And I might have access to all of them because I used to work for Ubisoft, and Ubisoft were one like distributing them, and like I have like this account where I have like access to all those games, right?
I played Heroes of Might and Magic until Age of Wonders, and then I never went back.
Oh, really? I never played the Age of Wonder.
I mean, it's dated now, but back then, really good game.
Yeah, I really loved like the Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and then I didn't play anything after that. Because at some point, like I was moving a lot. I didn't have a computer and shit like that, right? Just like, but That was my old fucking childhood. Like, we would fucking make those game in hot seat. Like, a friend would come over, like, for a sleepover, right? That was great, man.
Yeah, we used to play the shit out of that too. Hot seat. Yeah, same thing. It was. I miss that, like playing those old strategy computer games. Hot seat. Like I used to do that a lot with my friends and even my dad. You know, my dad used to love. We used to play. It was a Civil War game. What was it? Civil War Generals 1 and 2, and we'd play that a lot. And it was just one of those kind of like Panzer General or whatever. You know, it was just like a hex based kind of game. But we'd have like this week long, like campaign going. And, I would make my moves. And then when he got home from work, he'd make his moves. And then, after dinner, we'd get in there and actually really play. And that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's cool. So your dad was a gamer as well? Was he like into the war game as well?
He was back in the 70s, but he wasn't like as heavy into it as, I am. Only because back then he couldn't find a lot of people to play with. But he played a lot of those like Avalon Hill games and stuff back in the 70s. And then when I got old enough, he brought them out of the closet and played them with me. So really, that was like the first games I played was like Gettysburg and Jutland and Wooden Ships and Iron Men and Squad Leader and that kind of stuff. So yeah, we played a lot of that.
That's cool.
Yeah. I still love those games.
Yeah. And you have children as well, right?
I do not. I have no kids.
Oh, I thought you didn't know why. Yeah.
Married, but no kids.
Yeah. What about you, young?
Too young? Is that what you said?
No, so I was asking John, like the old geek.
What's that?
So this is bullshit. First of all, we have 2 Maxes here. Now we have two Johns here.
And you're one of those.
And I'm both of them.
Yeah, exactly. So you're the problem, man. Pick one name.
Max, you're asking about my kids. Sorry,
I all know your kids now. Like they're
16 and 19.
Are you getting them to the gaming as well?
They'll play board games, and the few occasions where my gaming group have been around here, they've sometimes sat and watched, but they've never been interested in playing.
Already.
They like girls, so not games.
Well, one of them is a girl. And as far as I know,
it doesn't necessarily change.
As far as I know, she doesn't like girls. I mean, she hasn't brought home a boyfriend since she was 13, but that's because she's been heavily focused on her studies and a sport. But,
see, that's the problem with the rest of the world. You actually care about things like that, man.
Yeah. Well.
But no, she's 19 now. She's working. She's got an apprenticeship. She plays semi-professional football for a team in a decent level at a decent level.
That's soccer for people like.
Yeah, you'd call it soccer, we call it football. But she's always been heavily into sport. So,
that's cool.
She got into the Great Britain squad for judo when she was 14, 15.
Okay. Just really like a well-rounded athlete.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
But, better athletics, better any sports than I've ever been, and her mother can't even kick a ball. And Holly played cricket for a men's team. She was a school long jump record holder, all that sort of thing. My wife, I don't think she has ever played any sport beyond standing on a tennis court and waving a tennis racket for about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
she was shit at that.
Well, at some point there's always like so much time for stuff you can do, right? And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've just got home actually, so I may well be kicked off the stream in a bit.
Oh.
Yeah, we've been out.
Did they mend you, or did they mend you, or did they mend the computer?
Well, no, my wife will probably be like, "You're not streaming now. It's Christmas." But we've been out to her brother's house for Christmas dinner. I got back first. I thought I'd dive on the stream.
Oh yeah, all right, that's cool.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, I got a question. What D&D should I run?
5e. Or,
You insisting on running a version
Four.
of D&D?
I'm going to run a D&D game this year. What version should I run and why?
Are the players experienced with D&D or not?
Doesn't fucking matter. It's going to be Yahoo. It's going to be Yahoos from our community, so it doesn't fucking matter.
What do I want to play?
I'm just saying, what version should I run and why?
AD&D First Edition, just because I really want to play in a proper AD&D First Edition campaign, because I've only got to run AD&D First Edition. I never get to play. And I would really like to play in an AD&D First Edition game, just the core books, too. I don't want to play with all Unearthed Arcana.
The question is, do you want Bear to run with the properly deciphered AD&D First Edition initiative?
Whatever he wants to do. Because AD&D First Edition
it's very
one of those,
okay.
it's one of those beasts where, like, I don't think anybody but like Sean is the only one. Mage's Musings is the only one that I know that's figured that fucking game out. Everybody else, like, kind of, it's like, kind of like wings it. And I think that's part of the charm of AD&D First Edition is, playing it the way you want to play it. But really, my only reasoning is because I would like to play in a AD&D First Edition game.
Yeah. That's a valid reason, but like that's the question you have to ask Hubert. What you're trying to accomplish.
No. I asked a simple fucking question, and I would like the answer to this question before I give you any further details, which is what version of AD&D? You got me doing it. What version of D&D should I run from your perspective, and why? And then from that, we can build the conversation, and I will answer more questions at that point in time. But I want to hear everybody's first step. Cody said AD&D Raw.
My choice would be AD&D First Edition, but using OSE's initiative and surprise rules.
Yeah, okay. I agree.
Why?
Because that takes probably the worst bit out of AD&D, in my opinion, the really difficult initiative and surprise rules. Speeds up combat, but still gives you the balance of races and classes that was part of the charm of AD&D First Edition.
Okay. All right. Who else? So we got Cody, we got Yield Geek. Who else?
I'm going to say 4th edition so that Bear gets more comfortable with miniatures.
Not bad news. Okay, I want to make you clear of something, Brian. I have a tremendous amount of experience with miniatures. I'm choosing these days to do theater of mind because I play online, and I'm tired of hunting for battle maps to fit what I want to have happen. Then I can never get what I want. And then we'll use this tool, and then I sit down to use the tool, and I want to punch my fucking computer after 20 minutes. And I theater of mind. You're over there. There's a fountain. It looks like this. It's got things. Okay, great. And people get into it at that point in time, right?
Then fourth edition, Theater of the Mind.
Okay.
4th edition, Theater of the Mind.
Brian,
defy expectations.
Defy expectations. So you're saying you want me to run 4th edition because you want to see me run 4th edition, or you want me to run 4th edition because you think I should use more miniatures?
I'm honestly just trolling because I think you'd run a real answer. Because I think you'd run a good game regardless of edition, and I don't have a whole lot of experience with all of them.
Pander points.
Pretty much.
Don't listen, I will stick the attack cat on you.
I already have a cat on me.
Brian, I can't see you on camera, but I'm just suspecting you got a little brown right there.
Wow. A little bit. Brian, it's okay. I still love you, Brian. I still love you. Don't let them hate. All right, Curtis.
I honestly have no preference. I don't like how first edition AD&D makes me feel like a red shirt extra from an episode of Star Trek.
See fucking Vietnam.
But I know that third edition makes some people's heads explode because there's a lot of math involved. And 5th edition,
it's a whole other reason,
is 5th edition, and that kind of comes with its own kind of issues. So
okay.
So honestly, at this point, it's whatever system sings to you the most.
Okay, listen. I know it's Christmas, but Easter's going to be here soon, so get off the cross and pick a fucking direction, please.
Okay. 5th edition is the game I have the most experience and familiarity with, so we'll go with that.
Okay, that's a fair answer. I appreciate that. Now, Mr. Boivin, without having a deeper dive into what my thoughts are yet, are you able to say which edition you would prefer and why? That I should run, not your favorite version, but what you think I should run.
Official D&D, or we can go into the clone.
Official D&D, only official D&D. No Lamentations of the Flame Princess, no Adventure Conquer King, none of that.
Cody's timing is impeccable on that one.
Cody's spam.
No, but yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say as well, because like somebody was asking, and I love LOTFP, but I would say like go Rule Cyclopedia then.
And why?
Because it's the old school, it's the old school one. Like it's the going back to the you got an odd relationship with the OSR. It'd be like giving it another new fair shake, I guess. I don't know.
Interesting.
Why not?
All right. I can respect that statement. Mr. Liao, Max Liao, you keep
Mr. Boivin just took my answer. Rule Cyclopedia. I'm an AD&D second edition guy. All you one-y want to translate Gygax to English nuts.
I'm a second edition guy too. But
I get your reason you want to try it. Rule Cyclopedia because it starts off the easiest and allows the best growth for the characters over time. Yes, it's race as class, but that to me is something that is enjoyable. I don't have an issue with stuff like that. It's again start simple, but adds mastery. It adds weapon proficiency, non-weapon proficiency, etc. in there as you're growing. So it's a game that will grow with you.
Interesting. Okay.
Also siege mechanics too, and so forth. That's some of the earlier basics didn't have.
All right, Cody and John went. So Bruce, do you have a horse you want to throw into this race?
Yeah, I'll say Rule Cyclopedia because while I spent probably 5.5, 6 years on second edition and all the splat books, all the black books, Rule Cyclopedia felt like it offered the most, especially with the additional appendices in the back where it gives you optional rules to bring in gnomes. It lets you have classes for if you are a dwarf or elf. It gives you up to 36 level, like what Max.
So I'm not going to run that long a game.
if you want a lifetime game, this is your advanced squad leader of the THACO of the Combat Matrix games. This really is.
Yeah.
And it offers it all within one concise tome. It gives you enough wiggle room to make your own rule set or own house rules for your game. And it gives you something that you can actually build upon with the weapon mastery chart that nobody else ever uses except for me. I think it's the best of the D&D brand.
I'm still waiting for Beckme Berserker to make his promised weapon mastery video where he explains it to me, because I've tried reading weapons mastery. I'm just like, I don't fucking understand this at all. Okay, cool. So now you've all basically... Oh, Dungeon Minister, would you like to join us? Absolutely, would be a pleasure to have you on, sir, and we'll keep the blasphemy to a minimum. Though you are Anglican, we get away with a lot more blasphemy in our faith. I'll happily send you the link somewhere if you'd like to join us, or if one of you guys have them, you can fire them off the link. But you'd be more than welcome to hop in with us, sir. Okay, so now that we've done that, now comes the part where you get to ask me questions like Mr. Boivin wanted to do, to see if you can narrow this down a little bit and figure it out from there. And I think that's a good idea, because it'll help me think about what I want to achieve. Because the only thought I have right now is I'm going to run D&D, and that's all I know. So what questions might you have?
Well, right off the bat, I'm going to ask you, why do you want to run D&D when you've been so violently against D&D for basically half of this year?
Because as I said about 2 months ago, I've changed my mind.
Okay.
I see the benefits for players, why players enjoy it, and I want to rediscover that love I once had.
Yeah, totally. Okay, I love it. So, what kind of?
I want to date that bitch who broke my heart.
So, what kind of experience do you want to get out of it? And that might narrow down what edition you want to play, because every edition of D&D is going to play very differently, right?
Define experience.
Do you want the old school D&D experience, or do you want more of the game that you run, which I know the kind of game you run more of a role play heavy, more story focused kind of game. And like, AD&D first editions could do that. Any edition of D&D can do that with the right group of players, but it's not really catered for that kind of play. Or do you want to play like a hardcore old school D&D kind of experience, or you kind of get my drift here.
Yeah. Okay. I will never run a dungeon crawl. That would be what I would say to sort of qualify that. I would always run my kind of game. I hate dungeon crawls. I have no interest in dungeon crawls. I find them tedious. I find them no fun. I don't take any enjoyment out of running them. I don't get to play myself as the DM like I do in the other types of games I run. You guys have seen how I run other games where I get to play as the DM with the world, and that makes me happy. So I get my fix, and I get to watch you guys be agents of chaos in my world, and that's really exciting to me. So I would say that would be the way it is. So that would be the first thing. Hey, Hungar, how you feeling, man?
Hey, guys. I actually got a little bit of sleep.
Good for you.
Oh, good.
Fought with
Merry Christmas,
doctor,
Hungar.
Fought with the surgeon.
Fought with the
the
surgeon.
surgeon? Shouldn't do that.
Well, he's an idiot.
No, that's not good.
I fired him. He's like, "You're fired." He sewed my stomach closed last night, like an idiot. And then this morning, today, he was trying to tell me that I wasn't swollen in my stomach, where part of my stomach's sticking out 2 inches further than the other part. And he violated me again, so he's fired.
So you're gonna do your own surgery now?
No, got a different.
Next Boyman School of Healthcare. What you need to do is when you live in the woods, you have to make the effort to learn how to remove your own appendix, because if your appendix bursts in the woods, you die.
I got a different surgeon, and you know what? It's better than a Canadian surgeon.
Well, that's not RC.
Canadian surgeon hands you 2 cyanide pills.
All right. Listen, when I let you guys in the conversation, we don't immediately turn this into the redneck follies like we do every other time, okay? I'm serious. I love you guys like play cousins, but I will boot your asses. I'm
Are
tired.
you guys talking about swimming?
I don't think so.
No.
I was listening to you guys while I was half asleep.
Wow. Swimming.
Yeah. And I saw Max Lau in a Speedo.
Sorry.
I think you were dreaming of your own stream, Hungar.
That's some good meds that got you on, man. Either way.
He's there swimming with the other cocoons at the pool.
Yeah, there you go.
To pick him up.
Seriously, I don't know what's going on. All right, well, let's get back to the question at hand, as we were going somewhere with it, and it was kind of fun. So to answer your question, Cody, I would still run my kind of game.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, I would say probably not first edition AD&D then, because I don't think it would cater well to your type of game. Rule Cyclopedia definitely would. AD&D second edition would fit the bill.
Oh, for sure.
So yeah, that's kind of things I would think about, is what kind of style of campaign do you want to run, and then what edition of D&D is going to fit that bill better, right?
How much? A question for you, Bear. How much sort of focus are you putting on the physical resource management in terms of when they go into the wilderness and that sort of stuff? Are you going to have them being very careful in terms of tracking ammo and food and water and making the wilderness living and breathing, or are you just going to be hand waving that sort of stuff?
I could say that when I first started running D&D, and I'm using that as a broad, generic term.
The part of Bear will be played by Hungar.
That all I did was run dungeons. Because, it would have everything on the graph paper, everything written down. It'd be like, railroad these people. They're not playing, they're listening to my story, damn it. And the more experience and the longer I've done it, I hardly ever run a dungeon. I don't like running dungeons. I'd rather run wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, real quick. I'm going to interrupt here. I have to work tonight, so I'm going to bounce so I can get a nap. Everybody, Merry Christmas. I'm so glad I got to see y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll probably be listening in the regular stream, but Anyway, thank you. My present for 2023 was getting to know all of you guys, and so thank you for that. So,
Aw. Well, Merry Christmas
Brian.
to you too, sir.
I regret
All right.
everything, Brian.
Have a good
I
one.
regret
Take
everything.
care, Brian. We will
Brian.
talk about
All of
England
it.
at some point.
all right. Bye, guys. And
Here's
Bear,
my number.
you can regret it, but I'm
Yet
still
you
calling
know
you a
me.
friend.
Unsubscribe to me, Brian. Go away. Love you, Brian. Bye.
Bye, guys.
And anyway, my
Yeah.
point for asking that particular question,
Yeah.
Bear, is if you want
I can
wildernesses
answer
to be
I
okay.
can answer it.
Go on.
Moderate levels of that. To
Moderate.
be honest, I'm not into
Just-
again. Nothing bores me more than okay, Max. You do your thing, buddy. Nothing bores me more than a game that is logistics. It's tedious to me. We're playing a game where people can wiggle their fingers and fire shoots out of it, but let's track every fucking ration bit, and you know, like that. That just is tiresome to me. I'm not
See,
here
I
to play
like-
survivalist. I know you like.
I
it. You're
like-
British. You guys
I
have
like-
rationing
yeah,
your entire
I
life.
like that sort of thing.
It's a whole part of being British. I get it.
I was going to say, because if you want to do that sort of thing, then certainly don't touch 5e because
Don't block your Locutus of board, Congar. We like you as Locutus.
No, I've got like a sniper pointing at me.
Because 5e can basically nullify all of that by second or third level with a number of the various backgrounds and skills that characters can get. So a ranger can make the whole point.
No. I think 5e is too much. 5e is a bridge too far in that direction, and 1e is a bridge too far in the other way. You know what I mean? Like there's a happy medium between the two, which was most of my adult life role playing was second edition, which really made it all come together nicely. But I like heroic fantasy. I like the idea of the players being the stars of the show, and you know, not just mooks, you know, who are desperately trying to avoid dysentery in the wilds. Like that's just fuck. I can go camping if I want to experience that shit. You know what I mean? Like it's not what I role play for.
So do you
So I
like
take
Raid.
middle ground. What?
you
I
like
said
high
no
magic
camp.
games?
No, I don't like high magic games. I find high magic off-putting. It just becomes a superhero game, and I might as well just run a superhero game at that point in time, or play Ars Magica or something else where magic is the mage. You know what I mean? Like if I'm going to play fantasy, I want Willow. I want Lord of the Rings. I want Krull. I want even some Conan. You know what I mean? I want everybody's character to have a purpose and a place and an ability, and I don't want one guy to shoot ahead of everybody else to the point where it's like Wizard and those other fuckers. You know what I mean? Like that's just that bores the living tears out of me. That's why I don't tend to run campaigns that last past level 6 or 7 when using third edition, right? Because that's about the sweet spot. Once you get past level 6, it starts turning into, hey, look at that wizard. You know, like he's amazing. He can take out an army with one thing. So that bores me. But for resource management, John, my answer would be clearly somewhere in the middle. You know what I mean?
Probably go for World Encyclopedia then, but I know it might sound somewhat heretical, but if you obviously if you're first level character in BECME Rules Encyclopedia, you are incredibly weak. So maybe start at third level. I hate doing that, but
no, I would never do that. I would probably use my experience system at that point in time, but otherwise, I don't know. I wouldn't even debate what level to start at. But I like answering questions right now because it's helping me form thoughts. So if anybody has any other questions, let me know. I'll answer them right now.
I think you should keep it low level.
Okay, that's not a question. That's an opinion, sir.
I think
Okay.
the Bible is the
But-
sweet spot.
There's reasons why I think low level would work best for you. I think if we're going to get into some weeds here, I think you probably don't want to run dungeon crawls, nor do you want to run Birthright.
No, I wouldn't run Birthright. It's an interesting thing, but I would never know what to do in Birthright.
Well, Birthright's an interesting game for the fact that you can basically have random encounters, or you can have like random events happen to the kingdom, or your players can just take the helm and they're literally like, we're going to this hex on the map, what's there? And let them do something of that nature, where it kind of becomes more like a medieval version of Dune, where they're going from parish to parish and doing stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, but is there a question in there for me, or are you just
What type of game do you want to run? I don't care about what type of rule set you use. I just want to know what type of game.
Heroic adventuring fantasy where they're going out and doing important stuff and facing big monsters and saving the day and rubbing elbows with people and making enemies and all that kind of good stuff.
Is Dungeons and Dragons the system that you really truly want to use?
Yes.
Okay, guys, the point. Okay.
Mr. Bear, I have
Hungar, talk about whatever you want because I'm giving up on this conversation.
no. How do you?
I've made it clear I want to run D&D, so telling me to consider other game systems is not an answer to what version of D&D should I run, right?
How do you feel about party death?
Oh, I'll kill players. I don't give a fuck. As long as it's good, as long as it plays well, I don't mind if players die. Characters die. Players not so much. I'd hate if players died. That would be sad.
I think second edition would be the perfect balance for what you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's still got the old school D&D feel, but it's also does really well for heroic play later on. But you're still starting at the bottom. You still got to build up, but the survivability is a lot higher at first level than it is in other editions of D&D, old school D&D before second edition.
I would argue it's actually a little more difficult to survive in second edition at first level than it is in first edition.
How so?
For example, the Ranger class has a lot more hit points. The default stat generation method in second edition is 3d6 down the line.
No, they have like 4, 5, 6 methods right in the player's handbook.
The default method is straight down the line, but you can use variant methods if you wish. But the game is balanced around 3d6 down the line. The second edition, that's the standard method in the player's handbook. I think it's more difficult, and I think armors tend to be a little more expensive. Decent armor tends to be a little more expensive in the second edition.
Oh, is it? Is it more expensive?
Certainly, multi-class characters, for example, multi-class fighter mages, elven fighter mages, are much weaker in second edition than they are in first.
I would agree with you there. Yeah, I would agree with you there.
So you've got certain things that certain classes are nerfed a little. But you've got more flexibility in terms of your mages, your pure mages, and your pure clerics. So there is a bit of a balance there, but I think slightly second edition is slightly tougher than first.
Okay.
Well, I would say like the saving throws and stuff are tougher in first edition though, right? Because it's got a lot more save and die kind of stuff as opposed to second edition. It's not purely save or die like versus poison and things like that.
First edition had variability in its poisons.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. But if you look under the monster manual, a lot of that stuff is, and I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've looked at first edition. I'm no expert on it, but from what my memory is, it seemed like there was a lot more of that in first edition than in second edition.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they beefed up a lot of the monsters in second edition.
Yeah, you could be right. Yeah.
And level advancement is a little slower in second edition. So you don't get the default is not gold.
Right, you don't get experience for gold as default.
Hold that thought, YouTube, because I love the brain trust that's happening. But I would like Bruce to explain what he meant by I stated that maybe you shouldn't play D&D to send you around a mountain and still send you towards TSR version of D&D. I don't understand what you mean there, sir.
Well, the reason why I said that was that you want to play a heroic style game where players kill big monsters and they have fun and do heroic shit. The TSR version of D&D, and I'll even focus even more so on the BECME or BX version, because you only have one damage value, whereas with AD&D first and second ed, you have different values for different size of monsters. So you stay with something that's more streamlined, but yet you still have something that feels very heroic. And the reason why I was doing that was because you have all these options, especially in the expert and the BECME, the champions, the Immortal series, all these options to do literal heroic stuff from first level all the way to where you're fucking immortal. If you wish to do that, you can completely change the entire idea of what D&D is to you is going to be completely different than any Redditard that's out there that only thinks Dungeons and Dragons started with third edition because they got rid of Thaco. You're gonna
I
have
love you, Bruce, but I love that you also managed to sneak in a slam against people at the same time. You are the man, sir. You are the man.
I think that the heroic aspect that you have with the pre-1999 Dungeons and Dragons brand allows you so much variance, and they're still so similar that if you decide to run second ed, you can still go back to basic versions of the game and grab an adventure module, have very little pain in converting it to your game. And if you decide to take it to where you're doing property rights and transfers of power and lineage and legacy gaming, it's all available with a small tweak in the rules. A lot of that's also in the Dragon magazine. You can find an article here or there, and a lot of that's been uploaded to the web. And if you guys know where to look, you can find out exactly what Gary might have thought about certain ideas and what other people that work for TSR thought about those ideas as well. That's my piece.
Okay. Hungar, you had something you wanted to say?
I want to bring up the combat thing. I don't mind combat lasting a little long, especially if you're going to be describing what's going on in combat. Everybody's always talking about streamline combat, make it fast. But combat is a very important part of the game for the players.
Sure.
So why does it depend on the intended frequency of combat as to whether long combats are desirable or not?
Yeah, but your players shouldn't be running around like in a WoW, running it up against a monster every 5 steps.
That's true. Yeah.
Combat should be meaningful. If they're fighting nonstop all the time, it's the same as fighting magic weapons all the time. It stops becoming meaningful in the game.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't disagree. Guys, I'll have to step out for a while. I need to go eat something because I cannot concentrate anymore. I'm just
you ever eat just to flex on your buddy who's in the hospital, not allowed to eat?
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Hungar, I'm not ordering a pizza because you're sick and I don't want to eat a pizza in front of you, man.
Whatever you do, Hungar, don't go to our Discord. Don't go to the Discord either, and don't look at the shit talk section of Bear's Discord.
Yeah, but it's my first meal of the day too, so...
You haven't eaten yet?
No.
You haven't had a chance to go into the woods and kill a small furry animal, I understand.
Yeah, that's where the neighbor lady sits and waits for Max.
Yeah, that's what's gonna. We'll be reading about a missing family in New Richmond next week. I understand. Okay, there we go.
But I'll come back later on.
Okay. Well, we'll be on until I decide to put a bullet in my head or go to bed, one or the other. So we'll
Merry Christmas, Max.
Merry Christmas, Hungar. I'll see you back later, guys. Take care. I'll keep listening. It's an interesting conversation you're having now. Take care.
Okay. And like I said, Sean, you want to jump in? You got the link in the Zeg. You already know where to get it. And Dungeon Minister, if you'd like to join us, we'll find a way to get the link to you as well. This is, for us who have channels to talk tonight. Okay, so
Bear, do you know Jade's Tabletop Tavern?
No.
Okay, he's one of my creators.
I know Jade. I've met Jade, but I don't know his channel.
Okay, well, he's got a channel.
Mm-hmm.
It's been up and operating for about a year.
Mm-hmm.
Jade's good, dude.
Yeah, I'll let my peers here speak for him. But if you're doing a creator only stream, I would like for him to get some visibility as well.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I do also have Sean, and Sean is a regular here, and I'd love if Sean wants to come in. I'd take him first right now, to be honest. But we'll see what's up. I've thrown it up. We got 3 people there who have channels. If they want to come in, Dungeon Minister, Jade, or Mage's Musings, let me know. We'll get you the link. We'll throw you into the chat. In the meantime, and in between time, let's continue the chat we're having. Who just showed up? Sean's here. Hi, Sean.
What's up, buddy?
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, right.
I am home from my mother's.
Well, welcome home.
Merry Christmas.
So, Cody, I think for your experience, what you want, Sean is your man. You know what I mean? Because he can run you first edition by the book and understands it and can really give you the experience you want from that. I don't think I would be able to give you that experience. I don't think I would want to give you that experience because I'm just not that in the woods or in the weeds on that game system, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think the main thing I was asking here, I was just saying that for my own personal thing. I actually like many different kinds. I actually like playing many different styles of games, if you haven't noticed. So, like, I like the storytelling, heavy role playing, but I also like the hardcore, old school experience as well. So, I was just kind of joking about that, but like we're mainly talking about what you want out of the game, and I think we're kind of getting the feeling of what you want out of the game. And it seems to me that AD&D in one version or the other in my opinion, would really cater well to what you want. It's not too over the top, heroic, but it's still a little bit more heroic than, say, BX or BECME or White Box or what have you.
Okay, so I want to say, I'm just writing a comment to someone who said something that I need to address, but I want to address that. So give me a quick second. Okay, so there is a misconception about me that I've noticed happens from time to time, that Bear runs this type of game, which is absolutely nonsense, because Bear has run games since 1985, and Bear runs lots of different games and lots of different styles of games. I've run, hardcore dungeon crawl games, didn't care for them, but I've run them. I've run epic fantasy, tales, story, interactive NPCs, all that crazy stuff, and all stops in between. I'm not saying 100% I'm going to run that level of crazy, because I don't plan on doing a long campaign. I just want to do a couple of sessions of D&D to have some fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm asking you guys what system and why. And that was my opening, was because I didn't want to put any of my thoughts onto it until I heard what you guys had to say. Now you guys are asking me to clarify. Naturally, I'm going to default to some settings, because those are, that's my safe spaces, right? But I don't know what I would run at the end of the day. I don't know what kind of campaign I would run at the end of the day.
I only came in halfway through talk, so I was trying to catch up. So you're going to run a D&D game, but you only want to run sort of a limited series, a mini series, not a full campaign.
Sure, that's one way to say it. Yeah,
and you're trying to
unless I'm wrong, and we start playing and we go, holy fuck, this is amazing. We don't want to stop. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just,
But that's barring change. But assuming everything goes as planned, it's going to be a mini series. It's a one and done after a few sessions.
Sure, let's say that's what the plan is.
Okay. Then I would probably, my thoughts would be, go basic or OSE or something like that, because the more advanced systems are great for longer term campaigns, because you have all that more nuance and detail. Whereas you get something like BECME or Old School Essentials is nice and pared back. You're not delving too much into detail. You can just focus on what you're going for. You're going for the overarching story, which is going to include. That doesn't count setting. I'm just talking base system, right?
One other question is: are you planning on streaming it, or are you running it in Discord?
I honestly can't say right now.
Well, that will also make a difference, because if you're streaming, you're going to want something that's a little lighter on the rules, so you can just go and keep the pace going, as opposed to delving into niddly little rules.
If you're streaming, then definitely
that is very true. That is very true.
If you're streaming, then definitely BECME, Rules Cyclopedia, BX would be much, much better than any of the AD&D options, because they can grind you down a little bit with the rules, and they can slow down, because there's more to take into account when you get into the inevitable combats. Whereas initiative supplies very, very quick and smooth in BX, BECME, Rules Cyclopedia.
Now, AD&D is great if you really want to delve and have all sorts of detail and nuance and stuff like that. That will slow your game down and can affect the pace. So you want players who are okay with that, as well as yourself, of course.
Of course. I don't think I'd stream it, honestly. I think I'd just run it for some people offline, so we could just not feel the pressure of being in front of humans. Also, so we can get beyond the 2-hour limit, because I don't think stream games should go longer than 2 hours.
I said heresy.
Oh, heresy.
Oh, heresy. Okay, well, there you go.
He likes the 8-hour stream games, right?
I thought you were calling an animal named Z.
But for me, I don't know. I don't know what that would be. That's something I haven't decided yet. I don't know on that. But for me, it would be. I don't know. I honestly can't answer right now. I can't make the thought process connect in my brain as to what would be the sweet spot for me. You know what I mean? Look, it's just I feel like I would like to run a D&D game. That's all I know. That's all I know, right? I don't even know if I'd run it in Greyhawk. I don't know anything else beyond I'd just like to run a D&D game. So I wanted to hear some options from people about what their versions of D&D they'd like to play or see playing or whatever the case may be. See played or whatever their cases may be, because I want to see some outside input on this, because I have all my own stupid opinions about D&D all the time, right? So I'd like to hear some other people's stupid opinions about D&D and then see if I can come up with a really stupider opinion about D&D and run with that. I don't know.
Then I would say 2E because it has the dwarf splat book.
You can always take that dwarf splat book and adapt it to basic, right?
Yeah, well, when we played with it, we were playing 1E, but my brother allowed it in because the differences between 1E and 2E are really not that major. But I've always been a fan of 2E.
They are reasonably compatible, yeah, but there are also some noticeable differences too. It's one of those things that in some ways they're identical, and other ways they differ so much. You're like, oh crap. I know transitioning from 2E to 1E permanently. The 2E was my thing for 30 years, and so I finally decided to go full retro and retire from 2E.
I'm gonna remove Max from the live part of the stream, so I'm gonna remove him from the stage. If you want to give Jade the link, Bruce, go right ahead and he can join us.
He
can't come on.
He says he can't come on, but I'll give him the link anyway. Jade, it's in Table Breakers. Garrett was nice enough to put it there.
Jade Levy.
One of the biggest differences I found between 2E and 1E were the general expectations of the game in terms of how rewards were provided, how adventures were planned out. 2E started going more into the extended story quests, whereas 1E still very much favoured the into the dungeon, out of the dungeon approach, and the XP mechanics favoured that, the leveling mechanics favoured that, whereas 2E sort of broke from that.
I don't even have 1E and 2E anymore. Like, I don't even have them in my collection anymore. I sold them all off with you guys, right? So I don't have Rule Cyclopedia, I don't have 1E, and I don't have 2E anymore. All I have is BX and OSE 3rd edition, and that's it.
That'll do it. BX OSE is your basic, so you're already covered for rule set. Like, it's not like you need to rebuy another system.
Well, I have PDFs of everything, that's for sure.
Well, another thing is, like, if you really wanted hard copies of 1E or 2E, you can get them print on demand for fairly dirt cheap.
You could also run, if you're running a short-term game, there's nothing wrong with 3.0, 3.5.
Oh, there's plenty wrong with 3.0, 3.5.
You know, that people talk shit about that, but people still play it and have
No, I ran it exclusively for about 5 years, and I got to the point where I was tired of watching players chase the +1. That's what most annoyed me about that game, was the constant chasing the +1. It was just exhausting.
I don't allow those people on my table.
No, but it's not even a question of those people. It's the way the game is designed. The game is designed to make you chase the +1s to add up to a good mod to succeed at the event. That's why armor classes go to 27 and 32 and all that kind of crazy garbage, right? Ultimately, before I would ever run 3, I would run 5. Before I would run 3, because at least 5 doesn't make me go insane with that. There's other shit in 5 that pisses me off for sure, but 3 3 just pisses me off, like on a regular basis.
If you look at the regular DC chart for 5th edition, it's also a lot more consistent for the edition. Like, for example, like a 20th level rogue in 5th edition still has to roll something like roll 4 or higher to unlock a medium lock, right? So there's still a margin of fail. There's still a potential for failure, even for, relatively routine tasks, as opposed to 3rd edition / Pathfinder, where you might have a 10th level rogue where it's just like, I literally cannot make a lock hard enough for him to fail it because of all the various pluses and bonuses and whatnot. So the DC example chart in 5th edition is at least consistent throughout the gaming experience. Now, you would never go to level 20. In fact, most people say once you get to level 11, stop. But
I'd stop at level 5 personally, but
In which
Well,
5th edition or 3?
in 5th edition, yeah.
Look, I would clearly state that I wouldn't run 3rd, 4th, or 5th right now. And the reason why I wouldn't run 3rd, 4th, or 5th right now is I want the diversity and the variety of character classes. I want the level 7 fighter with the level 3 wizard. You know what I mean? I want that kind of stuff. I like the old school XP. The question is BX gold for XP, right? First edition, I don't remember what you get for XP, and then
You
second
don't have
edition.
to give gold for XP.
No, I'm just saying that's. I know I don't have to do things. I also understand. I'm just talking about how the games are designed, Bruce. So in that situation, second edition is monsters for XP, if I recall correctly. It's been a long time since I've played second edition.
Basic with monsters for XP, I think.
Yeah, it's basically monsters for XP.
Yeah. So ultimately, it's weird. It's everyone says, "Oh, it's all D&D." It's not all D&D. Each edition of D&D sort of suggests a different play style, suggests a different campaign style, and that's something that needs to be paid attention to in making these decisions. Because, like Sean was saying, 1E might not be the right fit for something short-term, quick, and fun. It might be it pays off dividends later as opposed to up front, right? So it's things like that we got to pay attention to. I think I could be wrong because you guys are the D&D experts. I'm not. I'm clearly not the D&D expert.
I know
Nobody's an expert. We just know what we love.
I mean, I
know love you, Sean.
I know you've already said you don't particularly want to go into all the clones and what have you. But if it's the gnarliness of 1E and how some of it's put together that's putting you off, then Osric is a very, very good alternative. Because it redescribes initiative. It redescribes.
If I was going to get into the clones, I would use this.
Right. Okay.
If I was going to get into the clones,
so use it. You've got the book right there. And
the thing is the plan is to run D&D, not Myth and Magic.
Well,
don't shrug. There's a purpose to my madness.
If you want to run official D&D, then then BX or Beckme, I think, is your choice for a short-term campaign.
Right. And I agree.
Rules. You're familiar with them. You don't. Yeah. There's not a massive learning curve. I don't know who your players are going to be, if they're going to be regulars or new people. So, but assuming new people, there's not a big learning curve.
It's also the least stress on you as DM because it's the easiest to quickly make things up on the fly.
And very easy to
I do house rule the shit out of BX. Curtis, you had something you want to say? Your hands up like a gentleman. I appreciate
for what it's worth, even in Pathfinder and 5th edition in my home games, it's still, I don't track experience points whatsoever. In order to level up, you have to go to a trainer, and that costs a lot of gold. So even in 3rd and 5th edition, I still technically do gold as experience points, but it's one of those things where it's like you need the gold in order to pay the trainer in order to level up. That's how I do it.
It heartbreaks me that there is no good D&D Saga version.
Cody's holding a white box.
Yes, Cody showing off.
Show off.
Yeah, that D&D needs a good Saga version.
Like, it breaks my heart because Star Wars Saga was such a good edition of a game, and then knowing or believing it was going to be the D&D that was going to be 4th edition was so hot, and then it didn't, and it was like, and it breaks my heart that no one picked that up and did something with it, And I was told, apparently erroneously, that 13th Age did, but apparently it turns out 13th Age didn't do that type of stuff.
That's because 4th edition's license is absolutely abhorrent and is still in place to this day.
But Saga edition wasn't 4th edition, sir. So the 4th edition license has nothing to do with it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Saga was really a tease.
It really was, eh?
Yeah, because I mean, like
the
that's
Tinder
what I
picture
thought.
that's super hot, and then you get there and it's not the girl from the picture. You're like, what the fuck? Who's this?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought they were going to do for 4th edition.
Everyone, they said so. They literally said it at Gen Con that year, It's like, and then, nope, fuck you. We're doing this whole other thing that's going to have powers. And I like 4th edition. I don't dislike 4th edition at all. But, we never got to see that. BX I've run a lot of BX, actually, and it's fun. It's enjoyable.
Well, see, there's your experience with the system, too. It is D&D. It's, it. You ostensibly like it.
I don't hate it.
I think that if you're going to run a short-term campaign and you want to be D&D, that's your answer.
Yeah.
BX is great.
Saga swipe left. Thanks, Dice Tales.
like John was saying and Sean was saying, it is so easy and fast and fun, you know.
But
And
BX,
even if, yeah, it's a great game. I mean, it's an absolute masterpiece for D&D.
Characters die fast, though.
Yeah, I mean, even if they die, though, it takes 2 minutes to roll up a new BX character. And
Have
you're good.
everybody make 3. You always have one ready to go.
Bear,
yes.
did you ever play Castles and Crusades?
Oh fuck yeah.
Do you have to run D&D? Because that is the last game. That's the last game that Gary designed or helped out on, and I feel it captures the spirit of the game very well. The system's elegant.
I don't like Castles and Crusades.
Really?
It's got
So
a lot of third edition.
I was a part of the Castles and Crusades community. I was there, and I was there when the old lore was written with the first edition of it all. And I got to the point where I got so fucking tired of asking a question like, how could we do this in the rules type of thing? And so we'll just make it a siege check. And it was like they were fucking in a cult, and the only answer to everything was siege check. And it just got me so tired of the game and the community, and they're a great community, and I love the trolls. They're really nice guys, and they're really good to their fucking fan base and all that. But I like being able to have conversations about game mechanics. That's why Max Boivin and I get along so well, is we can get into these really interesting conversations about mechanics and ideas. And when every answer to your question is make it a siege check, it's like, well, then why don't you just make the whole fucking game a siege check at that point? You know what I mean? Like, why have anything else? So it kind of soured the milk in my mouth for that one game. I still have my 4th printing. I love the 4th Crusade covers. They're really good. But
so the villain in your game that you play is going to be a cult worshiping the mighty siege check, right?
Exactly.
That's great.
No, I mean, like, I like the Castle Keeper's Guide because it introduced some interesting ideas, and I love how they handled multi-classing. I thought that was a really good way to go, to basically stop doing multi-classing, right? Good night, Dungeon Minister. Thanks for stopping by, man. Hope you're doing all right. Don't know whose channel you're in, but nice to see you, sir.
Cheers, Aaron.
Good night, Padre.
But yeah, Castles and Crusades, fine game, just not a game for me. I mean, ultimately, like I said, if I was going to step out of official D&D, I'd probably look at Myth and Magic as something to run, just because most of you have never played it, right? So that's interesting. That should be interesting for you to go, what is this fucking game, right? And B, it's the closest clone that isn't for Golden Glory that is to 2nd edition. Like, it is really a 2nd edition Neo clone, and that's what makes it kind of special in my heart, you know. So that's what I would do there. If I was going to do official D&D at this point, I would either want to finally take the dive into Beckme and explore Beckme and see where I could go with it, or BX OSE, because that works really well as well.
Well, you're familiar with BX and OSE. Beckme is a marginal step. Like, it's almost
slightly different. Yeah, very slight.
Yeah,
but I think that's the other problem, is that I don't think I want to do something I know that well. You know what I mean? I think I want to experience something new as well. I want to try something that challenges me. I want to do something that forces me to think differently. So maybe looking at other D&Ds is the way to go, right? I wouldn't do OE. I wouldn't do white box or brown box or anything. That stuff's way too simplistic for me. I had Swords and Wizardry, and I read it, and I'm like, okay. It feels like there's missing parts to this game ultimately for me. All the BX clones. Sorry, what?
That's the problem I have with Swords and Wizardry. It just feels like there's a part of the foundation. Where's the rest of the game?
Yeah, you got the walls. Where the fuck's the furniture?
Yeah. Well, the point is you're supposed to fill in the blanks. That's kind of the charm of white box D&D.
And that's not a bad
I'm
idea.
gonna bounce again. I'm falling asleep.
Hunger, rest, man.
Yeah, Hunger, man.
Rest, buddy.
Update us. Let us know how you're feeling, buddy.
Yeah, peace, love, and turkey greetings. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. No worries. No worries, Hungarino. No worries. Oh my God, look how far we've dropped down now. We went from 8 to 6. Look at that. Actually, we were at 9 at one point. How crazy was that? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where I'm going with it. I've also got Palladium Fantasy that could be a potential thing to run, I guess, at the end of the day. I don't know. Fucking Cody just got a boner.
Yes, that one. Fuck D&D. Let's play Palladium Fantasy. Because nobody runs Palladium Fantasy.
Fuck D&D. Cody, you're dead to me.
But I'd have to learn it. That's the problem with Palladium Fantasy. I'd have to read the fucking book.
There's nothing to learn about Palladium Fantasy except for the lore. The rule system's simple. I just hate
Yeah?
the rule system.
Yeah?
I think it is. Yeah.
I'm dyslexic. That rule system is a fucking Byzantine nightmare of shitty layout, sadly.
I completely agree. I despise how they write Palladium Fantasy. I despise the rule set. I want one simple die roll for everything, which is why I'm going with D100 for my game. But you guys want to do D20s to hits and D percentiles for skill checks? Go ahead. That's all you.
But don't you do that in D&D?
No.
Yeah. So what does a thief use
D20
for skill
the
checks?
game that I play is Pathfinder. I play a D20 roll plus your bonuses. Give me the target number or you fail.
Right. We were talking about old school D&D though, compared to Palladium, right?
Yeah, but old school D&D doesn't use percentiles except for the thief class.
Correct.
And
But there's no
And the
other
ranger
skills
for
besides-
tracking.
Yeah.
They're rangers, bards, and thieves. But other than that, you don't have percentiles really.
Other than that, what else have the Romans done for us?
I mean, I don't play a lot of second ed. I played a lot of basic, which is all D20 based. I played a lot of years of second ed, but my player base, like, I would turn over a table every 4 sessions because another TPK happened, or the dice got hot on my end. That's just what happens. And so my longest lasting games rule was Beckme or Rule Cyclopedia. So we would always go back to that because we could have a character that would, get to 7th level. That was what happened. And my player base seemed to really like that version of the game better.
And people wonder
No
why
speed
5th edition exists.
Again?
People wonder why what?
People wonder why 5th edition exists.
What's your reasoning?
Because specifically what he just said right there. Because sometimes you're just going to have sessions where everyone freaking dies.
5th edition, a game that exists because it doesn't like TPKs in the editions before that. That's not a real game to me.
I've had more TPKs in
But that's
5e than any other game except BX.
I mean, and that's how you run, and that depends on how you run it. That also depends on how stupid the players are. But
No, I just trusted the CR system functioned before we all figured out that the CR system was complete shit.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But that Bruce, that may be your perspective, and that's still a valid perspective. But that's what players complain about the most: is bad DMs that throw them into bad situations. They get TPK'd, and that upsets them. And we're going to have 4 players outweighing the voice of 1 DM when it comes to Wizards of the Coast.
Sure.
And I'm not even saying 5th edition doesn't have a right to exist. I'm just saying, like, when I get into these discussions with a lot of the OSR crowd, they shit on the game, and I'm like, well, this is the pattern of behavior that has led to 5th edition existing.
I thought it was the pattern of behavior because the shareholders were like, we're losing money on Hasbro. We need a new edition.
I mean, there's that too. That also applies. But
No, it was because 4th edition was such a giant failure and Pathfinder was eating their lunch and they needed to reclaim their dominance in the field. You can't blame them for that.
That's fair.
I mean, I thought it was great that there was somebody that could actually take out Wizards of the Coast as the top dog of the RPG pile.
By taking their idea, making it better, and then selling it back to them. Like,
yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I love Pathfinder 1st edition. I love everything about it. Well, because we played a crap ton of games with it. But at the same time, it's like let's not pretend Peso did anything revolutionary here. They were just like, oh, you abandoned 3rd edition. Well, we'll just take 3rd edition, make it better, and then sell it to people. And turns out people just wanted more 3rd edition instead of 4th.
They added a grapple that works. That's the part that pissed off the majority of fucking Wizards because their entire push for 4th ed was, hey, there's no grapple. And Paizo's like, we'll show you how this works.
That's fair.
Yes,
I remember
Dan,
reading
White Wolf did overtake D&D for a while in the early 90s. White Wolf is why we had girls come to our tables nationwide. That was not just a niche thing anymore. That was like the entire reason why game stores started selling D10 games, because you could have both sexes go in and buy shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I had girls in my games back in college. I think Canada and America had very different experiences with the whole gender and role playing, because we had girls playing all the time back in high school. In high school, yes, but in college, tons. And that was the mid to late 80s.
I'm so sorry to derail the conversation with my offhanded comment, by the way.
Well, you should be thinking carefully about that, sir, you bad boy. Jade, if you're home, do you want to jump in or you can't jump in at all, sir? Is that what we're saying? Let's see what Jade says to that. But okay, so without getting into an edition war and arguing about the politics of gaming and the corporate shenanigans and all that good stuff, I think ultimately what we're taking away from this conversation is what I'm taking away from this conversation is the following: long, in-depth campaign, AD&D first edition. Short term, could die, might not die, get in, get out, BX. Middle ground, second edition. Sorry, didn't mean to. Second edition. Second edition. Ultimately, everyone thinks I should play something else. that's what I took away from this entire conversation.
Well, the real question.
You specifically said you wanted to play D&D, so
Yes.
really, let's remove all the other options. Now, here's the other thing. I mean, throwing my hat towards BECME again. BECME does have good long-term options too. Like the Rule Cyclopedia had good campaign, domain play stuff, rules like that. So if it's a short-term game that does become long-term unexpectedly, BECME is a good option because all that stuff is laid out nicely for you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but BECME, I mean, that's Rule Cyclopedia as well, right? That's the mix of the two. Yeah. So, but weapons mastery confuses the living tar paper out of me. Like, I don't understand it.
I'm working on my video just for you, Bear.
Thank you, boss.
One of many that I'm procrastinating on.
Yeah, well, being dyslexic and then having a massive table of little symbols that don't have lines connecting them, so I kind of got to figure out what connects to what. It is wow, that's like difficult for my brain.
Gotta have the whole mapping slide rule going on.
I need a flow chart. You know what I mean? Like that's what I need. I need like if this, if then that, if not this, then I'm like, okay, that works. You know, but so I get
weapon mastery is actually really good. You know, when you take a deep dive into it, once you grasp it, it's like okay, because it's simple, it's easy to learn, but it does give you the weapon variation that BECME lacks.
Okay, interesting.
So, you guys are talking about BECME now. So I didn't suggest that earlier because I didn't know how long of a campaign you were planning on running, and I just thought going straight for Rule Cyclopedia is better. But there is no system better in all of D&D better than BECME for graduating you through the game, and especially if you got new people of teaching it.
Even as a 3rd edition and 5th edition like master, I can agree with what Max Leo said because
but we're talking D&D.
Yeah, let me get there because 3rd edition and 5th edition all had the exact same issue where high play just falls apart. It just frankly just falls on its face. BECME does long-term gaming, especially into higher level play, much better than any other system.
Okay, on my channel right now, there is a 14th level game that because of December, we're on hiatus. We've ran it for 4 years. How does Pathfinder 3.x break down for people? I do not understand this.
Because a lot of 3rd edition DMs and Pathfinder 1E DMs just don't know how to properly challenge characters above level 12-ish.
I have 8 players.
I was saying most, not all of them.
Yeah, but are you playing rules as written?
Me?
Yeah. No, you're not.
Yeah,
you've explained it a bunch of times. You're not.
Like I'm not. Like chain lightning requires a touch attack to hit your target, and he gets no reflex save. He's the fucking epicenter of the chain lightning. That really pisses off Kamal because he cheeses a character. He never tells you the right roll that he rolled anyway because he can't fucking fail a saving throw. So I'm fucking pegging you on this, Kamal. I'm sorry, dude, but I've only seen you roll one.
Bruce, it's Christmas. Get it out. Get it all out, man.
Get it all. Yeah, I mean, this has only happened to me over the last 10 years, multiple times. Love you, bud, but we have to help you. We're trying to reform you and get you to be honest with your dice and your bonuses. I had to make that rule change because I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Why does the guy that's the target of the chain lightning and the epicenter of the chain lightning, why does he get a save? That guy of all people does not get a save. Easy fix. Roll a touch attack against his AC. Now he gets to fry, and everybody around him, they get the reflex save. That's awesome. And I've had a whole bunch of other rule changes I've got. Like you can't play any class out of Pathfinder. I make certain classes available outside of the core rulebook. I absolutely have a prejudice against a lot of shit that Paizo's written because they are on fucking copium trying to make their miserable fan fiction official. So fuck Paizo all the way to the base of my fucking elbow.
All right. Now show me on the owlbear where Paizo touched you.
The owlbear is amazing. Owlbear druids.
Actually,
If I show you that, I get kicked off of YouTube.
well, it's mine. You know, you can stop co-streaming and then just get me kicked off. Cody, you had a point you wanted to make? I saw your hand go up.
Yeah. So the real question is, are we going to play Stonehenge tomorrow? But yeah, you didn't get the joke. So my real question
is this a Spinal Tap gag?
Yeah, it's Spinal Tap.
Nice.
But I was going to say,
who were they? Where did they come from?
Stonehenge was in trouble of getting trampled by a fucking dwarf. But no, I was going to say I love D&D, but if I had the option to play in a D&D or Palladium Fantasy, I'd rather play Palladium Fantasy just because nobody runs Palladium Fantasy. It's something.
All right, fuck it. I'm running Palladium Fantasy. Cody made the call, and I'm back in Cody's play. Fuck D&D. We're doing. There you go. Bingo card. Fuck D&D. Go ahead and check it off. We're playing. We'll play Palladium Fantasy. But that means you got to teach me how to play it, dude.
I'll totally do it.
Cool. That means I need to get a copy.
First or second edition, and I'm only asking out of curiosity. I don't have a preference.
First revised.
Okay.
That's what
before they added SDC.
Cover with the red foil.
Okay.
What was that?
Is first edition before they added SDC into it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Though first edition revised, I think, does have SDC, doesn't it?
For players or just items?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah. I only know second edition. I've played first edition, but I only know second edition. I like both.
I need to get a copy of this book then.
Hey, Palladium-store.com. You can get it right there.
They got 2 more days. Actually, they've extended the Christmas boxes into January, Curtis.
Yep.
So you can actually send them a thing saying, "Hey, I'm really interested in Palladium First Edition Revised," and blah 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 blah.
You
mention Max Liao and Bear the Gen X GM sent me to you.
Yep.
Orthodox Christmas box.
Seriously, also, if you put in there games you'd like to try, Palladium Fantasy, they'll make sure to try to get you something in that direction.
You'd have to specify First Edition Revised for the core.
If you have a copy of the one cover with the wolf in, that's like $200. The Palladium Fantasy has the Wolfen Magician or Wolfen Ranger on the cover.
That's the Northern Wilderness book, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that like a $200 book now on eBay?
I hope not, because you can get it.
Okay. For some odd reason, I thought that was like a super rare book.
Maybe there's a version of it that is, but
yeah, I don't know about that.
Nightbane is excessively hard to find book by Palladium. They had to make it Nightbreed. No, Nightbane.
Oh no, Nightbane was something else beforehand. Now it's Nightbane.
It was Nightbreed or Nightspawn. I can't remember.
Nightspawn.
I think it's Nightspawn. Yeah.
Because Nightbreed is the Clive Barker book. Yeah. Sean went movie, I went book. Look at that.
Well, the movie was called Nightbreed. The book was
called Cabal.
Cabal, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Cody, you won this round of Fuck with Bear's Head. So now that you've won this round of Fuck with Bear's Head, I want you to tell everybody why we should play Palladium First Edition Revised.
Well, my first reasoning is because nobody fucking plays it. I've never heard of, I mean, I'm sure people do play it, but you definitely don't see people streaming it at all or talking about it. The other thing is, I think Palladium, especially the fantasy game, works really well. I think it's a good like mishmash homebrew rule set of, AD&D, and I think it'd be really fun and interesting to play, and probably interesting to watch too, right?
So you think it should be streamed too? Oh.
I think it should, because I don't know of anybody that's streaming Palladium Fantasy.
I've never heard of somebody stream Palladium Fantasy.
That's an interesting thing. Okay, now we're talking with some heat. Now you got me thinking in a new way. See, this is what the point of this conversation was to get my brain working. So now you got my brain working, you sumbitch. So now my brain's working. I would definitely use their world too, because I really like the Palladium fantasy world. I think it's a fascinating setting. Like, I want to read more of it. And like maybe you guys know from when we were on the thing with Max, and I kept saying to Sean, I would really love a book that just presents the whole world as a single book. That would be so awesome, And to his credit, he's like, I should talk to Kevin about that, or and it looks like he did. You know what I mean? From what he was hinting at. the last time I brought it up to him in one of your streams, Max.
Yeah, if
So I
only
think
there were
then-
like 7 other people that work full time for Palladium.
I'm available for work. I hate my job. Please, I'm tired of talking to humans for a living.
You know that the Palladium people are humans, right?
No. I mean, okay. I'm tired of calling people on the phone for a living. How's that work for you, Max? Because I would never say you're a human. That's for sure.
Smart man.
How do you find the holiday box thing?
I'll send you a link. I'll just send you a link. It's just, I mean, you can click sale, but they might have another sale right now. But I can send you a direct link.
Palladium Christmas Surprise Box 2023, I think is the term. Okay, so there you go, Cody. So that's interesting. Now,
if I can interrupt for just a second, because there are 2 ways that you can do this, and one is superior to the other. So I'm going to send you the link to the actual superior way of doing that, so it's easier to do the list. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still very curious what's going to be in my box when it shows up finally. I'm like,
I hope you get a bear
anxious.
miniature.
Oh, that'd be cool. I got someone that could paint that too. That'd be cool. That'd be real cool. But yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And what it is that we're supposed to have fun, right? Cody makes a good point. He likes the Palladium system. He likes that nobody does the Palladium system. He likes all of that specialness about it, and that's good. Sean, have you ever played the Palladium system, or is it a complete
No, I played
zero
it back in the 80s when I got into D&D. I soon branched out to other Palladium games. I started with TMNT, but a friend of mine got the Palladium fantasy role-playing game because we wanted to try it. And played a couple games of it. I was indifferent towards it. I didn't hate it, but ultimately we felt we liked D&D better than the Palladium role-playing fantasy system.
Okay,
So
that's
we
fair.
didn't play it very extensively. Our Palladium thing was Rifts. We played Rifts quite extensively.
There you go, guys, in the chat as well. If you want to go buy a Palladium box, use that link that Max just gave us, and you can go out and get yourself some Palladium action. Only people in my channel are going to see it, so if anybody who's simulcasting this wants to copy that to their channel so your people can see it, go right ahead. I only ever played Robotech for Palladium. I almost played Ninjas and Super Spies, but the game never got off the ground because the referee threw a hissy fit and, and quit and rage quit on us. I never got a chance to play Heroes Unlimited, but I used to read the shit out of it because I just
we used to love Heroes Unlimited. That was one of
I love the way they did those full page black and white arts for each section. Psionics, magic, mutants. I love that. I thought that was the classiest shit ever, and I was so sad no other games did it. But I only ever played Robotech. And I don't remember shit other than reflex missiles were the shit. That's all I remember was the reflex missiles are the shit. That's it. That's all I remember.
The thing about Palladium Fantasy in our experience, especially when it comes from people who played a lot of D&D, is you're gonna find your characters are more front loaded than you might be used to, and so when you level up, it's gonna be like that's it. Yeah, I mean, because you're competent at first level. A first level character isn't generally going to beat a 15th level character, but it's technically possible.
Yeah, the increases are marginal as opposed to exponential.
Right. The other thing is each one, this is more second edition, you can correct me on first edition, has weird goofy powers. Like I played a priest and I had weird goofy powers that I had to pay attention to that weren't spells. They were just weird goofy powers.
Okay. Bruce, you have experience with Palladium?
I've got a lot of experience with Rifts. The few times I've played Palladium Fantasy, it lasted one session, and the GM would be like, just go AWOL. I don't know what happened.
That's weird, eh?
Like we had a year-long campaign I ran for Rifts back in 1998, and it was mainly during the time where they were going from the Juicer Uprising to the declaration of war from the Coalition. I was running the game as the books were released. And it was pretty impressive that we were able to get as far as we did, and we started to warble, and we finally ended it as the Coalition. There were 6 Coalition mini books that came out detailing the war between Quebec and Chi-Town. And as I started getting into that, then my player base started folding because they had played for 2 years, and most of us have to move. It's Decatur, Illinois. We've lost our jobs. So that's what happened to that group.
We are heretofore going to pronounce it Quebec.
Quebec, exactly.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. In French, it's pronounced Quebec, right? And in English, it's pronounced Quebec. But what's really funny is where I grew up, Mrs. Beck used to work for our family, and she ran one of her jobs was making announcements in the store for people when lines were being called in for them. And her daughter's name was Kay, so Kay Beck. And my mother would every now and then just call up and ask for Kay Beck because she'd get pissed off Kay when she heard Kay Beck on the speaker system. Just weird, shitty things you do when you live in the country. John, have you ever, you old geek, have you ever played any Palladium in your life?
Nope, never even seen a Palladium book.
Would you be willing to try?
Yes.
It's fantasy. And we know you love fantasy.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Kevin doesn't have the same hatred that you do, but he definitely moves away from the whole dungeon crawl thing. And it's one of the complaints that people sometimes have about Palladium is that it doesn't cater to dungeon crawls the way D&D does. So that actually might be really up your alley.
Yeah.
And first of all, I don't hate dungeon crawls. I just don't like dungeon crawls.
Yeah, tomato.
No. Hatred requires the same level of emotion that love requires. And I'm not putting that much energy into something I'm not interested in. Fuck that.
Bear, did you ever play X-Crawl?
I read X-Crawl. I never played it because I read it and went, that's funny, and threw it away.
Okay. Because I think
why do you ask?
that style of dungeon crawl would be more to your liking.
It wasn't. It was like professional wrestling dungeon crawling. It was reality TV dungeon crawling. I was like, okay, this is weird.
You've got a dungeon.
It would be kind of fun to be like, listen, we got to go down against the black pudding, so I'm going to need some extra resources.
Trying to drink in your
that would actually be really fun to run like an X-Crawl game, but you have to take on the persona of like a professional wrestler.
Yeah.
That would be
I'm going to heal you, brother, but I'm only going to heal you if you believe in the power of Paladine.
Power of the Bayou. Power of the Baja.
Yeah, I think Savage would be a warlock, right?
Yeah, totally.
Actually, no. Sorry. No, that's warrior. Because he's always talking to the
other
paladins
yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
Actually, technically, wouldn't Jake the Snake be a fucking warlock?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Jake the Snake would be the wizard for sure.
He'd be a cleric because he turned into a preacher in real life, didn't he?
Yeah, but we're not talking about what he did in real life. We're talking about what he did in the ring.
He played with his snake, so he'd be a part.
Jacques Rougeau wasn't really a Mountie, you know.
What?
Wait, Sergeant Slaughter wasn't Marine?
No, Sergeant Slaughter wasn't really
ate 2
on
Marines.
the side of Iraq, you know, like
Sergeant Slaughter wasn't a G.I. Joe? What?
It was built like one,
Ric
though.
Flair's the Bard. Come on. Ric Flair's 100% the Bard and Roddy Piper's 100% the Rogue. You know what I'm saying?
Dog Vachon. Even I recognize that name.
Mad Dog Vachon is the barbarian. You know what I mean? We used to. You guys don't have this, but there used to be this
There's
commercial
Wham Bam
that played in
Bigelow's
Canada.
the acrobat.
Yeah, he's the thief acrobat. We used to have this commercial that played for a Canadian candy bar here in Canada called O. Henry, and the selling point was that they had a big piece of fudge, and in one of their commercials, they had a teeter-totter with the O. Henry on one side and the Vachon brothers on the other end, and they're like, "What's going? Why it's so heavy? What's going on?" And then Mad Dog is like, "It's the big chunk of fudge." Fuck, we used to cry laughing at that commercial. It was so funny. Woo!
To a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this bill.
Friend of mine was the Wunderbar Viking from the late 90s.
Oh, really?
When they redid the
Nice.
campaign in the late 90s, he got cast, yeah.
I remember that commercial series. Yeah, it's always scary when you see a friend of yours on a commercial. You're like, well, you're a whore, aren't you? But you got more money than me, so fuck, you know.
Well, then I started getting recognized for the commercials I was doing. You know, I was walking down the street in Vancouver once in was it 2006, and so, hey, you're that guy in the Holiday Inn spot because they had played the fucking shit out of it.
Okay.
So it was like, oh my god.
I'm gonna tell you a funny little weird story. There's a Quebecois actress named Masha Grenon, and Masha Grenon was very popular in the 90s in Quebec. She was very big in the French cinema. She was trying to cross over into English, but she hadn't hit yet.
Mm-hmm.
I walk into my job at the casting agency one day, or the casting not agency, but casting directors one day, and I see Masha there, and I look at her and I go, "Fuck, I know you," because I didn't recognize who she was. And she looks at me, she goes, "Fuck, I know you too." I'm like, That's so weird. Oh, well, whatever. And we just walk, that was the day. A week or so later, I walk in, she's there again. She's back for something else. And I go, I remember where I know you from. And she goes, I remember where I know you from. I said, where do you know me from? And she names the show that I had been on that had played in French as well. And she goes, where do you know me from? And I went, those Cumberland drug commercials you did. And her face fell. Like she looked and she just started naming French movies she'd been in. I'm like, yeah, nope. She was so offended. It's like, well, what do you want, lady? I'm English, fuck. I'm not in your world. But yeah, I've done 2 commercials in my life. And the only reason I've done them is one was for a regional airline in Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
And the other was for an internet company in France. Why? Because no one anywhere I live will recognize me from them. Like you just said, getting recognized as you're the guy from, you know what I mean? Yep. It's that moment Joey has in Friends where he's in the subway station and the poster for the herpes ad he's done is behind him on the wall as he's trying to pick up the girl. What is he hiding from you? He sounds good. Ooh, Cody made a good choice. So what'd you ask for in your box? What'd you ask for in your box, Curtis? What'd you say? What'd you say?
Palladium Fantasy First Edition Revised.
That's all you put?
Hang on. Do I still have to? Okay, this is what I sent them. Yeah,
okay,
put it into the private chat.
Oh, I want to read it. I'm going to read it. Can I read it? I'm reading
you
it.
Can read
okay.
it.
I have no idea what I'm doing here. I was recommended this service because I might be getting into a Palladium fantasy game, and I have no idea how to play the game or what I'll need.
Yeah, don't mention Legion of Myth or Bear the Gen X GM now.
I did mention you. I put you both into the comments section of it.
Okay, fair enough. That's
Sean, are you watching? We need help.
But because it was either do I spend an hour going through their catalog or do I just go, here is the title of the book I need. Please help me.
Yes, Bob Ross was a drill sergeant. That's absolutely true.
Yep.
Absolutely true.
Yeah, he didn't like yelling at people, so he changed after he got out.
Yep. 100%. So, John, you're going to play then if I run a Palladium fantasy game?
If I can fit it in, yeah.
We'll work it out. I know Cody wants in. I know Curtis wants in. That's 3. I have to find a 4th. I'd invite Max Liao, but he doesn't like playing games online, so we'll just leave him out of that. Oh, I'm sorry. Was something you wanted to say, Max? I couldn't hear you over the sour grapes.
The sour grapes here. I would love to say yes. The thing is, I don't know if I would have time. I mean, I'm sure I could make time, but
I feel like someone in the chat wants my attention right now, but I don't know who it is. I don't know what's going on.
Malachi's like me.
Who? Sorry, what? Randy Orton. I see it right there. Randy Orton. Yeah, there we go. Randy Orton wants to play. He's going to do an RKO out of nowhere on me and be like, "You failed." No, I didn't. And I'm on the ground with a broken neck.
And Hungar is going meat.
Who's going
Hungar.
I don't hear these voices that you're hearing. I think you need to see a therapist.
Hungar wants in.
I would be terrified to run a game with Hungar in it.
You have to admit you're also intrigued.
You know what? Palladium is a system where Hungar can explore his chaotic neutralness, and you can counter it with veritable ease.
Well, chaotic neutral doesn't exist in Palladium. He'd be anarchist.
You're right. He'd be anarchist. I get that, but I'm just saying that but his he could try weird stuff, but the world would envelop around him.
I just realized that there are people who are not in my channel here, so I'm going to add my channel name underneath.
Yeah, I noticed that too on my stream because stuff is popping up in my chat, but it's but none of you are on my stream. You're on other chat.
A bunch of them are on mine.
Yeah.
How many do I have watching you guys from my channel? I've got 16 viewers.
We have 52 in total. We have 28 on my channel. Hungar's channel, I don't know how many people are watching from there. Max Boivin's channel, I don't know how many are watching from there. Legion of Myth, you said you had, and Curtis, I don't know how
16.
many you got. Yeah, so between you and me, we account for 44 of everybody watching. So there's another 10 people spread out over the other channel.
16 and 27 likes, so that's awesome. Thank you.
I'm only at 10
likes. Sean, shall we confuse it even more by adding?
Stop looking at me, Bear.
If you want to simulcast, John, please, by all means, go ahead. The whole point of today was to bring our communities together to celebrate Christmas together because, some of us are alone. So Mr. Boivin and I were like, being alone sucks. So why don't we get together on Christmas and have something to go with, right? Cody's not simulcasting, though, which breaks my heart.
I will do that right now. I forgot.
I'm about to log off. So Cody's like, I'll do it. No, I'm kidding. I'm not about to log off. Okay, so here's the question of the hour. Why Palladium First Edition Revised over Palladium Fantasy Second Edition? And go, Max Liao. Because I know you have opinions on this.
No, I don't actually have as many opinions on Palladium First. I know Second better because it's what I have and what I played the most. I'm pretty sure I played a Palladium First Edition game. The people that like First Edition tell me, one, it's easier to make a character. Mm-hmm. You don't. It's much deadlier because you don't have the SDC, so you have to think about things a little better. And apparently, I don't know what this means, but per a couple of people, it is better balanced because of its deadliness. When he added all the stuff for Second Edition, which again I've played more and I enjoy, I've had no issues with it. Apparently that ruined some of the balance. I also don't know what classes are in Palladium Fantasy First versus Second, but I know like Heathen Dog hates pretty much all of the magic classes in Palladium Fantasy Second Edition. He thinks the Diabolus is worthless. It's a heavy role play class, but so I can understand his point. He thinks that the Witch is like the shifter in what do you call Rifts, where it's just it's a time bomb waiting to go off in your face because they deal with demons. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't like stuff like that. He wants things to be much more controlled. Where Kevin, when we talked to Kevin about this, Kevin and I are on the same page in this one, where it's like, no, it's a role-playing opportunity. So,
it boils down to what you want at the table, right? If you want that controlled game where everybody's working together and there's no chaos, then something like a shifter or whatever is not going to help you. But if you just like to see what happens, everybody sits down, you play your characters, go all out and see what happens, then the shifters.
I have an entire separate video just on the Diabolist for Palladium Fantasy because of our back and forth that we had over the Diabolist that I don't think went public because it was a pretty heated back and forth because I think the Diabolist is a great class. And he's like, nope, it's NPC only. If any player plays it, that player's, bad, yada, yada. It's only an NPC. And I'm like, no, I can find a lot of reasons for it. Now, it's not an in your face, here's your fireball in your face constantly. But if you have time to set up defenses, the Diabolus is absolutely amazing.
Okay. So again, I'm sorry, you guys went down a really interesting rabbit hole there, but I'm coming back to the basic point of, and if Cody, maybe or someone in the chat can explain it better, and don't just use one word. I need context because I don't know the Palladium system. So just saying SDC means nothing to me. What is the difference between First Edition Revised and Second Edition Palladium Fantasy, please?
I've never played First Edition. I've never even looked at the book, hardly. I mean, I've glanced at it or whatever. So I've only played. I haven't played it, but I only have Second Edition Palladium. Also, I have to step away for a few minutes, and I'll be back. But I'll be watching.
Thank you.
And I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Honestly, Bear, I wish I could answer the question better myself, but I'm kind of in the same boat as Cody, where I know I played it at some point. It's just
okay. I want to say hi to Mike Percival and how's Ruby and Merry Christmas to you both, by the way. Okay, what do you got, Curtis?
The difference between First Edition Revised and Second Edition is the First Edition Revised is the one I asked for in the box.
Hey there, DK. What's up, man? What's up? Hope you're doing. How it do? Guys, I'm going to share again in the chat here the link for the backer kit interest page for Heroic. I've got my 200, and now they're still saying, well, we don't feel you have enough people that are interested, but they're not giving me a magic number anymore.
Could it just be one of those things that it's on a bot timer?
No, because the email I got now says you need 3,000 people. And I'm like, what? There's a glitch somewhere in the system on that one. But no, sorry. What to do next? We recommend that you aim for more than 4,000 people interested in your project to reach your funding goal of $5,000. I'm like, so everybody contributes 75 cents? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I think that might be a glitch. But it currently says I need 3,806. That's obviously wrong because when I go into it, hang on, let me go in. It says 201. Thank you, whoever just hit that. I really appreciate that of you. It says this is the total number of people who campaigned, and then it says, because I updated the score to $35 being the average of the 15, 35, and 45 that are going to be the 3 tiers. It says you need at least 143 backers to reach your funding goal. You have 201 people interested in your project and 199 members subscribed to you on BackerKit. And then right above that, not yet. We don't think you're ready. You do not have enough people in your community that are excited about this project. So if we add more people, and then I can go to them, and because I'll reach out to Susan or whoever it was who reached out to me, I'll be like, hi, this is what your system says. This is how many people I have. What the fuck's going on, please? And that's the one benefit of BackerKit is they assign someone to work with you, and I have someone to work with me. So I will push that with them. And if you don't feel like doing it, I completely understand. But if you can, it helps out an indie publisher. It doesn't cost you anything. Hey, Kabuki Kid. And thank you, Squirrel Hermit. I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, there's a few people diving in on my channel at the moment.
Thank you.
For those who are diving in on my channel, you might not see all the chat from all the other channels, unfortunately. But I'll engage with you.
Okay, so we don't really have an answer other than SDC at this point, and something about the magic classes, right? Oh, and magic system is different. 2E, it uses PPE, and 1E uses castings. What is PPE? Psionic potential energy?
Psychic energy, yeah.
Potential
So I guess
psychic
they
energy.
unified it with their other systems like Beyond the Supernatural and Rifts, which use the same system.
Poly Robotics 1 Heroic is my game that's coming out in February. It's a superhero game. It's an advancement and a neo clone of essentially the old Marvel superheroes from TSR with elements of astonishing superheroes, because Tim Bannock is no longer going to be publishing that. So we're bringing that over to my game, bringing it together. Tim's acting as an editor with me, and we're going to be bringing that to BackerKit in February. And the money I'm raising is not to write the game. The game's written. The money is to pay the writers, pay the layout, and pay the artist. That's ultimately what's going on there. And maybe buy me a pizza. That would be nice if I could have a pizza after all is said and done.
So Mike Percival has a pretty, like another one that Heathen Dog doesn't like is the Elementalist for that reason. He's got a pretty good anecdotal story up there as to what can happen in Palladium Fantasy.
Who said what? Sorry, what's this?
Mike Percival. It's in your chat.
I'll scroll back. What
Yeah, you have to scroll back a little bit.
Hang on. Is this one here? A random bear showed up and killed the Elementalist, causing Earth Elemental to go wild. Between it and the bear, we all died.
I think that was the second. I think that was the second post. The one right above that starts it.
Hang on, going back. It was hilarious. I made a wolfen with shit stats who sucked at combat. There was a tree blocking our path, so the Elementalist summoned an Earth Elemental to remove it. And then we follow that up with a random bear showed up, like we do, killed the Elementalist, causing Earth Elemental to go wild. Between it and the bear, we all dies. Wow, your English is awesome tonight, Mike. We all dies. Yeah, PPE is the system where you have the right to kill. You have to kill children to cast spells. What the fuck?
Well, the way it works mechanically is your potential psychic energy is doubled at the point of death. Thus, ritual magic, where there's sacrifice involved, doubles the energy that a wizard can extract from the subject. Right? And children have a high reserve of potential psychic energy because they haven't focused it into their potential.
But you can sacrifice people, but it's evil, says Malachi.
Yeah, it's an evil act, 100%. Yes. But mechanically, that's how it works.
Polyrobotics
escalated quickly.
Just sign up for the say that you're interested in the kicks in the BackerKit when it goes live. If you want to back enough of a cost of pizza, sir, I'll be very happy to take your money. No worries at all.
The thing is PPE comes back over time, and it's not that big of a deal. But yes, I mean the thing is the elements of the game. You can do pretty much anything.
Wayne's, if we ever become friends, I'll tell you a story over a beer about my college experience, but very similar to yours, sir. Okay, moving on. I'm not saying anything more about that. Won't even tell you her name.
All I have to say about that.
I have yet to do anything but repel women for running role-playing games. So,
yeah, well, maybe it's not the games. Love you, Sean. Okay, so are people so SDC instead of hit points? That I understand is a difference between the two, right?
So SDC is like your bumps and bruises. Hit points are your like hit points. It's your life, yeah. So what second edition does is because it kind of unified with riffs and so forth is gave your character SDC. So now you are a lot more survivable than you were previously.
I don't like systems that do that. I don't know. Star Wars did that. D20 Star Wars, and it drove me nuts. You take this much damage, so I got hit by the blaster. No, it went near you. Why am I taking damage? Well, it's stress damage. What the fuck?
Vitality for Stargate. Yeah, I get it.
Give me damage or give me mist.
Well, SDC is still damage. It's just your ability to shake it off. And once you're into hit points, now you're into your life force, and you're like bleeding out or near death.
Yeah, in fact, if you don't even have to lose all your hit points, and you can still suffer permanent damage, like critical injuries, so to speak. I think it's at 85% of your SDC, whatever. You can start rolling on the chart's optional rule, but you can start rolling on the chart to have permanent -1, permanent -2.
Yeah, it's effectively more hit points. It's just it's
exactly
superficial stuff. But yeah, they
Malachi,
added
you can play.
Sorry,
Malachi, you can play. I'm done fucking with your chain, dude. And Hungar, we'll talk. You gotta get out of the hospital and be healthy first, brother. Come on now. Now, here's what I fear. Here's what I fear about running the Palladium game. I don't know it well. I don't have system mastery of it, and therefore I would feel it might be a bit of a shit show, and that would be embarrassing.
Well, what do you mean by a shit show? Because here's what I'll say: everybody I know has house rules for the game. I don't know anybody who plays it rules as written. So my assumption, and I've been watching some Rifts Let's Plays. My assumption would be people would just think like, oh, you've got a house rule for that.
Problem is, before you start house ruling, you need to have some degree of system mastery and some experience with how the rules work. So if Bear
roll a d20 for combat, roll percentile dice for skills. Okay, there you go. Got the mastery.
Yeah, Palladium is not a.
Is that how simple it is? I've never even seen a Palladium book.
You roll a d20 to attack. If you roll a 5 or higher, you hit. Armor will change that, but generally speaking, roll 5 or higher, you hit. And the defensive abilities on the target are their own. So like you might declare, I'm parrying that attack, in which case you got to beat his roll and you'll have your bonus to parry. And I can't remember if Palladium does this, or Palladium Fantasy does it, but the other ones do, whereas most people who are combat trained have automatic parry in that it doesn't eat up one of your attacks, right? Whereas dodging, getting out of the way, does eat up an attack. Very few classes have an automatic dodge, because you'll have, say, 3 attacks in a round, and then, all right, you can parry an unlimited number of attacks.
That's another one. Characters in Palladium Fantasy only have 2 or 3 actions per round, where it starts at 4 for 2nd edition.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because like in Rifts or the other games, you usually have 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's after the game's converted over to, they call it Riftifying it, but yeah. But in the original Palladium Fantasy, you
only get the 1 or 2. Yeah.
So, and that's one of the things I love about the system is that action reaction. So I roll to attack because people be like, so what? I have to roll a 5. I've got modifiers that are higher than a 5. Like, right? That means you pretty much are guaranteed to hit, but I also get to roll to parry or dodge or entangle.
If I have plus 10 to parry, you're gonna have a hard time hitting me.
Exactly.
Okay.
And dodge is different, and automatic dodge is exceedingly rare, but usually your bonus to dodge is higher than your bonus to parry, and it will get you out of danger, but it eats up one of your actions.
John, I just sent you something on Discord. Curtis, I just got to find you. I'm going to send you something as well.
Okay.
Now I should offer the caveat that my Palladium knowledge is 30 years old. I haven't played almost 30 years, so
dude, your 30-year-old knowledge, I'll put more money on than someone else's 30-minute-old knowledge. 30-minute old knowledge. That is a legit. You have a mind for system that I really respect, and therefore, if you're telling me something, I'm going to listen. Even though if you make a mistake and we'll have to correct it later, I trust your basic knowledge really a lot, John.
It's
so
funny
for
because,
sorry.
I was going to say Palladium. It's Palladium that actually gave me the grasp of 1st edition combat and the way you're supposed to spread out attacks. So I remember a friend of mine, we were running Rifts. He had a Bearman of the North, and if you know the Bearmen, they get like 2 bonus attacks. So he had 8 attacks per round at one point, and everybody else was limited to their 2 or 3. And it was like, okay, how do we do this? Because it didn't make sense that somebody would get 10 attacks and somebody else goes. So I learned to spread them out, right? And that's how you're supposed to do it in AD&D. So that just a little sidebar of my mental processes.
I would like to respond to Mr. Mex. Says, so if you stand there, you do nothing, you get it. Right. And if you're out of attacks, you've you're slower than the other opponent. You know, it's like Bruce Lee fighting, you know, me. He would probably punch me 15 times before I'd be like, you know. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense to have that. So you have to play a little more tactically. You have to hope your armor holds up. You want to use positioning. You want to go 2-on-1, you know. But yeah, he with the most actions tends to win, because I always have that extra dodge that you're not going to have.
Mm-hmm. Palladium has another option that almost never gets used, but I think advanced players will do it, and that's the ability to roll with punches.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You can do that if you take a hit. If somebody breaches your defense, you can say, well, I want to sacrifice one of my actions to roll with the attack, and then you can reduce the damage.
I don't think it takes an action, though.
I remember that in Robotech, actually.
Thought it took an action because you're reducing your damage.
Okay. All right. Hang on, you two. Curtis has a question. Go ahead, Curtis.
I actually just wanted to say it's about that time for me to hit the hay. So
all right, man.
When you get, wish all of you have Merry Christmas and thank you all very much.
Are you working tonight?
No, I'm not
You're
working.
Working in the morning, though. You're back to work tomorrow?
No, I don't go back to work till Wednesday.
Oh, well, then don't be a little girl. Stay up late.
Okay, well, I'll need to use the restroom first, so I'll be right back.
No, go ahead, man. Get your rest. Don't let me bully you into not getting sleep, man.
Okay.
But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Curtis. You were here most of the day, and I really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
And thanks for streaming it on your channel as well, by the way.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for hosting. You all have a good night.
You
Don't
too.
forget to turn on your simulcast.
Oh, yeah. How do I do that?
Click end simulcast or whatever it is. I don't know. I can turn it off for you. Go. I'll turn it off for you.
Okay. All right. You all have a good night.
Bye now.
Yeah, polyrobotics. I know any character can roll. I can't remember if it's automatic or it uses up your action. I always assumed it used an action.
To be honest, I don't remember, and some of the games change. So I don't know, like Palladium Fantasy, especially since you're talking first edition Palladium Fantasy.
Somehow turning off Curtis's stream kicked me out of StreamYard.
Nice.
That happened whenever you.
And I pay for this shit, StreamYard. Sorry.
When you turned off Janet's, it did the same thing, I thought.
Did it? Maybe. It was hours ago. I don't remember. I'm fucking brain dead right now. Anyway, so what were we talking about? Sorry.
We're getting a lot of corrections. Guys that are correcting everybody, and we're talking generalities here. Yes, we know auto dodge. Also, auto dodge doesn't allow your bonuses that you would normally have to dodge, yada, yada. We're just trying to be nice to Bear and give him generalities. I'm not going to correct Sean on everything, and hopefully he's not correcting me on everything.
Yeah, Polyrobotics saying that it does. So, I'll
use an action? Okay.
I'll defer to other people's who are more fresh with Palladium. Like I said, it's been 30 years. But
how you feeling there, Yog? You keeping up? You okay, man?
I'm fine.
Isn't it pumpkin hour for you now?
He's got an hour.
It's 11:15, so it's been a long old day.
Okay, just making sure you're all right, man.
I'm just chilling. I've got a cup of tea here just to keep me
excellent,
somewhat alert.
Okay, so let's get back to the basis of the conversation. And now, Bruce, you were about to say something. Sorry, what were you saying, Bruce?
I was just going to say, like, there's another fantasy system I really like called Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay.
Nope.
Never mind.
I played the fuck out of that in college. I'm never playing it again. Fuck that shit. Rat catching sucks.
I love the rat catcher. One of my favorite classes.
Mm-hmm.
I hear that's the broken one, though, because that can turn into like literally every other class in the game or something.
In time, yes. If you
see, that's second edition,
though. Yeah, that is second edition. I gotta say, I don't have the 1E or 1E revised. So
it's got the Dragonlance cover.
Yeah, I'm only getting my first edition back from Pat. The 30th, he's coming into town, so he gets the BRP and I get the Palladium. It's like, throw me the idol, hand me the idol, I throw you the whip. You know, it's that situation.
I got the BRP right here.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of mine. I'm trading it off for the Palladium hardcover back. So I'm probably going to run 1E though, because 1E revised, because that's the book I'll have, right? And it's just easier that way. And
you'll probably find it easier to run as well, because it won't have all the additional complicated stuff that was thrown in over time. I just like the casting. I have no clue how spell casting works in first edition. I know it's different. Yeah.
Is there a conversion book for it or something where you can say, hey, this is how spellcasting, you can port it over, or is it not compatible enough between the two? That'd be the question I'd be asking the chat right now, since you guys seem to know a lot about it. How hard is it to take elements of the 2E to replace elements of the 1E revised? That should be an interesting answer.
I wouldn't imagine it'd be too difficult because Palladium, the Palladium Fantasy, is still in a lot of ways aligned with the other Palladium games.
Mm-hmm.
So, like they use the skill system. The combat system is pretty much identical, if I remember correctly. So I don't think it'd be too difficult at all.
The Xenomorph is back. Yeah, exactly. Out of the shadows comes Dogman. Super easy to combine 1 and 2E, says Shadow and Sun. Okay, explain why. Again, guys, I love you. You're fantastic, but just saying a couple of words doesn't help me because I have no system knowledge to understand or interpret what you're saying. So if you can be a little more contextual, a little more robust, I'll appreciate it. Guys, keep the chat going. I need more coffee or I'm going to pass out. So I'll be right back. Oh, shit.
Again, because I haven't played Palladium Fantasy.
Sean, hang on.
Sorry.
Yogg, Bruce, Boivin, Liao. All right, Sean, you're in charge while I'm gone, man, because you're the only one I can trust not to burn the house down.
Oh, I wouldn't put too much trust in me.
Well, let me go get my lighter.
Have you looked at the other 4? Come on.
I don't think 2E, from what I've read, is that much of a departure from the core mechanics. Like even D&D 1E to 2E is probably a bigger departure from one another than Palladium 1E to 2E. I think Palladium 2E, just as you were saying, Max, just aligned more with the other games, which were already had more in common. Basic or Fantasy Palladium was sort of an outlier in that it was somewhat different. Mechanically, it was the same, but the bonuses, like we were talking about attacks, you only got like 1 or 2 attacks in Basic Palladium First E, whereas 1E you get the extra attacks that the other systems.
So I wonder if that STC bonus really matters, because if you're getting double the attacks,
the attacks, it's going to disappear real fast.
Yeah.
Soon. Yeah.
I wish my knowledge of 1E was better, but it's not. I don't own any of the 1E books, at least not for Palladium Fantasy. I have Heroes Unlimited First Edition, the old TMNT, and the Robotech, but again, those all play a bit differently.
They play a little differently. Yeah, that was the thing for me. I played Heroes Unlimited to death. I played Rifts to death. We played plenty. I can't speak. My mouth isn't working. We played Palladium Fantasy only a couple of times, but I remember like it wasn't a big leap. You know, the core mechanics were identical. It was just a couple of little nuances that were easily adjusted.
The hardest part to me about any Palladium game really, well, it comes down to book layout, but it also comes down to you're going to find that a lot of powers and a lot of skills aren't things you can do in an action, and people are used to being able to do everything in an action. It's like, no, this takes 5 minutes for you to do this. You've got to prepare. It takes, pardon me, I'm not using Palladium Fantasy here because I don't know the skill list there, but how long does it take you to program to hack into a security system? That isn't going to be 2 of your actions. That's going to be something that takes a couple of minutes. So there are going to be things that are going on around you. And
what do you mean I can't rewrite an entire computer code in 6 seconds?
Right? Even in the 15 seconds of Palladium. With that, other than that, and then the modifiers, because sometimes people get really, really pedantic about the modifiers that they're supposed to have. And this is something I've actually pushed back on my players on. I don't care. Hold on. I'm sure I get an extra +1 if I'm laying down. I don't care. What does it say on your sheet? I get a +5. Okay, I'll give you a +1 for laying down and shooting, but it's really supposed to be a +2. Fuck off. It's +1. Roll your dice and get GTFO. I really hate that's something I find about Palladium players and Pathfinder players. They're trying to squeeze every modifier. It's like, well, it doesn't make sense for me to do this because I get a +3 instead of a +1. And Kevin will be like, look, you should be playing naturally. Again, using my words for what I took from him, you should be role playing, not worrying about the numbers. And what people tell me is that first edition keeps those numbers a little lower. I don't know if that's true or not. So people worry about them a little less. My experience with Palladium Fantasy was I got somebody really, really, really angry with me because he was a paladin and I was an evil priest, and I brought him back as a zombie when he died. He was to this day, he is still pissed off at me. And that was like 20 years ago.
We needed you to carry the gear. That's what we needed you for.
I used him to go fight for us. So why was I going to put myself in the line of fire?
That's a player that needs a reminder that it's a game and you're playing a character, not to take it personally.
Yeah, his next character was an assassin who he decided on his own was out to kill me. Game Master never said that. Like, okay, but yeah. Anyway, the game's got a lot of opportunity. You know, where Heathen Dog, because I think Heathen Dog just wants a more, I don't want to call it static game, but a more controlled game. I disagree. I love the random charts. That's one of my favorite things from Palladium, is just rolling up random animals and TMNT, or I like the randomness of it. And then, yeah, there's a Diabolist in here. We're going to have to plan. If you want the Diabolist to be worth the salt, we're going to have to plan. If you're going to have a witch or you're going to have an elementalist in there, yeah, that elemental or that demon or whatever might run amok. That's something you have to account for. But for the most part, they can do their jobs. Every now and again, you're going to have a little extra. The psychics, I don't know how first edition handles psionics versus second edition, but psionics are less powerful than magic. But magic, you can only cast a maximum of 2, and these are low-level spells. You can only cast 2 low-level spells per round, where you can only cast 1 moderate-level spells, and if I remember correctly, a high-level spell takes 2 rounds to cast.
Okay, so I'm eating, so that's my camera's off, not to offend Mr. Liao, and I'm going to mute myself as I'm chewing. But I wanted to point something out, boys. Notice how much more the chat exploded when we started talking about Palladium Fantasy all of a sudden versus when we were discussing D&D editions. That's telling. That's shocking, but cool, don't you think?
It's a conversation.
Yeah, but it's like, it's a lively conversation. Well done. Keep going.
So D&D.
Is there Beckme Palladium?
Yeah, Palladium Beckme.
They need a fucking encyclopedia.
Well, welcome back.
That's how that works, son.
Oh, I thought that happened.
Cody's back too.
That's the second edition book, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, I actually asked Kevin about that. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I asked Kevin, I said, were you reading Dragonlance at the time when somebody made that cover? And he's like, what? Like that cover. Anybody who's read Dragonlance, if you hold that cover, Cody, if you can hold that cover up, anybody who's read Dragonlance Chronicles will recognize that scene. That is Cyan Bloodbane behind the Sylvan. I forget the dude's name, but the Sylvanesti elf who's using the dragon orb.
One question I've got about Palladium, one thing that really put me off about the third edition sort of genre of D&D is that it presented you with tons and tons and tons of options and character builds. I fucking hate that term, but a lot of them were trap options. A lot of them proved to be very, very weak.
Can you give an example?
With others in third edition.
No. But I mean, for Palladium, can you give an example? Like
I can't because I know nothing about Palladium. This is when we're asking a question. Does Palladium have that sort of progression, that annoying feat progression that for me ruined third edition?
If you have a bad game master.
Yeah. If you have a bad game master, right? Okay.
It also.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say it depends on what Palladium game you're playing. So, like Rifts does have a lot of imbalance in the game. It's Palladium games are not balanced with each other at all. So you
exactly
have
what I was going to say. Yep.
It's not so much the balance. I don't need the balance. It's just that third edition felt like it. There was tons and tons of options, but so many of them were designed to sync with other ones.
So Cody, you played Rifts, right?
So yeah.
Okay, and Sean, what are your thoughts on the Vagabond?
I love those classes, the adventure classes. Actually, my favorite character I ever played was a Wilderness Scout.
So what I'm told is that if you're not playing the Rogue Scholar, you're playing the wrong one because everyone sucks compared to it.
I don't know about that. I mean, like when you're playing Rifts, I never really cared about like. I don't know if you're playing Palladium. I never really cared about like the strength of what character class over the other one because like they're obviously way disproportionate of each other. Like a Glitter Boy is like way better than our Juicer.
Only when he's in his armor.
Right. But like a Juicer is just way better than a Vagabond or whatever.
The Juicer gets the automatic dodge.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. But it's just what you want to play in the game, and it can be a really fun and interesting experience playing those kind of characters.
Yeah,
it's really fun to play like the Wilderness Scout, and then have the Glitter Boy and the Juicer in the same party, right? Like that could be a really fun and interesting role playing experience, and it was when I played it.
Yeah, power gamers will look at the imbalance and go, "This game is horribly put together." Yeah. But yeah, if you look at it from a character perspective, you're all good. Now, the other thing about Palladium characters, now I don't know about Palladium Fantasy as much, but most Palladium games, the characters are top loaded. So you get most of your abilities and powers right off the bat, and any increase is fairly marginal. It's still worth leveling up, but you've got your abilities pretty much from the get go. You'll get.
Does first edition give skills per level? Because I know like TMNT didn't. I know second edition stuff does, but I'm wondering if the first edition Palladium game gives you additional secondary skills or OCC related skills, like at levels 2, 4, 9, whatever. Because a lot of the older games did not do that.
OCC, occupational character class, RCC, racial character class.
Yes.
Yes. You don't mix the two. You're either
there's-
one or
there's
the
none
other,
of the-
right?
Yes.
There's none of the irritating planning characters 5 levels ahead or anything like that.
Oh God, no.
No, not at the level of
that. I
you
remember
might
from
say,
Battle
you know
Pack.
what, when I get to level 3, I'm going to take boxing as a skill. But that's about it.
That was a big problem with third edition. I say that's what I really meant with all them sort of feat trees and whatever. Where you're deciding what you're going to be at 10th level when you're at first level and trying to plan for it all. I hate that.
So boxing is something that I kind of I frown upon in my games, where it's like if it doesn't make sense, I'm not going to let you take boxing, gymnastics, and acrobatics. Yeah, because boxing gives you an extra attack. So amazingly, every single person, even the nerd over there, knows how to box. It's so weird.
Well, I don't know, man. Is it weird? If you were to go like in a life of adventure, wouldn't you learn how to box a bit?
But all the classes are adventurers. But they all have access to the boxing skill, right?
And you've got 3 nerds here who've got fighting skills.
Okay, but that's hand-to-hand, basic hand-to-hand, expert hand-to-hand martial arts. That's not boxing. Boxing goes on top of all of that.
Yeah, boxing stacks with the other abilities. It's a skill, not a combat system.
And so the way I do it, and Heathen Dog, again, we've had discussions about this on streams, is I allow the boxing skill to give you an extra attack when you're fist fighting or with melee weapon. I don't allow it with ranged combat rifles or whatever else.
Yeah.
And but the rules of the game, it's just an extra attack. It doesn't say only for melee.
Okay, that's weird.
That's dumb. I can box. Give me that bow and arrow. I'm gonna show you some shit.
Well, the way Heathen Dog mentions it, he's like, well, because you're a fighter, you just have higher reactions. You get more. You can get more things done.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to disparage Heathen Dog's remarks. I don't know him, so I'll just say that seems silly to me.
But he is right by the letter of the law.
Yeah.
I have a question because you're talking about like the Vagabond in Rift, right? And that raised a question for me because I might be in a one shot. I'm supposed to be in a Rift one shot soon. I'm probably gonna play Juicer or some shit like that.
Why does that not surprise me? You should play it crazy.
Oh, maybe. But the thing is, like, I always like play like staller, right? I always like play a character that's stall a lot. Make plans, stuff like that. Like I tend to do that. So I want to play like somebody who's more like action oriented, right? But anyway, that's beside the point. But like it always like seems like when I hear about Rift, like there's like those core class, like the Juicer, the Crazies, the Glitter Boy, and stuff like that. And then you have like those other class, like Vagabond and Scholar and shit like that. That seem to be like almost like is there like 2 tier of class, like one or like 4?
3 tiers, 4 tiers, 4 tiers. There's combat, there's magic, there's psionic, and there's what they're called, the adventure. I think they're called adventure classes, right?
They're skill based, yeah.
Yeah, which are really skill based. If you have a bad game master that lets you use your Borg that has like 6 skills total, ask me how I know. I play lots of Borgs. And have you doing all the stuff that a rogue scholar can do, then you have a bad game master. Like it is really a game master centric game in terms of handling that properly. Now that doesn't mean that puts a lot of effort on the game master. The game master just has to not let the players run roughshod. What are your skills? If you have these skills, that's what you can do. Oh, you need to hire somebody that can hack into something. You need to hire somebody that can do the wilderness scout for you. Well, maybe that's what you have to do because you don't have the skills for that. And I promise you, you're a 2-ton stomping Borg walking out there. People are going to notice you.
But is it like is it assumed that you're gonna have like some of each in your party, or is it assumed like, well, we're gonna play like what this
all
kind of
and how you want to do it?
Yeah,
that's
the
beauty of it.
Like if you take an example of like the Warhammer Blood and what is the fucking name? Blood and can I concentrate? Blood and Glory.
Blood and urine.
Glory. What? Whatever. The for Warhammer Guts and Glory. No, I know that's something else. They all have fucking similar name. Anyway. like they have like those tier game, like, well, you can play a space marine, but you can always play like those kind of power level character, or you can play just Imperial Guard, but you're gonna play like this kind of power level character. Otherwise, you're gonna be like, wait.
If that's the type of game that your game master is running, then cater to that. If your game master is open to whatever you guys do, I would tell you, the idea of a vagabond to handle city negotiations, or the idea of a rogue scholar to find out stuff for us, or that please give me a doc. I want a cyber doc. For the love of God, I want a cyber doc in the group. You know, to get you the information. Your limited wilderness survival skill of 27% starting at first level. Good luck, buddy. You know?
Yeah, because the vagabond is a class that would appeal to me. Like from when I hear you talk about it with your and stuff like that. But I'm trying to like now want to do something different. It's kind of like I'll be a staller again if I go there that way.
But Max, Monsieur Boivin, what about trying Palladium Fantasy?
Well, like I'm planning on two too. Like I'm just like now, like I have this planned already. You know, like I'm already with a group that's gonna do like the Rift game. But I'd like to.
Some boys just don't take the hint when you invite them to the prom.
You have to show your panty in my face.
Okay, let me go get my panties and throw them in your face. I'm saying, would you like to join us for the Palladium Fantasy game we'll do?
Yeah, sure, man. That's a nice.
I'll take up to 6 players on that one. I think 6 players would be fun and chaotic. So Hungar, Curtis, John, if we can work it out with you, Yog, Cody, Malachi, and maybe Monsieur Boivin.
Yeah, well, we like fucking Liao need to fucking get on a game sometime.
He doesn't want to play online. He doesn't like online.
I've played online.
Oh, now you want to play?
I'm in a Rifts game, right? Did you hear me say I was in a Rifts game? But no, I'm not going to take somebody else's spot. But my issue isn't playing online. I don't like it as much, but it's I won't run a game online, and it's about my time. It's like that's what I have to be careful of.
Yeah, like
other than that, I'd be very interested. Yeah.
Yeah, timing is going to be the issue. That's the thing. It's literally going to come down to finding a time that we can all do it, and then whoever can't do it, well, SOL at that point in time, because this suits the majority, right? So I would probably say for me, I would propose a Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon into evening, because that seems to be the least of us all streaming.
Excellent. I'm out.
Well, what do you do on Sundays?
I have my Sunday stream, and then I have all the crap I have to do afterward. But that's fine. I'm
Sundays probably rules me out as well because I work on Sundays.
Oh, okay. Well, what if I say Saturday?
Saturday is good for me.
John does a lot of gaming on Saturdays on his own, show.
But it depends whether it's weekly or bi-weekly and
monthly.
Monthly. I could shift one of my OSE game to monthly because we've already got 2 OSE games on a Saturday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
So I could that could be worked around. That could be worked around.
Cody.
That would work for me, but I run a game every other Sunday.
Saturday, we're saying Saturday now. Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday would be fine too, even though I would like a bit of a break. So if it's on the alternate week, that would be preferable to me. But
it would be right now, it'd be once a month.
Yeah, well, once a month. Fuck it. I can pull that.
And you want to do something a little bit longer than just 2 hours?
Yeah, more than that's why we do it once a month. We'd get a 4 to 6 hour game in. Make it something special. So that way we come back
that'd be
next month.
lovely for me.
Okay, John, that appeals to you. Okay.
Yeah, it appeals. Yeah, I'd have to wangle it. But yeah.
Saturday, if it's once a month, it's just not enough gaming for me. But I'll do it.
All right.
I want my weekly 8-hour session. Damn it.
Well, you keep complaining about your fucking time, motherfucker.
No, I know.
I want a weekly 8-hour game, but I'm booked solid, so I can't play.
Saturday's the one day I could do it, except for none of the yard work could get done, and my wife would yell at me. So I can handle that once a month.
So when your dog is,
dude, it's raining outside. My grass is green. What do you want?
Alabama, there's always yard work. There's never non-yard work.
Around? Sorry.
That looks like another seat in the game just opened up. Sean, I would invite you, but I know you're busy as fuck.
Generally, but and I'm already in one of your games. I don't
You're
want
also in the Star Trek game, so
yeah.
But then I could say the same about Cody, but I won't because it's Cody, and we all know I'm in love with Cody.
Well, Cody suggested the Palladium,
and Cody and I have our bromance. I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's our bromance.
I'm not as hopped up on Palladium. If you were
all right, so right now we're saying John, Max, Cody, Curtis, Malachi. That's what we're saying for sure. That's 6. 7 would be an insane thing, dude. I don't know. We'll have to see, but I would say.
Well, you know, I'm sure also like there'll be like some conflict in the schedule and shit like that popping up.
I would suggest, even though this is first edition, I like bigger groups, especially for Palladium. But if you haven't done it before, I think 6 is a good cap to start. Yeah, and then until you get used to it. I don't have a first edition revised book. I will try to get my hands on one, and then.
You don't have. You don't have really.
I don't. Well, I want a physical copy because I don't like PDFs unless I have to. So.
Well, that's true. That's very true.
You can still get.
I can get it.
Somebody, maybe somebody that can hook us up.
Maybe it'll be my Christmas surprise package on Monday, even though I didn't request it at all.
Like a little sponsorship there, Sean.
Sean, are you watching? I need a book.
Oh, you know what though? That wouldn't be a bad idea to reach out to Sean and say, "Hey, man, we'd like to do an officially sponsored game."
But if we
especially
do that,
if we're all
stream it.
Plus, we're streaming it on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 channels. Yeah. Malachi's got a channel coming. That's 6, and Curtis has a channel. That's 7. Just saying. And now the pressure's on me to be a fucking good goddamn GM. Like
absolutely.
Okay, you go into the tavern and there's an elf girl, and she wants to.
I want to do her.
She wants to do you too. Roll for penis size.
Hey, who's got the Mountain Dew?
If there are any girls there, I want to do. Hit up Noble Knight 15. Okay. Well, I was just gonna check the Palladium site because isn't that red cover? You're talking the red cover foil book, whatever, right?
Yeah, that's the one I have, the hardcover red foil.
I don't have a problem giving Palladium my money.
It's a beautiful book, to be honest. Like, I miss it on my shelf. It was so funny because Pat, he helped me out with the sale I did, right? That some of you took advantage of. And what I said to Pat, I said, "Hey, Pat, did you?" After we met Sean, I'm like, "Did you sell that Palladium book?" And he's like, "Oh, you want it back, do you?" And I'm like, "Maybe." He goes, "Yeah, I kind of thought you did, so I put it to the side." And I'm like, "You fucker, you son of a bitch!" I was all right. Let's go through my collection. What do you want as a trade? And he's like, "I'll take that BRP." I'm like, "Okay, done deal." Because I will never run BRP again in my life. I'm sadly disappointed with it. So I'm like, okay, let's go somewhere else,
You know, that's what
BRP, what's that again?
Basic role-playing Chaosium.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, like
after here's
I
why.
love,
sorry, go ahead, Mr. Max.
I was saying, like, I love Pendragon and I quite like Call of Cthulhu. So I said, what, I'm gonna get a fucking BRP. Like, and I'm reading through it now, and I'm kind of disappointed by it as well because I found like Call of Cthulhu took BRP, made their own thing, made it good. Pendragon take BRP, made their own thing, changed it a lot. It's basically a different thing now. And it's even much better. But like now that BRP is just like, man, you make those
so boring. It's so bland.
Clunky. Yeah, exactly. And there's like those clunky rules that's fucking insane. I'm not a fucking.
And then you look at everything Design Imperative did with Mithras, and then they're the classic fantasy where they tried to bring the D&D style to BRP. You look at all the innovations those other games have done, and they went back to fucking RuneQuest 2nd Edition as their default stance. And it's like, and that's boring, and I feel bad about that because they're nice guys and they make good product, but it's just like the BRP Magic World. I don't know who got my Magic World stuff. Someone got my Magic World stuff. Magic World was a great thing because it was based on the Stormbringer, the original Stormbringer game. You guys ever play Stormbringer back in the 80s?
Yes, I did.
Good. It was
played a
so
priest at
good.
Kakadal.
I played a Chaos wizard from Pantang. All right.
Okay.
And I was constantly like my whole thing was, what the fuck can I bind to this fucking armor? What the fuck can I bind to this sword? That's all I did all the time. It was so much fun.
It's funny because I was doing the same thing. Just I was doing the fire elementals because of is this Kakadal or Kakatal or however I'm supposed to pronounce it.
But it was a great game. And Magic World was that with the serial numbers filed off. So they just took out the words Elric and Stormbringer and just put generic fantasy terms. And then BRP is so fucking boring. It's so bloody boring. And it's like, like you're surviving on a crowd that is remembering your product. You're not developing a new audience right now. And that's one of their big fall downs, right? Call of Cthulhu brings people in, and then people go to the BRP game, and it's not the same system as Call of Cthulhu, which is advanced as of the 7th edition. John, you can certainly talk about that, right?
I've only just sat down to go to the toilet.
Call of Cthulhu, man.
I can talk about Call of Cthulhu. Yeah. What about it?
So you play 7th edition, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. You like it?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. Why in the name of God would the new edition of Basic Role Playing, their generic rule book, not use those rules?
Stupidity.
There you go. There you go. All right. It's fear of alienating a bunch of 60-year-olds. That's ultimately what I think it is. Their fear of alienating this crowd that's been with them from the word go. But look at those Call of Cthulhu numbers on what you sell on Call of Cthulhu. You outsell RuneQuest by a light year with Call of Cthulhu. Now imagine if you could start convincing those Call of Cthulhu players to come over to a sci-fi game, or come over to a fantasy game, or come over to a heist game. And then you introduce them to the old basic role-playing game, which is clunky and fidgety and full of little, things you got to worry about. It's a big difference, man. It's a big difference, at least in my mindset. Palladium, the changes from what I'm understanding, what everybody said, between 1E and 2E are negligible, right? Negligible changes. So we talked about that with Sean, Max. Remember we talked about how Palladium has never felt the need to rewrite their entire system. They've just made what little clarifications they need over time. That's something certainly, Bruce, you know, Castles and Crusades. The Trolls do that as well. They don't rewrite the system. Well. Yeah. So I'm happy to trade that book for the my Palladium fantasy book back. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. That's a great deal as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. You've got BRP, Max. What's your feelings?
Like I said, it's the same thing. This basically, like, you nailed it. I think I find like this just little clunkiness that all those other games that use BRP like kind of like get rid of, but BRP never fucking did, right? It's just like sticking around. It's like, and what you say, like, oh, Palladium like never felt the need to change their system. That's something that fucking drives me mad. Like, and we talked about it before. Like, I hate how in role playing games, in the RPG hobby, the term edition has been corrupted. You know what I mean? Like, edition is supposed to mean like, well, you republish the book, you fix some typo, you make things a little more clearer. Maybe you include the errata, and maybe like you change the rules or 2 year, but the system stay the same. A new edition shouldn't make a new game system. It should be like it's the same system. We're just redoing the edition, right?
Which is why we call 3rd edition D&D WotC Fantasy RPG First Edition.
Yeah, exactly, and that's and even with the, because people like talk about the 2E and whatever, like, but even before that, when TSR did it, they had many editions of D&D with the Holmes and the Mulvey, and those were actual edition of D&D.
Yeah.
All compatible, all the same system. They made another game they called AD&D. The rules were different enough that they added this little A there in front of that, saying, well, that's kind of a different game, right? It's new system, stuff like that, and that's fair.
Yeah.
Then 3rd edition came in, and they decided to make their new system, but still call it like D&D, and that's the thing. Now that's why people I'm regardless of what you think of the game, like, I agree with Max Liao when he said like, well, it's not D&D. I say, yeah, it's not D&D. It's not D&D. It's not AD&D. It's a new fucking game, which you can like and dislike. That's a different question. But it just slapped the name D&D on it, and that's fucking retarded in my opinion.
Before anybody jumps on that, I have to make a joke. Well, it's not a joke. It's a bit of a story, but imagine how much I drove my fucking dyed-in-the-wool Michael Moorcock fanboy referee crazy when I would constantly refer to being a wizard from Poontang, and he'd be like, Pantang! And I'm like, yep, Poontang. And he'd be like, shut up! It was so much fun. I think that's why he killed my character. I used to love tormenting that guy. Oh, my fuck. He was so up his own ass about his games. Hey, TCG, what's up, man?
Not much. You were talking about Palladium, and I play mostly Palladium, so I figured I'd pop on to say a few things.
Okay,
Palladium
cool.
guy. Yeah.
Give us your stuff, Palladium guy.
Well, I have played a little bit in just about everything except Beyond the Supernatural and Wormwood. Nobody wanted to touch the Demon Planet, which sucked because I wanted to. I wanted to play on that planet so badly. And I don't have a good copy of the Beyond the Supernatural because most of my copies are photocopies of books, and that was a photocopy of a spiral notebook.
Yeah.
So it's not worth trying to read.
Okay.
But in my experience about Palladium, I don't know if you caught my comment earlier, but Palladium is excellent for people like Mr. Maxboy Van, who does not like Magic. You can just literally say, okay, you did through this entire campaign, you're not going to find a single Magic item. Yeah, you know they exist, but they're so rare, you're not just going to find one.
You wouldn't want them anyway. They're rune items.
Oh yeah, I might give you a Magic item when you're level 10, maybe 15 max level, but until then, you're never going to find one because they're just that rare, and that makes sense in Palladium.
Quick
can do
question.
that and it'll still make sense.
Hold that thought, TCG.
Yeah.
Max, how much is the shipping in America for the Christmas box?
It was $12 something, so it's $50. It was $60, whatever. I pay $72.17.
You don't want to know how much it costs to ship to Canada. You don't want
It's
to.
almost expensive. $12.
So, Grandma, if you scroll back in the chat on my channel, and I think on Max Liao's channel, you're going to see the link for the Christmas box. If you need Palladium,
still have it here.
Put aside $70 and go get yourself some Palladium, and you'll get a great selection.
So true story. There's one book I need. I need the Heroes Unlimited second edition book for something I'm going to try to run here in the somewhat near future. I only have first edition. I need second edition. I could have paid like $50 plus shipping for the book, or I could pay $60 and shipping and get a whole bunch of books, and hopefully that's in the package. So I went with the surprise package.
In the spring of 2024, a strange occurrence happened across the YouTubes and the live streamers guilds across America. A strange new phenomenon which had not been seen before on the streaming happened. Palladium Fantasy and Palladium games in general became a worldwide phenomenon as people eschewed the old D20 systems and embraced something from the old school Renaissance that was not old school Renaissance. Palladium games were suddenly being streamed across everywhere. Bear, who did not take credit for this, is the impetus for this entire thing on one lonely Christmas stream, home to 60 gamers watching.
Well, thank you, Bruce. I'll add to that. We'd have a little moment where somewhere someone went, I heard a great crying out from Seattle.
No, this is why this is such a good time for this right now, with WotC shooting itself in the feet. Now, to be fair, Palladium doesn't talk crap about WotC. I will, but Palladium doesn't. They respect the business, et cetera, et cetera. But with that said, hey, this is a perfect time that if you are a Palladium fan or if you want to try Palladium, there's no better time than now to do it, because WotC does keep shooting itself in the foot. And if you've got to find a new game anyway, or you want to find a new game anyway, why not go with Palladium?
I'll tell you this. Hang on, before we jump in, hang on. I've reached out to Free League, Chaosium. Oh, Jesus, Squirrel, man. Holy fuck, brother. Thank you so much. That is, wow, Squirrel. You, man, I got to get you whatever you need in life because you've been way too generous. Holy fuck. Sorry. I reached out to Free League. I reached out to Modifius. I reached out to Chaosium. I reached out to a couple of indie producers. And I reached out to WotC. And I've talked with Sean, and he's been like, just we'll talk and work something out. Every other company got back in touch with me and sent me review copies of
even
stuff.
Modifius?
Even Modifius.
Oh, Modifius can give me shit.
Oh, they gave me some Star Trek stuff to review because I'm running Star Trek games on my channel, right? So they were very cool about that whole thing. And it was really, really, really interesting to see how responsive they were. They responded to emails. Free League's giving me a list of creators and saying, who do you want on for an interview? And we'll work it out and figure out the time zone stuff, all that.
Oh, nice.
WotC never even responded to me. Look at the difference. So what have you heard me say about Chaosium? They're nice guys. What have you heard me about Free League? Nicest people I ever met, friend to gaming channels, and they'll fucking give you the shirt off their back. What have you heard me say about Modifius? I really like what they're doing with the 2D20 and Star Trek. There's been some indie games we've reviewed, et cetera, et cetera. I love the fucking Palladium guys. What do you hear us say about WotC? Fuck them. Fuck those guys. Eat a bag of dicks. Because, like, Jesus Christ. How, guys, you're on a fucking edge over there. And when you tumble, you're going to tumble hard, and you're going to need all of this community and all the other communities out there having your back. And you've turned on them, so no back for you. Who got $10 from Mac? John, well done, boss. Nice. Now, John, you were about to say something. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I know nothing about Palladium's games, but all I know is from when I've seen Sean and Kevin talk on Legion of Myth. And what I like about them is they just don't get involved in the nonsense.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're here to
And
play
that's
games.
the right way to do it.
They're here to play games.
Yep.
That's what the point is, and I agree with that 100%. All right, TCG, keep going.
I
Keep telling us the Palladium magic.
Oh, you're gonna love this. I have a story that I'm not 100% sure, but I'm quite confident somewhere in Arabia, sitting in a very large palace or mansion, is a collection of Palladium books. Here's why. When I was doing a lot of GMing, was GMing for individual small groups using mini campaigns. At one point, a friend of mine's like, "Hey, can you GM for me, my uncle, his wife, and her brother?" I'm like, "Sure." Come walking in is the normal American, second normal American, his uncle, his wife, a Arabian woman in full Arabian dress, her brother, also full Arabian dress. And so
Thanks,
I'm like,
Mercurius.
okay. I was thinking, okay, this kind of works out. When I started this, I was thinking Arabian Nights, not Thousand Princes or whatever, just Arabian Nights style. I start playing off, and the Arabian dude literally starts getting mad. And it's not because of cultural procreation. He's like, "I live this. Can we say something else that isn't what I live, please?" It's like, okay, we'll go straight over to King Arthur. He's like, "Thank you."
Mhm.
And by the time we were done over a course of 3 days, he's like, "Before I leave America, I will own every single one of these damn books. They are that good." Or at least I should say the game is that good.
Wow, that's cool.
One of the things I hear about Palladium that's very similar to even GURPS is that if for whatever reason you don't like the system, people complain about it's clunky, the books are bad, blah, blah, blah. Nobody I've ever talked to says that the worlds suck. It doesn't matter if it's riffs, doesn't matter. Oh, there you go.
Bro, there you go.
I will pause for that.
Who got that one?
John did.
Nope,
No,
that's
it's
not
not.
me.
Oh,
I think it's me
Isn't
again.
that you, Max?
Is it me again?
Nope, I
Is
haven't
you
got
again?
anything.
Is it me again?
I don't check your fucking stream, buddy.
I need to. I need to. If it's me, I know Mercurius is.
All right, Squirrel, put down the credit card. You're clearly drunk. You've had too much eggnog, sir.
Wait, no. After you do Legion of Myth.
Let's get my stream up.
Anyway, keep going, Max. Keep telling your story.
Oh, is it the worlds? So it doesn't matter if it's Rift's Worlds book or the I don't know what they're called in Palladium Fantasy, but the different setting, etc. It's absolutely fantastic across the board, and every world book gives you more to add to your game other than just setting. You'll have new character classes, new items, new spells, and so forth. So you're always able to expand upon. And thank you, Walter MC.
On record, man, I absolutely adore the Palladium setting. I've always adored the Palladium setting. I saw that wolf fucking shaman on the cover of the Northern Wilderness book, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I was like, and I remember being in the store, picking it up and going, what the fuck is this? And my DM's like, that's Palladium. It sucks. You don't want to play that. I'm like, okay. And I put it back, but it stuck with me.
That Keith Parkinson, R.I.P. With the wolfen holding the skull and the zombie. I have that at work. Like I have a Parkinson signed copy of that, and I have it hanging at work. Oh, Squirrel,
put it down.
Merry Christmas to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Win the lottery? What's going on?
I just need to confirm. Yes, that previous one was on my channel. So thank you, Squirrel. Absolutely.
Squirrel. Okay, everyone subscribe. Everyone watching this right now, go to @GM Cody and subscribe, because the fact that Cody's channel is not at 1,000 is a fucking crime. Please.
That is true. Let me get it on the. You have a link in the private chat here, right?
Jim Cody?
What's that?
How much are you?
I'm at 400.
Oh man, yeah. You need to pump those numbers.
Yeah, those are some rookie numbers. Got to pump those numbers up.
Yeah.
Got to hire an SEO expert to get those numbers. I know I got somebody reach out to me from India, say your SEO sucks. Hire me. And
I've gotten those too. They're hilarious. Those emails.
Yeah.
Well,
I can tell you.
Sorry.
Well, two things. One, everybody should subscribe to Squirrel Hermit as well. I mean, he's donating us a ton of money, so I'll shout out his channel. But I can tell you that for us, the growth came when I started screaming at the rain. Just saying. We had 5 years worth of getting 3 views on videos, doing comic book reviews, anime reviews, and tabletop game fundamentals. Those would get a bit more. But when I jumped on the show after they had 250 some episodes weekly, and it's not me, it's the fact that I started screaming at the rain and got people invested all of a sudden. So if you want the trick to at least initial growth, start screaming at the rain.
John, man, your fans are dedicated, bro.
They are.
They're helping fund his plane ticket to Canada.
Stop
right.
it!
So
It is a new tab. Sorry.
So if we pull this off and everybody gets their ass to Claricon, we get to have a real in-face Palladium Fantasy session.
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. Oh.
Where's that going to be?
Here in
Ontario.
Toronto.
Just west of Toronto. You can do it, Max.
That's an international move. Forget that.
No, listen. You can you have a passport. You can cross the border, right?
Is my passport still good? I think it is.
Cody, you're going to be driving up, right? Or are you flying up?
If it was just me going, I would probably fly up.
How far is Alabama from Tennessee?
It depends. What part of Alabama?
Montgomery,
Alabama. It's probably 6 hours.
You guys could meet
For
in
me?
the middle.
Nashville.
Meet in the middle.
That'd be quite the road
Memphis.
trip,
Is Memphis in the middle? I don't know.
Hey, if it's Memphis, then I think we can pick up Rolling Bones also.
No. Road trip. Get the fucking van, dude. Get the shaggin' wagon.
I got the van. We'll just paint Tarna on the side. We're good to go. We're going on the world tour.
Remember, Nerds Nerd never wanted to be a pterodactyl more in her life.
Yeah, we'll get Nerds Nerd, the cosplay, the Tarna cosplay. We're all set.
No, again, she'll want to
Yes, but
cosplay
who plays the pterodactyl?
Oh,
That's
the pterodactyl.
Nerd. Yeah, we got to go get a stripper to be Tarna, so Nerds Nerd
Okay,
can die
well,
happy.
I think
Strapped to
Nerds
the side
Nerd
of
would
a
fit
van
that.
in November.
If only we had a person that could wear a bikini and play Tarna. There must be a shortage of
How
them.
much money you
across
got?
America. There's a shortage of them in America, apparently.
Yeah, I'm just not putting up with the cosplayer attitude, sir. Think about it.
Let's
We wouldn't
see,
get
there
to
is no
play 'cause we'd be
shortage
too
of
busy
women
doing
that
Insta
can.
stuff.
I think also like Claricon is a family of the new, so
Yeah, there's
Maybe
that too. I don't think the dungeon minister would be happy with us rolling in with a bunch of Instagram thoughts.
Yeah.
no.
But in all seriousness, I'd probably just fly up. It's a real short flight. It's only a 12-hour drive, so it's probably only like 2-hour flight for me.
Sounds about right.
And then the only problem is I'd have to fly in Toronto, and somebody would have to pick me up from Toronto and bring me to the convention.
Well, that's gonna be easy.
Sean.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm literally half an hour from the airport, so yeah.
There you go.
But that's the thing where I'm at now. Like, if I want to drive, if I want to fly, it's a 9-hour drive to get to the fucking airport. Basically.
I plan to get in touch with Dungeon Minister in the new year and find out if there's any sort of local legends and stuff around this area, because I would like to write a short Call of Cthulhu scenario based on his area.
There's a family from that part of Ontario that has one of the most epic stories ever. The Black Donnellys. Look up the Black Donnellys, and it is a Cthulhu adventure waiting to happen for you. An entire town kills a family, like kills them because they're squatting on land, and it's amazing. The Black Donnellys is such a don't do the fucking TV show because it was modern and bullshit. Look up the original legend of the Black Donnellys.
I've made a note there. I will have a look.
That
See
is
if I
a
can twist it
Cthulhu
somewhere.
campaign. That's an adventure waiting to happen.
What
Hang
would
on,
be
wait.
great? What would be great is if we're all going to Claricon and we're all GMs. If we're all running a game at Claricon
And nobody's
Absolutely.
playing.
Yeah,
Nobody plays. Mac Thompson, Bear Cave Sat Night topic. Bear. Oh, you mean for my maybe I'll do one on the Black Donnellys. It's a fucked up story, but it's not really supernatural. It's just horrific. But I might touch that on the Bear Cave. That could be fun. Good call,
Yeah,
Matt.
that'd be fun.
For the Cthulhu adventure, they're all deep ones, and they, got found out.
Or something else. Maybe they found out something was going on in the town, and therefore the town had to get rid of them.
That's a little more
All
high
right,
level.
has anybody seen the Disney cartoon Atlantis movie?
Of course, I have the source book for it because I use it for when I was running a Mystara game. I changed Erendi into aquatic elves who were like the Atlantis people.
Did anybody see the second one? They have a heavy Call of Cthulhu section in that one where it's literally a sea creature is mind controlling a mare who has been living for centuries to control a town through mist. And they deleted a scene that they should have left in, which is a woman who's been saying the whole time her child can't go out and play. She's holding her child, and while her back's to the camera, and then you see tentacles pop out like the next generation has already been born.
Fucked. I'll check it out. Hey, Brian, I thought you went to bed, or we're going to dinner or something. What's going on? Yeah, is it October for Claire?
Brian's still on England time.
Good point. He's on Greenwich Mean Time. When is ClareCon? It's in September, October. When is it? November.
The last one was the first weekend of November, but he hasn't set the date for the next one. But he was tinkering with the idea of doing it between Thanksgiving and Halloween. So a week before Halloween.
Canadian Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Canadian.
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
Canadian Thanksgiving. The
real Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Columbus Day for you Yanks.
The one that's a fucking harvest festival, which Thanksgiving was supposed to be. We're talking. The old geek knows because they do it over there the right time. What was that, Cody?
I said I'm definitely not
Thanksgiving.
eating.
Oh, Australia does. I thought you did too.
No, we don't do Thanksgiving. No.
Bunch of fucking palms.
We just wait for you to get all your shit done with, then we have our big one.
No, you guys are just trying to increase family homicide rates by having you have to deal with your family twice within a month's space. You know what I mean?
Hey, this is why I live in Alabama while the rest of my family's in Minnesota.
All my exes live in Texas. Cody and I are starting a band, by the way. We're just going to drive around in a van and sing shitty songs to people. Should be good. Come on, check us out. Our first album, What the Fuck? That's what it's going to be titled.
Nighthawk, Nighthawk, Nighthawk.
WTA.
I summon thee.
Where's Nerd's Nerd? We need her. Canada has to steal holidays after their independence. Omanal, go away. You're not allowed on the stream because you don't have a channel, Omanal.
He must be watching on the old Geeks because I don't see him on the other channel.
Yeah.
I started streaming over to Rumble. We got 4 people over there.
Oh, hi, Rumble.
Rumble.
Hi, Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we have 70 people watching between all of us on YouTube right now. That's a pretty good fucking number, I got to say.
Yeah, I was waiting to stream this to know if my internet was actually going to let me stay on for a little while because it was starting to be a little wonky. So,
well, glad you're here, man. This is interesting. This Palladium rant we went on. I mean,
oh yeah,
we all been infected by Sean. Is that what happened? Sean Robertson went on Legion of and did a fucking Cthulhuid thing, and now we're all like,
oh, did you see the tentacles coming from behind him when he was on the show?
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that's just like
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, for me, it's a little bit ingrained because I tried D&D once, and the system did not click with me at all. Palladium was the second RPG I ever really tried, and it instantaneously clicked. It just made sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the first?
Oh, the first was D&D, but that was like literally.
Oh, I thought you said it was the second one that clicked. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, the first one I tried was D&D, but the first game that clicked was Palladium. That's the second game I played.
I think that spell that Sean put on all of us is just like being a decent fucking human being, just being a nice guy.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Well, you know what?
Show up and he's seems like genuine. He talk about his stuff.
If we could say one thing about everybody who's on the stream right now, and a lot of the people in the chat that we know, and that's pretty much everybody at this point, and all the other people we've streamed with or had on panels, we all love role-playing games. We clearly love role-playing games, and it's clear Kevin and Sean love role-playing games in the same way we do. You know what I mean? So it's not like, they're trying to make slick commercial products to get money out of casuals or, tourists or whatever the case may be. They're making stuff for gamers by gamers. And that's kind of a cool thing for us all to be a part of. I'm pleased as punch, man. This has been a fortuitous Christmas just by this turn of events from going about talking about maybe I'll run D&D. I don't know which one to fucking play it fancy. Let's do that. Fuck, go.
I just really hope that you enjoy it.
Well, I used to love Robotech, so I can't see myself not enjoying.
Wait a minute, hold on, pause. Is Robotech an option?
No.
Oh,
Damn. Crafty Gamer, that's your corner now. You're the Robotech guy.
Yeah.
Dungeon Minister's ears must have been burning.
Yes, we said his name 3 times in the mirror.
Yeah. Aaron, when are you doing Clericon Part 2?
You have no idea what's coming your way, by the way.
Something about a van and
the pussy
degenerate hillbillies,
the shaggin' wagon, and all the rest, right?
All I could think of now, right as soon as you don't know what's coming your way, is all I could immediately think of was "Rocked You Like a Hurricane."
We can tool down the highway to that.
As somebody who's been in the Air Force or worked for the Air Force for 30 years, I love Scorpions, but if I never hear Rock You Like a Hurricane again, every damn air show.
Yeah. That's like the theme song of the Blue Angels at this point, right?
Probably.
Blue Angels is Navy. No, theirs is Kenny Loggins, Highway of the Danger Zone.
You're a highway to the danger zone, Bruce. Stop sniffing paint.
I refuse.
I refuse. No open windows where I work, sir. Yeah,
we've got so much ventilation going on here. I've got 5 fans going on. I've got the open balcony door. We're good.
Oh, there we go.
This just in, Dungeon Minister is going to announce on his New Year's Day stream the Clericon 24 dates. You will have to tune in. Send me your channel, man. I'm going to put it up here for everybody. Everybody go subscribe to the Dungeon Minister.
I will do my best to try not to be hungover.
Oh, don't you know there? He always gets drunk whenever it comes time for
St. Polly girl.
He's gonna be singing. He's gonna find somebody to give him money so he could do the entire first album of Queensryche. Oh yeah, betcha.
Oh, you know, eh? Oh, you know.
We're going to have an
Minnesota and Canada.
Was that South Canada and Canada?
We're going to have an epic group picture at next Clericon.
Oh yeah.
We did a group shot of 6 of us on the last one.
Make sure you get a stool for me to stand on then.
I'll carry you, little man. I'll carry you on my shoulders.
Make sure we have Master Max Foyan with a beaver-shaped chainsaw.
A what?
A beaver-shaped chainsaw.
What the hell did I just miss?
I don't know.
Oh.
Just a beaver in one hand and a thing of simulated vanilla in the other, right?
If he's wearing fluffy boots, we know how he swings.
Do we have 2 hours left? Because that's around the time when things get really weird.
Well, the plan was to go until I'm tired of doing this, and I was tired of doing it, and then we got a second wind, so now I'm doing all right. So it'll end when it ends. But I figured I got to keep all the Southerners out because they just turned into culture war and government sucks and guns. And it's
hey, I don't.
Hey, you're not really a Southerner, Cody. You might live in the South, but you're
porn.
I think I'm pretty good. I never show my firearm on your stream yet. I could just,
Yeah, we got to keep Crafty mad out. Thank God he doesn't have a channel because he'll just come in and talk. Jesus Christ.
I thought it was like a stock as a channel like 20 best way to stash porn.
You have to use this 3M tape. I don't need this style of cabinet from Solder in your bathroom and tape the little envelope facing the northerly direction.
Now, when you hide it under the rug in the bathroom, there's a chance you'll get mildew, so I recommend using a Ziploc freezer bag to keep it dry and safe. Thanks, Matt. That's all.
You don't know what they're talking about, Ilya.
Max now is just like, I have no clue what's happening.
But here we go. No, there's somebody in my chat right now who can answer all your first versus second edition Palladium Fantasy. Violence solves everything.
Oh yeah.
He's definitely on the first edition bandwagon, and he can tell you everything why it's better than second edition.
Dear God. Violence. Don't take shots at Canada, son, because we will fucking punch you in the throat and then piss on you to put out the fire we lit.
Wait, which problem with what right or left Canada?
Oh, all Canada. There's a place where all Canada comes together, and that's punching Americans. Like we just all go, all right, fuck this shit, let's go. It's hockey shirts and uppercuts. You know what I
Turns
mean?
into the last 10
Yeah,
minutes of
we gotta
fucking
fucking, like,
Iron
punch
Guy.
each
Unless
other
the
until,
English
like,
Canada and
American.
French Canada get along better than that moment in time when Bostonians fuck around in Montreal. You know what I mean?
Well, Palladium Rifts actually has its iconic Glitter Boy power armor was designed in Quebec and made with a
Thank you, Kabuki.
America and Canada working together.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah,
almost
I
say
believe it.
Afghanistan?
It's Bombardier. Glitter Boys are made by Bombardier.
Well, that's why they weren't delivered until after the war, right?
Exactly.
I believe so.
So Violence Solves Everything. We want to know what the differences are between Palladium First Edition and Second Edition, like the actual major differences that affect gameplay. If you're willing to tell us, we would really appreciate that, sir.
Yeah.
He's probably tired of that question because I've asked him it a few times. No, but I've explained the stuff that you like to explain, Violence, about the the STC versus hit points. Spell casting's different, but I'd also like to talk. Oh, and somebody did confirm that the original one didn't have skill improvements, but I think somebody said revised does. Malachi, I think that's the one that confirmed that. But
Not getting even more complex.
like, what's the main difference? Like, what is the main difference between first and second edition? Why do you like first edition so damn much?
Grandma, we do. They're called Quebecois.
Nah, that's nah. It's fucking people from GTA, man. Fucking southern, or I guess like in the south, like would be Albertan would be like our southerner.
Yeah, Albertans are more like Texans, though, right?
They're the Cowboys, yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones that are talking about.
Southeast Ontario and the Maritimes would be closer to the south. You know what I mean? Because the Maritimers are like Appalachians. They're really, really like the Appalachians a lot.
Yeah, well, the Appalachia and there, right? Just like it goes all the way to Quebec. The Chick-Chuck is the end of the Appalachia.
Yeah, you can look out your window and see the Chick-Shocks there, buddy boy.
Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
I can see the Hillbilly too when I go. Hillbillies.
All right, well, I don't know if Bounce is going to answer the question, but there we are. Okay, so other than getting into the Canada-America war, which is making Yield giggle because, you know, we're all his country's fault, except for Mr. Boivin, who's Quebec, France's country's fault. We don't have an answer, though, on the primary differences of Palladium, second versus first edition revised.
I've never read
I'm
first.
starting to suspect from what people are saying, and TCG, you might be able to answer this for us. It's not that big a difference, is it? Oh, wait, we got something. Hang on. I stalled long enough.
No
physical skills. Men-at-arm OCCs actually have value. Armor is worth wearing. No personal SDC. No PP to fight with. Okay.
You need any of that translated?
Yeah, I would like that translated. Okay, no physical skills. So no boxing skill?
Yeah, so no boxing, no weightlifting. Basically, the things that you use in Palladium to increase your attributes if you roll poorly. Men at Arms OCC, so those are your fighter classes, all the various different fighter classes. They're apparently useful. I didn't find them. I played a Ranger, so I didn't find it not useful in second edition. But then again, I don't have anything compared to. Armor is worth wearing because your rolls are going to be a little bit lower. And then unless there's so if you have an armor rating of 12, for example, that means a roll of, because remember, 5 hits. So a roll between 5 and 12 hits the
armor.
Yeah, hits the armor, not you. If you roll a 13 or higher, it hits you.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's a very simplistic system. A lot of people complain about it because where'd you find a chink in my plate mail armor? It just fucking happened. Roll your damage. But no personal SDC. That's what we were talking about before about just hit points. No PPE. That was the spell casting thing. Somebody else will have to explain how the spells work versus the PPE spells because I don't know. And then monsters
so which is better then? I mean, let's be honest. Which is better? Is it the PPE or the spells per level thing?
I'm used to the PPE, so I can't answer that. I don't know the other way. But
how does So Bear, you've looked at first edition fantasy. How does the spell casting work in there?
I don't know. I've never looked at it enough to have it. I don't know. I'll just leave it at I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so this goes back to the reaction combat that we were talking about, the action reaction combat. Well, in this case, you can, because remember you have lower attack numbers in first edition, So in this case, your armor is more meaningful.
But does
Because-
everybody get a free parry?
I don't know if it's free in first edition or not. Usually parry is free, but
He's talking in second edition there. Okay, parry is free.
sword bonuses hit that they roll low enough stopped by armor that can be blocked by the free parry the opponent gets. Yeah. There's a lot of reaction, especially with the extra attacks and so forth. But that's second edition. First edition, I think it's more just straight up deadly is the way to say it. Like I said, conceptually, I like first edition. I'm pretty sure I played it back in the day because we were playing, I think, before second edition came out. But anyway, get X spells at a given level, for example. Level 1 mage, 2 spells per day. Level 15, 45 spells per day. That's right. That's one thing that's cool about Palladium across the board is you're not limited by spell level. You're only a level 1 character, so you can only have level 1 spells. No, you can have any number of spells. A spell level. A parry cost and action. Okay.
So you what is the drawback then? Why if the first spell you can get the fucking strongest spell you can, right? Get the fucking
Because the game master told you no.
So
okay.
So violence solves everything. Since you seem to have a handle on this, would you say first edition spellcasting is better than the PPE system, or the PPE system is better, or they're just different systems and both have their merits and flaws?
Well, my experience with, I did play with my first GM, the guy who taught me like the first the spells per level more than PPE, so I do have a little experience with that. I actually prefer the PPE because it makes more sense when you start getting to higher level spells. In the fact that you can, all right, you want to cast a level 15 spell. Do you have the 150 PPE to cast that? No. Okay, then you can't cast that. But there are also ways around that. There are items that can give you PPE. There are, if you're playing an evil campaign, you can sacrifice people, which doubles PPE that they have within their body at death.
Especially with the children.
Yeah, children actually have the most PPE.
Suddenly, I have a strange feeling I know what Mr. Boivin is going to want to play.
I don't
Sacrifice his children for PPE.
I don't play spellcaster.
So for the person that said that Palladium's an incomplete system, that's somebody you were misinformed. A lot of people feel that way. The books have bad editing, so sometimes it's hard to find stuff. It provides a framework. It's not Pathfinder. It's not meant to be an encyclopedia. It provides a framework for everything you would want to do, though. I've never run into a situation where I'm like, crap, the game didn't tell me or it didn't set me up to make a ruling. But there are a lot of situations where rulings have to come into play because there's a specific rule. Is it plus 5%, minus 10%? Who knows? Well, you're the game master. You determine if it should be plus 5% or minus 10%.
You see, I find that interesting what Violence say there. Like that sounds appealing to me.
Second level, you have many spells that you will never have enough PPE to cast unless you wish to sacrifice people or cast during an eclipse or on the ley line. Ooh. Okay, so violence solves everything. Big question then. This is the big question. Could you run first edition but use the magic from second edition? Is it possible, or would it be too much of a break? That's what I want to know.
Imagine you need both books.
I might have both books.
Right.
Do you have the you gotta wait for your box to get there. Sorry, I forgot. I was about to say, which do you have this book? And then like, wait, no, he has to restart his collection. Sorry.
Don't wait. Hang on. I missed one from Violence. Hang on. There are many things missing from the second ed book, despite it being a larger book. Okay.
Gods and so
That
forth.
part I wouldn't know.
It's gods. It's nothing to do with actual gameplay, but it's setting stuff.
Okay, I'm starting to think the PPE sounds better for me and the way I like to do things. He says it's possible to do it. Would it be really hard to do, or is it an easy thing you just add it on away you go? And Charles says, yeah, you could do it.
I'm wondering if the spells are done differently, if it would break the game. Like, as in, would there be a way to break it by using the second edition system in first edition? Just are there considerations you'd have to take?
Or also, if you want to make a move like that, Like, would it be like playing first edition, bringing the second edition Magic, or playing second edition and getting rid of the SDC? And,
Well, there's more to second edition than just SDC though.
Well, the other thing is like the other big thing seems to be about the Magic, no?
Does first edition have ISP or the?
Yes, he said that. He said Psionics uses ISP in both editions, and ISP works like PPE. Now, what is okay? Now, what is ISP? Hey, Hungar, how you feeling, man?
Internal strength points.
Internal strength points. Yeah.
What is that?
For a direct definition, that is how much psychic energy you can expend before you run out of juice. Like, for example, some psychics, I just lifted a cup, but I cannot do anything like that again for 24 hours, or until I recharge my my ISP.
Which is funny because potential psychic energy is for magic, but internal strength points for psychic.
Yeah, it's backwards.
But I mean, I don't know if it's in Palladium, but like for example, Rifts, you would also use your PPE to buy your psionic powers or something like that, if I remember correctly. No, that was beyond the supernatural.
You can switch your PPE to ISP at a 2-to-1 ratio.
Right. Yeah, I'm muddled on the mechanics. I think beyond supernatural, you had to use your PPE to buy your powers or something like that. I remember there was something like that in one of the systems.
But the point I was making, Bear, make sure you read the psionic powers carefully and decide if you want to deal with them your first time go, because they can be
I don't
pretty
tend to want
OP.
psionics in my fantasy, but baked into the setting, it's a different story at that point.
You can remove it. The Palladium Fantasy is flexible like that.
Yeah. I'm just not a big fan of psionics and fantasy together. Psionics always has a sci-fi feel to me, you know.
I hate psionics in every game.
Is doing your Kim impersonation in the background.
Quick, send help! Send help!
That's Raven.
Hi, Raven. Tell Raven we say hi. No, do you have to
So
mute yourself?
guys,
It's just funny.
my dinner is ready. I just got the door knocked, so I'm going to tap out now and say goodbye. Merry Christmas,
Merry
everyone.
Christmas.
Sean, thank you for being part of the conversation, man. It was awesome having you here.
Looking forward to seeing you again.
As always, thanks for having me. We'll see you all soon. Eventually, I might even have a video of my own up again.
Hopefully.
Rules my weapon mastery. Get it done.
Yeah, that's on the list. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
It's not that I hate psionics, Levi. I just don't like the feel of psionics in fantasy. It's a personal choice. It's not a hatred.
Well, no, I'm going to take a different track on that one. No, it's not just a different type of magic. It's lazy magic. It's I don't want to actually research spells. It's I don't want to actually have to worry about components in a book. It's like I don't want to do all the things that require me to cast spell. I just want to go loo, 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 and expect something to happen. No.
I don't want to have to pay speed factor for it to go off. I want it to be instantaneous.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with it if there was some sort of mental drawback.
Like
Well,
you're
there is.
confused for a
That's what
round?
the ISP is.
Yeah, that sort of thing. That sort of thing.
Look at that.
I see what you're
Just
saying.
remember, you're not a member on my channel. There's no benefit.
I'm a fan of one or the other, right? Like you either have psionics or you have magic. I don't like both together because I feel like they kind of are one.
So
and the
Palladium does a really good job, though, of making magic more one-shot powerful.
They do.
Hold that thought. You know what, Von solves everything? I really appreciate you doing that for us, though, because we've been talking about it for an hour and a half, and having someone come in and just break things down for us like that was really appreciated. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm sorry we took you from your nap to immediately doing game theory for us, but thank you.
But Palladium, the magic in a single spell is more powerful than a single psychic attack. That's also why you can do one psychic action or per action, where magic is 2-1 or every other round. So it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other. I do like the way Palladium puts it together. I really, really do. I just a psychic to me seemed like I don't want to deal with all the nonsense. I just want the power. It's like no.
Big issue with second edition for me is that mages and psionics can take all the top combat skills and weapon skills, making that identical to warriors in combat, and have their powers on top of that. Well, that's an easy house rule. I mean, does that seem like a hard house rule to say? No, you can't.
Nah, just send a wizard in the game.
You shut up. No, I'd be shocked if anybody from this group of people were like, I really want to play a wizard. You guys don't strike me as wizard people. I play a wizard.
Oh, Cody.
Oh,
Cody
I
the
stand
wizard?
corrected. Cody's like, I'm a wizard who hates weaving.
If I were to play, you would not want me to play. You would have to put restrictions on me.
If I were to play, you would not want me to play. Well, that's a self-solving problem, sir.
I tend to lean a little roguey. I like roguey sort of classes.
Nice.
Well, the first thing I want to do is play my 4-armed giant blade priest, one of my favorite combo races and OCCs.
What did I do that gets me a good for me there? Poly robotics one. I don't know any context on that.
Oh, there's no index, eh?
Gifted one Legion of Myth membership. Hey, look at that! Another one getting memberships tonight. Mercurius is going great.
Yeah.
And he gave it to David Welker. I don't know who David Welker is, but thank you, David Welker. You now are a member.
And now he's going to be
And
allowed
thank you,
to
Mercurius, for
give away.
donating the membership.
Shadow, who I don't know why he hasn't joined us tonight, says psionics and all psychic abilities are you have ever heard of. Do you allow telepathy or ESP cells? No. Because psionics also include things like speed reading, sixth sense, and precognition. Yeah, that's just no. That's amazing how you're hitting all my no buttons there, Shadow. It's awesome. Gandalf did not use armor, but did now sword. Yeah, he did have a sword. He just didn't wear armor. There you go. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Welcome back. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Gandalf was more than a mage.
Sorry, there's a Vagabond OCC as well in Fantasy.
Why is Bruce? Wait, sorry. Why is Bruce not streaming on YouTube tonight? Are you not simulcasting, Bruce?
I'm simulcasting under Rumble. I had the choice because you only have so many slots. I'm like, I need to love my Rumble more.
Does the Palladium Fantasy RPG have an overarching meta plot?
Very loose one.
Very loose in the fantasy game.
Yeah. I mean, the setting books give you things that are happening within those very like northern wilderness, Yinslath jungles, and so forth. So yes, but it's very loose in the fact that you can deal with it or not. It's up to your game master.
Yeah, if you read through the books, there's kind of a slight direction it's all going, but it like Max says, it's very loose. You can either draw a lot of strings or just leave it as individual things that happen.
Okay. Shadow, in sci-fi, if it's the sci-fi setting has it, yes. If I'm playing Alien, no. And in superhero games, of course, it's a staple. Mentalists are a staple of superhero games.
Like there's a venture I want to run that's in the main book. It's though it does involve a fairly powerful but also kind of cursed magic item. But it is such. I don't want to give any spoilers in case you're like, oh yeah, I want to run this. I don't want to give any spoilers.
Well, I'm gonna read it and see what I like. Mage's penalties with armor don't matter because most of the time your attack roll will be higher than the AR of any armor you're wearing, and if it isn't, your opponent will easily parry.
I think he's talking second edition there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As such, it's rarely of value to wear armor. Okay. Malachi, is the Dungeons and Gods book good? Dragons and Gods book, sorry. And then
I personally would say yes.
Grandma's drinking. She's having her own conversation over there tonight. It was funny that she's like, I don't drink anymore. This is hitting me hard. It's like, okay, lady. Grandma, you're the best. Don't ever change. So it seems like the PPE system could easily be ported over to the first edition rules. That's good news because I like a that sounds more like my taste. PPE, right? I'll have to read it and see, but I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Shut him up on D&D. We know D&D and love it, but one cannot live on creative food alone. Grandma, put the bottle down. Just put the bottle down at this point.
D&D's creative food?
Yes, apparently. If you're running 2E, then yes, it gives stats for what is described, including alien intelligence and elementals. And in second, they are very dangerous. That's
the Dragons and Gods book, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, can you use the Dragons and Gods? Can you use the Bestiary from 2E with 1E revised and not just kill your players right out? That's a good question to ask.
I have the 1E Bestiary book. If you I don't have it in digits though, but I do have the 1E. What's that?
Yar.
Oh, you do have it? Okay.
Yar.
He has it.
I don't have the 2E one. I should get it.
Well,
Anyway, so you were saying
campaign- yeah.
TCG. You were going to say about the second edition to first edition monster stuff.
Oh, you might. I haven't seen the first edition books, but my understanding would be just remove the SDC and maybe beef up the health a little bit, and you should be fine.
So monsters in 2E have more hit points and have hit points and have SDC, and outside of demons and devils have everything else increased in power to fit second edition. Yes.
Okay, my
but
mistake.
VSE, would they overpower 1E revised characters is what I'm saying.
I've worked it out with Grandma. She's about an hour and a half behind on the stream.
Oh, now that explains what's going on. She's talking about builds. Yeah, that's about an hour and a half back. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh, someone said something in private. Remember, guys, now is also someone streaming whatever the name is, the inspiration to play him, so let's not harp on piracy, please. Of course not. No one would harp on piracy at all. What are you talking about? Shut up.
Ever. No, if you read the private message out loud, it can defeat
Oh,
the purpose.
no. As soon as I thought it was from you, I'm reading it out loud because it might be a hate crime, and I want everyone to realize I'm not being mean when I pick on you. I'm just being a reporter. This just in, Mac Levin said
all my
something
hate
ugly.
crime in public.
I'm sorry, what?
I do all my hate crime in public. I'm very nice. in
Aren't you
private.
the one that says it's only a war crime the first time? Or it's not a war crime the first time or something?
It's not a
like
war
that?
crime the first time. Bad
You
electrician.
know, I'm French Canadian, so I say people need to fucking stop crying about war crime. You know, it's war.
First edition characters are weaker than second edition monsters, so you'd need to alter the slots to avoid wiping the floor with the party. Ooh.
Or the party play smarter.
Make a couple of characters.
Dragons and Gods gives rift stats for all the dragon species, both adult and hatchling. I used to be in Conversion Book 1, but was removed. It was used to be in Conversion Book 1, was removed from the revised Conversion Book. Okay. For example, 2E characters have 2 to 5 attacks per round, 2 for living, 2 for hand-to-hand skill, and 1 for boxing. 1E characters all start with 1 action. How many actions do the monsters get?
1?
Oh, dear God. Okay. You're just going into weird places now and war crimes all of a sudden.
No, I'm starting to feel like maybe Violence solves everything should take my seat.
I think you're doing fine, sir.
Yeah.
Don't undersell yourself, TCG. My God, man. Come on.
Well,
used
true
to have
story. I
TCG.
never once felt imposter syndrome about anything I did. I was like, okay, this is made to a standard I can accept. I start showing up on table breakers and I get heavy imposter syndrome. It's like, what am I doing here? I got nothing on these guys.
Well, I've got good news for you, TCG. We are way less than table breakers here, so you're safe.
That's it's good also to put yourself in a situation when you feel like you're inadequate, because it means you're pushing yourself, right? You don't want to be like the smartest person. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room, right? We all say that.
All right, well then I'm leaving.
Okay, gotta go. Bye.
And that's how.
That's
when
why
I
you
started-
invite me. So
I mean, I've done a few sort of audiobook style readings recently, and of course I stream with the likes of Bear and Sean, who've both got trained production level voices. And I was thinking, why would anyone listen to me reading a book? But the feedback's been great because I pushed myself to do it. And
I saw that, Cody. Sorry, Cody had a mouthful of noodles. He's like, oh, turn off my camera.
It's good, but I don't think anybody wants to watch me eating it. So,
well, there you go.
it's just,
John, I would tell you this
doesn't
right
work.
now. I will say this just as sweet as I can put it. Shut the fuck up, dude. Your voice is fine.
Yeah, you gotta forget.
You have no reason to doubt your voice. You speak clearly. You speak well. Plus, you got that sexy accent that makes me want to turn gay for you.
Just saying,
It's working out.
the doubt is just a natural thing, though, isn't it? It's when you try something new.
Okay.
You think, can I do this?
So what's stopping you, Bear?
Dude, every time I have worked on a film, okay, despite going through the audition process, a screen press process, a fucking wardrobe fitting, makeup, whatever, I still think I'm going to get to set and they're going to go, oh, no, we wanted the other guy, not you. Imposter syndrome is just a part of being a creative. And if you don't have imposter syndrome as a creative, you're an arrogant fuck who thinks they're amazing.
God damn it.
Well,
That
I've
means
never
that I know
thought I was
about it, you know?
amazing in my work. I was just content with it. Like, all right, well, that's not the best work I've ever seen, but it's the best I can do, so I'm happy with that.
What the fuck, man? Gay bear is a hermaphrodite bear? What the hell, Polly? We were getting along so well. What? I don't know. Suddenly it's the bipolar bear all over again. I feel bad.
Yeah.
One thing with Palladium, all editions with a few minor exceptions in 1E, there is no pre-stated creatures. Everything is written like you're rolling up a character. Oh, really? So I got to roll up the monsters?
Yeah, I think so. So
Well, it's meant to make
this-
everything level with the characters.
Let me
Sorry, heterosexual bear. I don't know. Hermaphrodite bear was sounding weird, but
so I'm looking at the Lizard Mage. Now, this is first edition book. So, yeah. So, like, for example, IQ, ME, MA, blah, blah, blah. It just gives number of dice you roll. Hit points average is 60, but you'll roll that based off your whatever your endurance is. PPE that this thing will have is 5d6 times 10. So, yeah, you're rolling up. You're statting these out like they're characters, which you know what? While that is more work for the game master, I kind of like that because when you run across different ones, one might be more powerful than another. Not that I don't do that in D&D anyway, but you know.
Yeah.
Though I'm sure somewhere out there on the interwebs is a default. You know, someone went and took all the trouble of just assembling
Well, you know,
default builds.
you can just take the average, right? And just like that's not that hard to do, right?
Yeah, some of us are math dyslexic.
Oh yeah.
So we can't just easily do math in our heads.
No, yeah, I forgot them.
Or you do what I do. All right, I want this one
superpower.
smart but weak. I want this one strong but dumb, strong but dumb, strong but dumb.
Hang on. Give me a monster out of that book, Max.
Any monster?
Any monster.
Okay, we start. Oh, that's not a
Cool
monster.
one.
Those are animals. Let me get to a. Oh, there we go. What's that? Oh, that's gross. Viper serpent.
Viper serpent stats from Palladium. And that's first edition.
Yeah, I should have gone with the one before, the snaggletooth gobbler. I'm dead serious.
That sounds so sexual.
There it is. Can I turn that? There we go.
What a magnificent name.
Here we go.
Sounds like something.
So all I did was I went to ChatGPT and I said, please please generate a Viper Serpent stats from Play and Fantasy. It gave me the regular, and I said, please restate with all the values rolled, and it went through and rolled them for me.
Okay, tell me what the values it gave you. Or just see. I want to see how accurate it is.
IQ 6 + 4 gave me a 10. ME 5 + 5 gave me a 10. MA 4 + 3 gave me a 7. Physical strength 6 + 6
weird.
+ 6 gives me an 18.
This one actually doesn't give the Viper Serpent here doesn't actually give attributes. Oh, you can't see because it's too small. Let's pick. I would just like to see if it actually does write attributes. So let me find one here.
Give me one that has one.
Where's that lizard mage again? Let me just go back to that one because I saw that. The hell are you? You're gross. Okay, lizard mage. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, just do the lizard mage.
Okay, hang
Or the
on.
Lugaroo.
Please generate
It's a Lugaroo.
wizard mages. Let's spell wizard right.
Thing of the Lugaroo.
Say, and roll and total all the values. And we'll come down. And there we go. So we got 3d6 for the IQ, giving us a 15.
Nope, supposed to be 4d6.
Okay, that's good to know.
I mean, look, to be fair, is it going to break the game? No.
So was it a
But
wizard mage or a lizard mage?
Lizard.
Oh, I put wizard. I'm an idiot. Hang on. Jesus, give me a second. Let me redo that properly. My apologies. It just went, here's a wizard and a mage, you idiot.
I like how you're polite with ChatGPT like I am as well.
Well, dude, when they take over, I want them to remember me well.
Right.
No, it's still giving me the 3d6s on the lizard mage.
Yeah, so it should be 3d6, or so it'd be 4d6, 4d6, 3, 4, 3, 4, 2, 4.
Interesting. Okay, so it didn't do that. So I guess it's not useful. Fuck that.
But I mean, it depends on how exacting you really want to be, though. Let's be honest about that.
Okay.
I'm going to depart now because it is
Good night.
way past pumpkin hour. It's 20 to 1 here now. And I've got a rough day tomorrow. So,
Well, you have a good night, sir, and it was a pleasure seeing you.
It's good to see you as always, sir. The
Good
geek.
job. Cheers. Cheers.
It was fun having you around.
Thank you, everybody.
Fair enough. There we are. Well, anyway, so I mean, look, it's not that you drop some dice, you roll a number, you write it up, and away you go, right? Though Violence says attributes are different between first and second edition. And you can't just take the averages of a creature on the fly because many have level ranges, and trying to go back and figure out the bonuses from the stats, skills, and everything will to figure out combat bonus is something to do in advance. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's both a strength and a weakness of Palladium, depending on who you are. I love the fact that Palladium takes a little bit of time to make the characters. Like, you can't just whip it out in 5 minutes, but everything your character can do is on that character sheet. There are very few things you should have to look up. It should just be right there. What is your bonus to strike? What is your bonus to parry?
No.
What is your, you've got this spell. What does it do? That might be a little different, but just, it takes the time. Everything is forward loaded or front loaded in Palladium. So even the monsters, yeah. I guess I agree with that, where it's like you're going to want to plan for the monster encounters a little bit, at least have a couple ready in a notebook or something if you want to still be random about it.
When it comes to spell, I encourage index cards.
Hang on.
Squirrel Hermit's still watching. I want to thank him one more time for the super chat, because that was a big one. That deserves more than one thank you.
Hang on, just answering a question. Bummer goes to paper dancing bananas. Okay, thanks, RPG Grandma.
What's with the bummer dancing bananas?
I do not know. Guys, I'm going to kill Ye Old Geeks stream on this one. So if you're on Ye Old Geeks channel and you want to keep up with us, bounce over to one of us, please. Because I'm going to turn it off because I don't want anyone streaming if they're not around to police their own thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go ahead and remove it. And it didn't kick me out this time. So weird.
Nice.
It's Bro Hermit.
Shouldn't really worry too much about the numbers. You should be able to do it. So on the fly. You can do that in Palladium.
That's generally what I've done in the past, running like Ninja Turtles or Riffs or Recon or anything. I mean, I just kind of make up the stats as I go. I'm like, okay, what would the to hit be? Okay, it'd be this. It's not too hard to do on the fly, because all you really need is like to hit, armor class, SDC and hit points for like a monster, right? So,
Bear.
Well, I know where Grandma is in the conversation now.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
TCG.
Be careful. You don't seem like there'd be too much of an issue, but still be careful. You want to add monster just because, well, that sounds cool for what I'm thinking. For an excellent example, the Boogeyman.
That's one of my favorites.
Yes, but they can easily wipe a level 1 party.
Oh yeah.
But they don't look like it, or their stats don't immediately seem like it. But once you read their abilities and take into account what they are to what they can do, they can wipe a level 1 party or even a level 2 party. Just one of those little suckers.
There
and
it
they
is.
like to travel in packs, if I remember correctly.
I don't know I can't see, so I can't tell if it's on the screen there. It's the one eye thing. There we go.
Yeah.
That's a Boogeyman.
Is there any kind of indication about the level power or some shit?
What's that?
Not really. You just gotta.
really?
You kind of have to know. You kind of have to read the abilities and see. Well, that'll mess up a party.
But also the party has to play smart, right? It's like that's something I hate with the. A lot of people have this mentality in D&D, like, oh, if the monster is there, it's probably like level appropriate, and we can kill it, right? Just like, and then if everything's become at some point, you need to be able to run away if the monster is too strong. And also, if you go fight a monster that is hard, you have to plan ahead and try to trap it in some way.
Who
Try
owns
to stack
Bio
the deck in
Kid?
your favor.
Me.
Okay, just checking. Stay away from the one-eyed monster.
Well, that's what I just put on the screen. I just showed the one-eyed monster on the screen. I'm not going where you're going.
Okay.
But one of the things about Palladium also is that even whether you're level 1 or level 15, yes, your power level grows, but it doesn't grow as exponentially as it does in, say, Dungeons and Dragons. So something that's hard for a level 1 is still probably going to be somewhat hard for a level 15. Not nearly as much. But but you're going to have more items and better armor, and you're going to have a lot of other things to mitigate it. Kind of like what we think that D&D is supposed to be. So I don't want to say you're gear reliant, but you're going to be thinking through the fights based on some of the gear and the planning. And you're right about the planning.
You would say in Palladium Fantasy, like the power curve, like it doesn't go as high, but doesn't start as low, and it's not as steep. Would it be fair
You're
to
front
say?
loaded. Instead of playing like 1 to 20 in D&D, you're playing like from 5 to 10.
Okay.
Even though you're doing it across 15 levels, there is an increase, but you start off quite viable. And it's not just like, there's my one spell, I'm done. Oh, I've got my Thaco of 20. Oh my god, I can't hit anything. No, you're going to start off fairly well. Your bonuses are going to get better, not even at the speed of D&D. You don't get +1 to hit every single level. You're going to get it as
Mr. Liao. I'm wondering why we haven't sent a message to Sean telling him he needs to be here with us.
Be back.
I know you invited him, but it's also Christmas, and
I
I wouldn't want to bug him.
Sean, we're talking about Palladium a lot.
Get to work, Sean.
How have we not summoned you yet, sir?
Seriously, where is Sean Roberts?
World.
Much like Tana, we will summon him in the old way. Robertson. Yo, Bruce, Bear, Max, Crafting, Mr. Max. What's up, Chill Gamer? How you doing, boss?
Forget Cody. Don't forget Cody.
Yeah, whatever.
And Cody too.
It's like Zingazuki.
Oh, Bruce is here too.
Yeah.
Bruce. Who Bruce?
Nope, I don't have any emails from Sean saying let me in.
Who Bruce? Who Bruce?
Who Bruce? What?
You said Bruce is here too. Who's Bruce?
The
Bruce
guy in
Lombardo.
between me and you?
Yeah.
Oh, Bruce. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm looking for another Bruce in the chat, man.
Skeletor.
Palladium could do heavy metal. You could totally do the heavy metal fucking game using
Palladium. Should do heavy metal.
I'm sorry, why are you showing us your dick?
Good. Think about it. They should do it completely because heavy metal just lost the fucking license to do the magazine within the past half year. They could probably use somebody to go out there and fly their flag. A lot of gamers that have had any time in the hobby have a very big soft spot for Tarna and everything that good heavy metal is.
Raven, I hate to break the news to you. Bad. You're bad.
No, Savage Worlds. No.
I think
Savage Worlds.
I think Palladium could absolutely do heavy metal. You would just have to cater Palladium to do heavy metal, and you would have to separate it for fantasy and science fiction heavy metal.
You would have to cherry pick a few books.
I would separate it, but it's Palladium, so you can bring it together, right? Because the thing about heavy metal is it's all over the place, right? Like you got all kinds of crazy shit in there.
Would that just be called the Rifter?
Yeah.
How many issues of the Rifter are there that I'm going to have to
85.
buy? Oh, fuck man.
No. So here's one of the things I've been bugging Sean about, and I keep asking, like, remember the old Dragon magazine 250 issue on CD? I still have that.
Wow.
Don't really need it anymore because you can just easily get it online. But I want something like that. Like, I don't want to go through Drive-Thru RPG or wherever and order 286 copies of the Rifter. I would like an omnibus version where I click it and I get all the copies, even if it's at a price. Hopefully it wouldn't be full price for all of it, but whatever. I think they should do that.
For what? Heavy metal?
No, for the Rifters.
The Rifters.
Oh, Rifter. Okay. I was about to say, if you want heavy metal.
You forgot about 9.5, man. Oops, we forgot about 9.5, apparently.
Well, Rifter 9.5 is the only one I have.
They're print, though, right? You can get them in print.
Well, not all of them. You can't get all of them in print. That's the thing.
Why not?
If you go to the store, because some of them are just out of print. I don't know why, but if you go to the store,
oh no, I realize I'm going to have to buy them as secondary market, dude.
Oh, okay. Well,
What's there on 9.5? What's the story behind that?
Behind what?
9.5.
Oh, that's the April Fool's one from like 20 or so years ago, where it has giga damage and a whole bunch of other stuff in there.
It's funny.
Okay.
So is the
I
Rifter
got it.
worth getting?
Some are, some aren't. I mean, it's like Dragon Magazine. Just I'd say it has more stuff in it than Dragon, but it's like Dragon Magazine. It's got tips and tricks, new characters, maybe new races, new ideas, things to add to your game, little stories.
Dude, the Rifter #1 is $10.54 on Canadian on Noble Knight. $12, $13, $7, $7, $13. They're not that expensive.
I never looked at Noble Knight.
$15, $23 for issue 49 for some reason. I mean, they don't have all of them, but there's a lot there.
Well, there you go. Well, on the Palladium store.
So does issue 69 cost $69?
You're funny.
So just on the first page, I'm not going to do anything past that. It goes from so you can get 14, 16, 41, 42, 44. So there's a big gap in there of some that are missing from the Palladium store. But still, even though I don't like PDFs, it's one of the times where I would say, fine, if I can get all 86 of them, 85 of them in PDF format as an omnibus, I'd do it.
Interesting.
Apparently, I'm wise.
Why are you wise?
Look what TCG Grandma said.
TCG Grandma, RPG Grandma. Unless
That's
it's
okay.
your grandma.
Earlier, she said yes or something. Or you're right, Bear. I have no idea what the fuck I was right about because she's an hour behind us.
Oh
Could've
yeah,
been
she's
the
talking
part where I
about
said we
the
all get
planet,
together
like
to punch
the-
Americans. I don't know. Fuck.
Talking about the Wormwood. That Wormwood some awesome.
I wasn't me who said that.
Wormwood is a great campaign setting. It's a little wonky, but it's great.
If you like demons in your sci-fi.
Now I'm going to get on my Vespa and go right off to the crusade in action. Don't the paladins
Congratulations,
ride
Chill Gamer.
Vespas in that world?
I'm sorry, what?
Wormwood. Do the paladins ride Vespas?
No, but they eat worms.
Yes.
Do they eat woods?
They have there are other types of conveyance. I know they have vehicles.
I thought they had motorbikes and Vespas. For some odd reason, I was
Alright.
thinking Vespas.
It's been a while since I've read the book, admittedly.
I don't know
But
what
the
you guys are
planet
talking
itself
about
provides
anymore.
everything you need.
Wormwood is a setting of Palladium.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, Per.
But it's like everything is twisted and evil, I guess.
Well, the planet itself is actually designed for mankind to survive on it. It produces oxygen, it produces worms, it produces buildings, it even produces organic tools and things like that. And the planet itself is alive to the point that it'll actually bleed if you cut into it.
Can I jump in for a second? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Eric, were you in any of the Rifts games? I'm just curious. I don't think you did play Rifts with us, but maybe you did, or Palladium Fantasy. Did you play any of the Palladium games with me? Were you in my TMNT game, sir? I'm curious. I forget if you played any of those. I know you were in my Earth Dawn game.
And the planet itself is being used by a powerful demon that's able to manipulate what the planet is producing in the way of worms and parasites.
Hi, Bob Beckman.
And
Merry Christmas to you too.
you're basically at this point fighting a battle that you can never win. The point is just to cut back on the demons as much as possible.
Is there a lot of Palladium Fantasy stuff in the Rifter, by the way?
It's a mix. It's a mix of it's Palladium Fantasy. Rifts is the #1 thing. In fact, that's why he says if you want to write for the Rifter, he encouraged you to do, Heroes Unlimited, Palladium Fantasy, things that aren't as well done. But you'll find stuff for TMNT, After the Bomb, Rifts, Palladium Fantasy.
Probably even find a few things for Robotech.
Mutants in Space.
Well, Mutants in Orbit is just a supplement for both Rifts and TMNT. Yeah.
No. Everybody knows Mutants in Space is actually just pigs in space.
Pigs in space.
Yeah, that's what people are making. That's what they're calling the game that I'm starting to run, or that I'm putting together. Call it Pigs in Space. Because I'm combining After the Bomb with Aliens Unlimited.
Interesting choice.
Aliens Unlimited. I love Aliens. In fact, I'm a little bit off subject to Palladium, but it is Palladium related. I'm going to be using the Aliens Unlimited ship building system for the game I'm making, because it gives you so much.
There's shipbuilding and Aliens Unlimited. Are you talking the Galaxy Guide, or?
It's either Galaxy Guide or Aliens
Yeah.
Unlimited. I can't remember which. I've read both of them so many times. One of them is shipbuilding, and I intend to use something similar because it is so simple, but gives you so much freedom to really build the ship you want.
Those are the first 2 books I'm covering this year.
Nice.
Or next year, technically, I guess.
Well,
playing a video game.
I don't know. Raven, probably.
Well, you should, Mr. Max. One of these times, you should take a picture of yourself as you are right now, and make that like like I have my screen, that little bubble, so no one really knows if you're on or not.
I was looking at the Noble Knights game website because I don't know, looking what was there because I never looked at it before. But
Everything's
people talk
there,
about
Max. Everything.
Yeah. I don't
The
know.
problem with Noble Knight
Yeah, I
is
haven't
they have
used
to
them yet, but I have
maintain
looked.
an overhead because they own a physical location, right? So they have to
Or
set their prices higher. And the thing is on eBay now, everybody uses Noble Knight as the price guide.
Yeah.
So everything's gone up ever since Noble Knight got bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's just like, it sucks because some of this stuff does not deserve the prices it's being given, right?
Yeah.
It's still better than the Amazon marketplace, but not by much these days.
Well, it's like I'm only going to shift a little bit when it comes to eBay. I have to say I've come in handy for buying both my Robotech books and, sorry, Bear, the miniatures I have purchased for $40K because it's actually much cheaper to get it off eBay.
Do you see this right beside me?
Hey, I apologized ahead of time.
No, it's okay. You can talk about miniatures. I don't give a fuck. It's just I hate when 3 people start talking about their favorite miniature game and then discussing paint techniques. I'm like, oh my fuck, you know.
Oh, I don't have a favorite miniature game yet. I just got into miniatures, so at this particular moment, I'm still discovering the whole thing.
Well, you know what? I think the steam has gone out of the conversation at this point. What do you guys think?
Hold on. Just
we're talking about miniatures games.
Are we going to finally talk about Dwarf Fortress?
No. No, we're not. What I'm
Warhammer
suggesting
40K
is, given we've hit that lull, the Palladium wind has gone out of the sails. We have a choice: stick it out until the next wind hits the sails, or, like I said today, 12 to 8 was going to be what we were going to be doing this. We've done 8 hours, coming up in 2 minutes. Maybe it's time to say goodnight.
Real quickly, Violence, I tried to send you a message on Discord so you could just send it to me. It says that you don't accept chat messages or something. So
Me? Yeah, I've got the settings, so you have to be my friend or on a common server with me.
Well, I'm friends with you, but yeah, for Violence, so he either needs to add me as a friend or something. It's not giving me the option.
Well, there we go then. So anyone got anything they want to say before we log off here and we end the night? Bruce, anything you'd like to say? Shill, pimp, what?
Please have yourselves a great remainder of the Christmas holiday if you are still celebrating it. We have another 5 hours here in Central Standard Time, and look forward to seeing you all again here shortly. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you,
for being
Rumble,
with us
for
today,
allowing me
Bruce.
to host.
And thank you for getting us on Rumble. All right, Max, Liao, anything you'd like to say?
Merry Christmas to everyone. Hopefully, going into the new year here, it's going to be much better than this last year. 2024 is going to be really interesting. I cannot wait for all the fun stuff that we're going to be doing on Legion Myth's channel. So thanks to Bear for letting me stream bomb here. And,
Man, my pleasure.
And talk about Palladium for quite a while.
Dude, that was awesome. I got it. Cody, fuck you. I got excited.
Oh, yes. Cody brought it up. Thank you, Cody, for bringing it up. That was great.
I got excited, man. I'm telling you. I'm stoked now. And I want to reach out to
I
Robert
don't
and
think
go,
we've had that.
motherfucker, sponsor this shit. Ooh, Mr. Boivin, anything you'd like to say? Shill, pimp, what have you?
I'm just gonna say like Merry Christmas again to everybody that watch, and Happy New Year. I'm sure we're gonna talk again before that. I hope the end of your year is gonna be great. I'm sure we're gonna have like a long ass stream for New Year as well. Then we can talk about what we accomplished during the year. If
Yeah,
we
you're
reach our
hosting this
goal,
one, you fuck.
About being
our goal for
hungover.
next year. Yeah. So you can look forward for that. Bears can. But other than that, like the regular content is gonna come back on in January, and I'm gonna try to push more video this year. So keep an eye peeled.
All right, Mr. Cody.
RPG Grandma's got to the Squirrel Hermit stuff.
Cody, what do you got?
Oh yeah, well, Merry Christmas. This has been really fun. This is definitely the spirit of the holidays. I'm glad I got to jump in on this, and I look forward to doing more of this. And the best part of this year has been meeting all of you guys, meeting more gamer friends, and sharing the passion of one of my favorite things, which is gaming, which is always awesome. And yeah, I'll be putting out a video either tonight or tomorrow, so look forward to that. And I guess we're doing a 4-Color Cafe this Wednesday.
We might be. I haven't decided yet because I'm kind of in that mindset of like, I need some time off. Oh, sorry, got a big stretch. My shirt came up.
Either way,
we'll see. Probably. I just haven't any top. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do one about Palladium.
Fuck yeah. I'm always about
Hey,
talking
we're
about
doing one
Palladium.
about Palladium. Wednesday night, 4-Color Cafe, Palladium. Check it out on my channel. Simulcast onto Cody's channel. Usually I'm
Read a
giving
book before you do that. Go in there with some knowledge.
Well, that's what this is going to be Cody's show.
Oh, well, there
Cody's
you
going
go.
to be the man on this one.
Oh, you're going to educate them? That'll be great. I will. Wednesday?
pressure.
Hey, Cody, you know what we'll do?
my
We'll
word.
make some Palladium fantasy characters.
Oh, that would be
Oh,
sweet. Let's
good
do
idea.
that. Yeah,
All right.
totally.
First edition?
Guys, go subscribe to Cody, please. He deserves the love. That he is not at 1,000 is a fucking crime. So please go subscribe. TCG, anything you need to pimp?
I am the Crafting Gamer. Check out the Crafting Gamer Robotech if you want to find if you want to see some Robotech videos. There isn't too many online about the Robotech Palladium game. I know, I've looked. So, hope to see you there. Have a great time.
Awesome. And I am, of course, Bear, the Gen X GM, who has somehow decided he's running Palladium in 2024. Don't ask me how it happened, but it happened, and I blame Cody, and I'm totally okay with that. I owe him a fucking beer. If you like what you saw here on my channel, you know what? I normally don't do this, but to make Brian with Gaming with ADHD happy for once in his life, please feel free to subscribe, like
It's
the
a
video,
Christmas
comment, and
miracle.
share. And if you go down into my show notes, you'll find all my stuff. You can go throw money at me. Kofi's the best one because I get all the money, where every other money you give me, someone's eating a piece of that fucking middleman. But I have some of my RPG products down there if you want to check out what my writing's like, what my brain's like. And also sign up for the Heroic on Backer kit so they think I'm viable and want me to make money and you make money and all that good stuff. And I will say peace, love, geek, and once again, Merry Christmas, everyone, and thank you so much for hanging out with us today. And thanks to everybody who was on, who left. Thank you all. Bye now.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.